Volume 1, Book 4, Chapters 25 to 34 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leni. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F. C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 4, Chapter 25. Now there was in Corinth at that time a man named Demetrius, who studied philosophy and had embraced in his system all the masculine vigor of the Cynics. Of him Phavorinus in several of his own works subsequently made the most generous mention, and his attitude towards Apollonius was exactly that which they say Antisthenes took up towards the system of Socrates, for he followed him and was anxious to be his disciple, and was devoted to his doctrines, and converted to the side of Apollonius the more esteemed of his own pupils. Among the latter was Menippus, a Lycian of 25 years of age, well endowed with good judgment, and of a physique so beautifully proportioned that in mien he resembled a fine and gentlemanly athlete. Now this Menippus was supposed by most people to be loved by a foreign woman, who was good-looking and extremely dainty, and said that she was rich, although she was really, as it turned out, none of these things, but was only so in semblance. For, as he was walking all alone along the road towards Conybeare, he met with an apparition, and it was a woman who clasped his hand and declared that she had been long in love with him, and that she was a Phoenician woman and lived in a suburb of Corinth, and she mentioned the name of the particular suburb, and said, "When you reach the place this evening, you will hear my voice as I sing to you, and you shall have wine such as you never before drank, and there will be no rival to disturb you, and we two beautiful beings will live together." The youth consented to this, for although he was in general a strenuous philosopher, he was nevertheless susceptible to the tender passion, and he visited her in the evening, and for the future constantly sought her company by way of relaxation, for he did not yet realize that she was a mere apparition. Then Apollonius looked over Menippus as a sculptor might do, and he sketched an outline of the youth and examined him, and having observed his foibles, he said, "You are a fine youth, and are hunted by fine women, but in this case you are cherishing a serpent, and a serpent cherishes you." And when Menippus expressed his surprise, he added, "For this lady is of a kind you cannot marry. Why should you? Do you think that she loves you?" "Indeed I do," said the youth, "since she behaves to me as if she loves me." "And would you then marry her?" said Apollonius. "Why, yes, for it would be delightful to marry a woman who loves you." Thereupon Apollonius asked when the wedding was to be. "Perhaps tomorrow," said the other, "for it brooks no delay." Apollonius therefore waited for the occasion of the wedding breakfast, and then, presenting himself before the guests who had just arrived, he said, "Where is the dainty lady at whose instance ye are come?" "Here she is," replied Menippus. And at the same moment he rose slightly from his seat, blushing. "And to which of you belong the silver and gold and all the rest of the decorations of the banqueting hall?" "To the lady," replied the youth, "for this is all I have of my own," pointing to the philosopher's cloak which he wore. And Apollonius said, "Have you heard of the gardens of Tantalus, how they exist and yet do not exist?" "Yes," they answered, "in the poems of Homer, for we certainly never went down to Hades." "As such," replied Apollonius, "you must regard this world of ours, for it is not reality, but the semblance of reality. And that you may realize the truth of what I say, this fine bride is one of the vampires, that is to say, of those beings whom the many regard as Lamias and hobgoblins. These beings fall in love, and they are devoted to the delight of Aphrodite, but especially to the flesh of human beings, and they decoy with such delight those whom they mean to devour in their feasts. And the lady said, "Cease your ill-omened talk, and be gone." And she pretended to be disgusted at what she heard, and in fact she was inclined to rail at philosophers and say that they always talk nonsense. When, however, the goblets of gold and the show of silver were proved as light as air, and all fluttered away out of their sight, while the wine-bearers and the cooks and all the retinue of servants vanished before the rebukes of Apollonius, the phantom pretended to weep, and prayed him not to torture her nor to compel her to confess what she really was. But Apollonius insisted and would not let her off, and then she admitted that she was a vampire, and was fattening Menippus up with pleasures before devouring his body, for it was her habit to feed upon young and beautiful bodies, because their blood is pure and strong. I have related at length, because it was necessary to do so, this the best-known story of Apollonius, for many people are aware of it and know that the incident occurred in the centre of Hellas, but they have only heard in a general and vague manner that he once caught and overcame a Lamia in Corinth, but they have never learned what she was about, nor that he did it to save Menippus, but I owe my own account to Damis and to the work which he wrote. It was at this time also that he had a difference with Bacchus of Corinth, for the latter was regarded as a parricide and believed to be such. But he feigned a wisdom of his own, and no bridle could be set upon his tongue. However, Apollonius put a stop to his reviling himself, both by the letters which he sent him and the harangues which he delivered against him. For everything which he said about his being a parricide was held to be true, for it was felt that such a man would never have condescended to mere personal abuse, nor to have said what was not true. The career of our sage in Olympia was as follows. When Apollonius was on his way to Olympia, some envoys of the Lacedaemonians met him and asked him to visit their city. There seemed, however, to be no appearance of Sparta about them, for they conducted themselves in a very effeminate manner and reeked of luxury. And seeing them to have smooth legs and sleek hair, and that they did not even wear beards, nay, were even dressed in soft raiment, he sent such a letter to the ephors that the latter issued a public proclamation and forbade the use of pitch plasters in the baths, and drove out of the city the women who professed to rejuvenate dandies, and they restored the ancient regime in every respect. The consequence was that the wrestling grounds were filled once more with the youth, and the jousts and the common meals were restored, and Lacedaemon became once more like herself. And when he learned that they had set their house in order, he sent them an epistle from Olympia, briefer than any cipher dispatch of ancient Sparta, and it ran as follows: Apollonius to the ephors sends salutation. It is the duty of men not to fall into sin, but of noblemen to recognize that they are doing so. And looking at the statue set up at Olympia, he said, Hail, O thou good Zeus, for thou art so good that thou dost impart thine own nature unto mankind. And he also gave them an account of the brazen statue of Milo, and explained the attitude of this figure. For this Milo is seen standing on a disc with his 2 feet close together, and in his left hand he grasps a pomegranate, while of his right hand the fingers are extended and as it were stringing together. Now, among the people of Olympia and Arcadia, the story told about this athlete is that he was so inflexible and firm that he could never be induced to leave the spot on which he stood. And this is the meaning of the clenched fingers as he grasps the pomegranate, and of the look as if they could never be separated from one another, however much you struggle with any of them, because the intervals between the extended fingers are very close, and they say that the fillet with which his head is bound is a symbol of temperance and sobriety. Apollonius, while admitting that this account was wisely conceived, said that the truth was still wiser. "In order that you may know," said he, "the meaning of the statue of Milo, the people of Croton made this athlete a priest of Hera. As to the meaning, then, of his mitre, I need not explain it further than by reminding you that the hero was a priest. But the pomegranate is the only fruit which is grown in honor of Hera, and the disc beneath his feet means that the priest is standing on a small shield to offer his prayer to Hera, and this is also indicated by his right hand. As for the artist's way of rendering the fingers between which he has left no interval, that you may ascribe to the antique style of the sculpture." He was present at the rites, and he commended the solicitude with which the people of Elis administered them, and the good order with which they conducted them, as if they considered themselves to be as much on trial as the athletes who were contending for the prizes, anxious neither willingly nor unwillingly to commit any error. And when his companions asked him what he thought of the Eleans in respect of their management of the Olympic games, he replied, "Whether they are wise I do not know, but of their cleverness I am quite sure." How great a dislike he entertained of people who imagine they can ride, and how senseless he considered those to be who essay a literary task beyond their powers, we can learn from the following incident. A young man who thought he had talent met him in the precincts of the temple, and said, "Pray honor me with your presence tomorrow, for I am going to recite something." When Apollonius asked him what he was going to recite, he replied, "I have composed a treatise upon Zeus." And as he said these words he showed, with no little pride at its stoutness, a book which he was carrying under his garment. "And," said Apollonius, "what are you going to praise about Zeus? Is it the Zeus of this fame, and are you going to say that there is nothing like him on the whole earth?" "Why, that, of course," said the other, "and a great deal more that comes before that and also follows it. For I shall say how the seasons, and how everything on earth and above the earth, and how the winds and all the stars belong to Zeus." And Apollonius said, "It seems to me that you are past master of encomium." "Yes," said the other, "and that is why I have composed an encomium of gout and of blindness and deafness." "And why not of dropsy too?" said Apollonius, "for surely you won't rule out influenza from the sphere of your cleverness, since you are minded to praise such things. And while you are about it, you would do as well to attend funerals and detail the praises of the various diseases of which the people died, for so you will somewhat soothe the regrets of the fathers and children and the near relations of the deceased." And as he saw that the effect of his words was to put a bridle on the young man's tongue, he added, "My dear author, which is the author of a panegyric likely best to praise, things which he knows or things which he does not?" "Things which he knows," said the youth, "for how can a man praise things which he does not know?" "I conclude, then, that you have already written a panegyric of your own father?" "I wanted to," said the other, "but as he appears to me rather a big man and a noble one, and the fairest of men I know, and a very clever housekeeper, and a paragon of wisdom all around, I gave up the attempt to compose a panegyric upon him, lest I should disgrace my father by a discourse which would not do him justice." Thereupon Apollonius was incensed, as he often was against trivial and vulgar people. "Then," said he, "you wretch, you are not sure that you can ever sufficiently praise your own father, whom you know as well as you do yourself, and yet you set out in this light-hearted fashion to write an encomium of the father of men and of gods, and of the creator of everything around us and above us, and you have no reverence for him who you praise, nor have you the least idea that you are embarking on a subject which transcends the power of man." The conversations which Apollonius held in Olympia turned upon the most profitable topics, such as wisdom and courage and temperance, and, in a word, upon all the virtues. He discussed these from the platform of the temple, and he astonished every one, not only by the insight he showed, but by his forms of expression. And the Lacedaemonians flocked round him, and invited him to share the hospitality of their shrine of Zeus, and made him father of their youths at home, and legislator of their lives, and the honour of their old men. Now there was a Corinthian who felt piqued at all this, and asked whether they were also going to celebrate a theophany for him. "Yes," said the other, "by Castor and Pollux, everything is ready anyhow." But Apollonius did not encourage them to pay him such honours, for he feared they would arouse envy. And when, having crossed the mountain Taygetus, he saw a Lacedaemon hard at work before him, and all the institutions of Lycurgus in full swing, he felt that it would be a real pleasure to converse with the authorities of the Lacedaemonians about things which they might ask his opinion upon. So they asked him, when he arrived, how the gods are to be revered, and he answered, "As your lords and masters." Secondly, they asked him, "And how the heroes?" "As fathers," he replied. And their third question was, "How are men to be revered?" And he answered, "Your question is not one which any Spartan should put." They asked him also what he thought of their laws, and he replied that they were most excellent teachers, adding that teachers will gain fame in proportion as their disciples are industrious. And when they asked him what advice he had to give them about courage, he answered, "Why, what else but that you should display it?" And about this time it happened that a certain youth of Lacedaemon was charged by his fellow citizens with violating the customs of his country. For, though he was descended from Calearidas, who led the navy at the battle of Arginuce, yet he was devoted to seafaring and paid no attention to public affairs, but, instead of doing so, would sail off to Carthage and Sicily in the ships which he had built. Apollonius then, bearing that he was arraigned for this conduct, thought it a pity to desert the youth who had thus fallen under the hand of justice, and said to him, "My excellent fellow, why do you go about so full of anxiety and with such a gloomy air?" "A public prosecution," said the other, "has been instituted against me, because I go in for seafaring and take no part in public affairs." "And was your father or your grandfather a mariner?" "Of course not," said the others. "They were all of them chiefs of the gymnasium and ephors and public guardians. Callicratidas, however, my ancestor, was a captain of the fleet." "I suppose," said Apollonius, "you mean him of Arginuce fame?" "Yes, that fell in the naval action leading his fleet." "Then," said Apollonius, "your ancestor's mode of death has not given you any prejudice against a seafaring life?" "No, by Zeus," said the other, "for it is not with a view to conducting battles by sea that I set sail." "Well, and can you mention any rabble of people more wretched and ill-starred than merchants and skippers? In the first place, they roam from sea to sea, looking for some market that is badly stocked. And then they sell and buy, associating with factors and brokers, and they put out their own capital at the most unholy rate of interest in their hurry to get back the principal. And if they do well, their ship has a lucky voyage, and they tell you a long story of how they never wrecked it either willingly or unwillingly. But if their gains do not balance their debts, they jump into their long-boats and dash their ships on to the rocks, and make no bones as sailors of robbing others of their substance, pretending, in the most blasphemous manner, that it is an act of God. And even if the seafaring crowd who go on voyages be not so bad as I make them out to be, yet is there any shame worse than this for a man who is a citizen of Sparta and the child of forebears who of old lived in the heart of Sparta, to secrete himself in the hold of a ship, oblivious of Lycurgus and of Iphitus, thinking of naught but of cargoes and petty bills of lading? For if he thinks of nothing else, he might at least bear in mind that Sparta herself, so long as she stuck to the land, enjoyed a fame reaching to heavens, but when she began to covet the sea, she sank down and down, and was blotted out at last, not only on the sea but on the land as well. The young man was so overcome by these arguments that he bowed his head to the earth and wept, because he heard he was so degenerate from his fathers, and he sold the ships by which he lived. And when Apollonius saw that he was restored to his senses and inclined to embrace a career on land, he led him before the ephors and obtained his acquittal. Here is another incident that happened in Lacedaemon. A letter came from the emperor heaping reproaches upon the public assembly of the Lacedaemonians, and declaring that in their license they abused liberty, and this letter had been addressed to them at the instance of the governor of Greece, who had maligned them. The Lacedaemonians then were at a loss what to do, and Sparta was divided against herself over the issue, whether in their reply to the letter they should try to appease the emperor's wrath or take a lofty tone towards him. Under the circumstances, they sought the counsel of Apollonius, and asked him how to pitch the tone of their letter. And he, when he saw them to be divided on the point, came forward in their public assembly and delivered himself of the following short and concise speech. Palamedes discovered writing, not only in order that people might write, but also in order that they might know what they must not write. In this way, accordingly, he dissuaded the Lacedaemonians from showing themselves to be either too bold or cowardly. He stayed in Sparta for some time after the Olympic festival until the winter was over, and at the beginning of spring proceeded to Malcha with the intention of setting out for Rome. But while he was still pondering this project, he had the following dream. It seemed as if a woman both very tall and venerable in years embraced him and asked him to visit her before he set sail for Italy, and she said that she was the nurse of Zeus, and she wore a wreath that held everything that is on the earth or in the sea. He proceeded to ponder the meaning of the vision, and came to the conclusion that he ought first to sail to Crete, which we regard as the nurse of Zeus, because in that island Zeus was born, although the wreath might perhaps indicate some other island. Now there were several ships at Malea making ready to set sail to Crete, so he embarked upon one sufficient for his association, to which he gave the title of his companions, and also his companions' servants, for he did not think it right to pass over the letter. And he bent his course for Cydonia, and sailed past that place to Knossos, where a labyrinth is shown, which, I believe, once on a time contained the Minotaur. As his companions were anxious to see this, he allowed them to do so, but refused himself to be a spectator of the injustice of Minos, and continued his course to Gortyna, because he longed to visit Ida. He accordingly climbed up, and after visiting the sacred sites he passed on to the shrine of Liban. And this is a shrine of Asclepius, and just as the whole of Asia flocks to Pergamum, so the whole of Crete flocked to this shrine. And many Libyans also crossed the sea to visit it, for it faces towards the Libyan Sea, close to Phaestus, where the little rock keeps out a mighty sea. And they say that this shrine is named that of Liban because a promontory juts out from it which resembles a lion, for here, as often, a chance arrangement of the rocks suggests an animal form, and they tell a story about this promontory, how it was once one of the lions which were yoked in the chariot of Rhea. Here Apollonius was haranguing on one occasion about midday, and was addressing quite a number of people who were worshipping at the shrine, when an earthquake shook the whole of Crete at once, and a roar of thunder was heard to issue, not from the clouds, but from the earth, and the sea receded about 7 stadia. And most of them were afraid that the sea, by receding in this way, would drag the temple after it, so that they would be carried away. But Apollonius said, "Be of good courage, for the earth hath borne land and brought it forth." And they thought that he was alluding to the harmony of the elements, and was arguing that the sea would never wreak its violence upon the land. But after a few days some travellers arrived from Sidoniatis, and announced that on the very day on which this portent occurred, and just at the same hour of midday, an island rose out of the sea, in the firth between Thera and Crete. However, I must give up all prolixity and hurry on to relate the conversations which he held in Rome subsequently to his stay in Crete. End of Volume 1, Book 4, Chapters 25 to 34. Volume 2, Book 4, Chapters 25 to 34 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare, Volume 1, Book 4, Chapters 25 to 34. Nero was opposed to philosophy, because he suspected its devotees of being addicted to magic, and of being diviners in disguise. And at last the philosopher's mantle brought its wearers before the law courts, as if it were a mere cloak of the divining art. I will not mention other names, but Musonius of Babylon, a man only second to Apollonius, was thrown into prison for the crime of being a sage, and there lay in danger of death. And he would have died for all his jailer cared, if it had not been for the strength of his constitution. Such was the condition in which philosophy stood when Apollonius was approaching Rome, and at a distance of 120 stadia from its walls, he met Philolaus of Citium in the neighborhood of the grove of Aricia. Now, Philolaus was a polished speaker, but too soft to bear any hardships. He had quitted Rome, and was virtually a fugitive, and any philosopher he met with he urged to take the same course. He accordingly addressed himself to Apollonius, and urged him to give way to circumstances, and not to proceed to Rome, where philosophy was in such bad odor. And he related to him what was taking place there, and as he did so, he kept turning his head round, lest anybody should be listening behind him to what he said. "And you," he said, "after attaching this band of philosophers to yourself, a thing which will bring you into suspicion and odium, are on your way thither, knowing nothing of the officers set over the gates by Nero, who will arrest you and them before ever you enter or get inside." "And what," said Apollonius, "O Philolaus, are the occupations of the autocrat said to be?" "He drives a chariot," said the other, "in public, and he comes forward on the boards of the Roman theatres, and sings songs, and he lives with gladiators, and he himself fights, as one, and slays his men." Apollonius therefore replied and said, "Then, my dear fellow, do you think that there can be any better spectacle for men of education than to see an emperor thus demeaning himself? For, if, in Plato's opinion, man is the sport of the gods, what a theme we have here provided for philosophers by an emperor who makes himself the sport of men, and sets himself to delight the common herd with the spectacle of his own shame." "Yes, by Zeus," said Philolaus, "if you could do it with impunity. But if you are going to lose your life by going thither, and if Nero is going to devour you alive before you see anything of what he does, your interview with him will cost you dear, much dearer than it ever cost Ulysses to visit the Cyclops in his home, though he lost many of his comrades in his anxiety to see him, and because he yielded to the temptation of beholding so cruel a monster." But Apollonius said, "So you think that this ruler is less blinded than the Cyclops, if he commits such crimes?" And Philolaus answered, "Let him do what he likes, but do you at least save these your companions." And these words he uttered in a loud voice and with an air of weeping. Whereupon Damis conceived a fear lest the younger men of his party should be unmanned by the craven terrors of Philolaus. So he took aside Apollonius and said, "This hare, with all his panicky fears, will ruin these young men and fill them with discouragement." But Apollonius said, Well, of all the blessings which have been vouchsafed to me by the gods, often without my praying for them at all, this present one, I may say, is the greatest that I have ever enjoyed. For chance has thrown in my way a touchstone to test these young men, of a kind to prove most thoroughly which of them are philosophers, and which of them prefer some other line of conduct than that of the philosopher. And in fact, the knock-kneed among them were detected in no time, for under the influence of what Philolaus said, some of them declared that they were ill, others that they had no provisions for the journey, others that they were homesick, others that they had been deterred by dreams, and in the result the 34 companions of Apollonius who were willing to accompany him to Rome were reduced to 8. And all the rest ran away from Nero and philosophy, both at once, and took to their heels. He, therefore, assembled those who were left, among whom were Menippus, who had foregathered with the hobgoblin, and Dioscorides the Egyptian, and Damis, and said to them, I shall not scold those who have abandoned us, but I shall rather praise you for being men like myself. Nor shall I think a man a coward because he has disappeared out of dread of Nero. But any one who rises superior to such fear, I will hail as a philosopher, and I will teach him all I know. I think, then, that we ought first of all to pray to the gods who have suggested these different courses to you and to them. And then we ought to solicit their direction and guidance, for we are not remote from the gods, even in a foreign country. We must then march forward to the city, which is mistress of so much of the inhabited world. But how can anybody go forward thither unless the gods are leading him? The more so, because a tyranny has been established in this city, so harsh and cruel, that it does not suffer men to be wise. And let not any one think it foolish so to venture along a path which many philosophers are fleeing from. For, in the first place, I do not esteem any human agency so formidable that a wise man can ever be terrified by it. And, in the second place, I would not urge upon you the pursuit of bravery, unless it were attended with danger. Moreover, in traversing more of the earth than any man yet has visited, I have seen hosts of Arabian and Indian wild beasts. But as to this wild beast, which the many call a tyrant, I know not either how many heads he has, nor whether he has crooked talons and jagged teeth. In any case, though this monster is said to be a social beast, and to inhabit the heart of cities, yet he is so much wilder and fiercer in his disposition than animals of the mountain and forest, that, whereas you can sometimes tame and alter the character of lions and leopards by flattering them, this one is only roused to greater cruelty than before by those who stroke him, so that he rends and devours all alike. And again, there is no animal anyhow of which you can say that it ever devours its own mother, but Nero is gorged with such quarry. It is true, perhaps, that the same crime was committed in the case of Orestes and Alcmaeon, but they had some excuse for their deeds, in that the father of the one was murdered by his own wife, while the others had been sold for a necklace. This man, however, has murdered the very mother to whom he owes his adoption by the aged emperor and his inheritance of the empire. For he shipwrecked and so slew her close to hand in a vessel built for the express purpose of doing her to death. If, however, any one is disposed to dread Nero for these reasons, and is led abruptly to forsake philosophy, conceiving that it is not safe for him to thwart his evil temper, let him know that the quality of inspiring fear really belongs to those who are devoted to temperance and wisdom, because they are sure of divine succor. But let him snap his fingers at the threats of the proud and insolent, as he would at those of drunken men. For we regard the latter surely as daft and silly, but not as formidable. Let us then go forward to Rome, if we are good men and true. For to Nero's proclamations, in which he banishes philosophy, we may well oppose the verse of Sophocles: for in no wise was it Zeus who made this proclamation unto me. nor the Muses either, nor Apollo, the god of eloquence. But it may well be that Nero himself knows this iambic line, for he is, they say, addicted to tragedy. This occasion reminds one of the saying of Homer, that when warriors are knit together by reason, they become as it were a single plume and helmet, and a single shield. And it seems to me that this very sentiment found its application in regard to these heroes, for they were welded together and encouraged by the words of Apollonius to die in behalf of their philosophy, and strengthened to show themselves superior to those who had run away. They accordingly approached the gates of Rome, and the sentries asked them no questions, although they scanned their dress with some curiosity, for the fashion of it was that of religious ascetics, and did not in the least resemble that of beggars. And they put up at an inn close to the gate, and were taking their supper, for it was already eventide, when a drunken fellow, with a far from harsh voice, turned up as it were for a revel. And he was one, it seems, who was in the habit of going round about Rome, singing Nero's songs, and hired for the purpose, and any one who neglected to listen to him or refused to pay him for his music, he had the right to arrest for violating Nero's majesty. And he carried a harp, and all the outfit proper for a harpist, and he also had put away in a casket a second-hand string, which others had fastened on their instruments and tuned up before him, and this he said he had purchased of Nero's own lyre for 2 minas, and that he would sell it to no one who was not a first-rate harpist and fit to contend for the prize at Delphi. He then struck up a prelude according to his custom, and after performing a short hymn composed by Nero, he added various lays, some out of the story of Orestes, and some from the Antigone, and others from one or another of the tragedies composed by Nero, and he proceeded to drawl out the airs which Nero was in the habit of murdering by his miserable phrasing and modulations. As they listened with some indifference, he proceeded to accuse them of violating Nero's majesty and of being enemies of his divine voice, but they paid no attention to him. Then Menippus asked Apollonius how he appreciated these remarks, whereupon he said, "How do I appreciate them? Why, just as I did his songs. Let us, however, O Menippus, not take too much offense at his remarks, but let us give him something for his performance and dismiss him to sacrifice to the Muses of Nero." So ended the episode of this poor drunken fool. But at daybreak Telesinus, one of the consuls, called Apollonius to him, and said, "What is this dress which you wear?" And he answered, "A pure garment made from no dead matter." "And what is your wisdom?" "An inspiration," answered Apollonius, "which teaches men how to pray and sacrifice to the gods." "And is there any one, my philosopher, who does not know that already?" "Many," said the sage, "and if there is here and there a man who understands these matters aright, he will be very much improved by hearing from a man wiser than himself that what he knows for a certainty." When Telesinus heard this, for he was a man fairly disposed to worship and religion, he recognized the sage from the rumors which he had long before heard about him, and though he did not think he need openly ask him his name, in case he wished to conceal his identity from any one, he nevertheless led him on to talk afresh about religion, for he was himself an apt reasoner, and feeling that he was addressing a sage, he asked, "What do you pray for when you approach the altars?" "I," said Apollonius, "for my part, pray that justice may prevail, that the laws may not be broken, that the wise may continue to be poor, but that others may be rich, as long as they are so without fraud." "Then," said the other, "when you ask for so much, do you think you will get it?" "Yes, by Zeus," said Apollonius, "for I string together all my petitions in a single prayer, and when I reach the altars, this is how I pray: O ye gods, bestow on me whatever is due. If therefore I am of the number of worthy men, I shall obtain more than I asked for, but if the gods rank me among the wicked, then they will send to me the opposite of what I ask. And I shall not blame the gods, because for my demerit I am judged worthy of evil." Telesinus then was greatly struck by these words, and wishing to show him a favor, he said, "You may visit all the temples, and written instructions shall be sent by me to the priests who minister in them to admit you and adopt your reforms." "And supposing you did not write," said Apollonius, "would they not admit me?" "No, by Zeus," said he, "for that is my own office and prerogative." "I am glad," said Apollonius, "that so generous a man as yourself holds such a high office. But I would like you to know this much too about me. I like to live in such temples as are not too closely shut up, and none of the gods object to my presence, for they invite me to share their habitation. So let this liberty too be accorded to me, inasmuch as even the barbarians always permitted it." And Telesinus said, "The barbarians have more to be proud of in this matter than the Romans, for I would that as much could be said of ourselves." Apollonius accordingly lived in the temples, though he changed them and passed from one to another, and when he was blamed for doing so, he said, "Neither do the gods live all their time in heaven, but they take journeys to Ethiopia, as also to Olympus and to Ephes, and I think it a pity that the gods should go roaming around all the nations of men, and yet that men should not be allowed to visit all the gods alike. What is more, though masters would incur no reproach for neglecting slaves for whom they probably may feel a contempt because they are not good, yet the slaves who did not devote themselves wholly to their masters would be destroyed by them as cursed wretches and chattels hateful to the gods." The result of his discourses about religion was that the gods were worshipped with more zeal, and that men flocked to the temples where he was, in the belief that by doing so they would obtain an increase of divine blessings. And our sage's conversations were so far not objected to, because he held them in public and addressed himself to all men alike. For he did not hover about rich men's doors, nor hang about the mighty, though he welcomed them if they resorted to him, and he talked with them just as much as he did to the common people. Now Demetrius being attracted to Apollonius, as I have said above in my account of the events at Corinth, betook himself subsequently to Rome, and proceeded to court Apollonius at the same time that he launched out against Nero. In consequence, our sage's profession was looked at askance, and he was thought to have set Demetrius on to proceed thus, and the suspicion was increased on the occasion of Nero's completion of the most magnificent gymnasium in Rome. For the auspicious day was being celebrated therein by Nero himself, and the great Senate, and all the knights of Rome, when Demetrius made his way into the gymnasium itself, and delivered himself of a philippic against people who bathed, declaring that they enfeebled and polluted themselves, and he showed that such institutions were a useless expense. He was only saved from immediate death as the penalty of such language by the fact that Nero was in extra good voice when he sang on that day, and he sang in the tavern which adjoined the gymnasium, naked except for a girdle round his waist, like any low tapster. Demetrius, however, did not wholly escape the risk which he courted by his language, for Tigellinus, to whom Nero had committed the power of life and death, proceeded to banish him from Rome, on the plea that he had ruined and overthrown the bath by the words he used, and he began to dog the steps of Apollonius secretly, in the hope that he would catch him out too in some compromising utterance. The latter, however, showed no disposition to ridicule the government, nor on the other hand did he display any of the anxiety usually felt by those who are on their guard against some danger. He merely continued to discuss in simple and adequate terms the topics laid before him. And Telesinus and other persons continued to study philosophy in his company, for although philosophy was just then in a parlous condition, they did not dream that they would imperil themselves by associating themselves with his studies. Yet he was suspected, as I have said, and the suspicion was intensified by words he uttered in connection with a prodigy. For presently, when there was an eclipse of the sun and a clap of thunder was heard, a thing which very rarely occurs at the moment of an eclipse, he glanced up to heaven and said, There shall be some great event, and there shall not be. Now, at the time, those who heard these words were unable to comprehend their meaning. But on the third day after the eclipse every one understood what was meant. For while Nero sat at meat, a thunderbolt fell on the table and clove asunder the cup which was in his hands and was close to his lips. And the fact that he so narrowly escaped being struck was intended by the words that a great event should happen, and yet should not happen. Tigellinus, when he heard this story, began to dread Apollonius as one who was wise in supernatural matters, and though he felt that he had better not proffer any open charges against him, lest he should incur at his hands some mysterious disaster, nevertheless he used all the eyes with which the government sees to watch Apollonius, whether he was talking or holding his tongue, or sitting down or walking about, and to mark what he ate and in whose houses, and whether he offered sacrifice or not. Just then a distemper broke out in Rome, called by the physicians influenza, and it was attended, it seems, by coughings, and the voice of speakers was affected by it. Now the temples were full of people, supplicating the gods, because Nero had a swollen throat, and his voice was hoarse. But Apollonius vehemently denounced the folly of the crowd, though without rebuking anyone in particular. Nay, he even restrained Menippus, who was irritated by such goings-on, and persuaded him to moderate his indignation, urging him to pardon the gods if they did show pleasure in the mimes of buffoons. This utterance was reported to Tigellinus, who immediately sent police to take him to prison, and summoned him to defend himself from the charge of impiety against Nero. And an accuser was retained against him who had already undone a great many people, and won a number of such Olympic victories. This accuser too held in his hands a scroll of paper on which the charge was written out, and he brandished it like a sword against the sage, and declared that it was so sharp that it would slay and ruin him. But when Tigellinus unrolled the scroll and did not find upon it the trace of a single word or letter, and his eyes fell on a perfectly blank book, he came to the conclusion that he had to do with a demon, and this is said also subsequently to have been the feeling which Domitian entertained towards Apollonius. Tigellinus then took his victim apart into a secret tribunal, in which this class of magistrate tries in private the most important charges, and having ordered all to leave the court, he plied him with questions, asking who he was. Apollonius gave his father's name and that of his country, and explained his motive in practicing wisdom, declaring that the sole use he made of it was to gain a knowledge of the gods and an understanding of human affairs, for that the difficulty of knowing another man exceeding that of knowing oneself. "And about the demons," said Tigellinus, "and the apparitions of spectres, how, O Apollonius, do you exorcise them?" "In the same way," he answered, "as I should murderers and impious men." This was a sarcastic allusion to Tigellinus himself, for he taught and encouraged in Nero every excess of cruelty and wanton violence. "And," said the other, "could you prophesy if I asked you to?" "How," said Apollonius, "can I, being no prophet?" "And yet," replied the other, "they say that it is you who predicted that some great event would come to pass, and yet not come to pass." "Quite true," said Apollonius, "is what you heard, but you must not put this down to any prophetic gift, but rather to the wisdom which God reveals to wise men." "And," said the other, "why are you not afraid of Nero?" "Because," said Apollonius, "the same God who allows him to seem formidable has also granted to me to feel no fear." "And what do you think," said the other, "about Nero?" And Apollonius answered, "Much better than you do, for you think it dignified for him to sing, but I think it dignified in him to keep silent." Tigellinus was astonished at this, and said, "You may go, but you must give sureties for your person." And Apollonius answered, "And who can go surety for a body that no one can bind?" This answer struck Tigellinus as inspired, and above the wit of man. And as he was careful not to fight with a god, he said, "You may go wherever you choose, for you are too powerful to be controlled by me." Here, too, is a miracle which Apollonius worked. A girl had died just in the hour of her marriage, and the bridegroom was following her bier, lamenting, as was natural, his marriage left unfulfilled. And the whole of Rome was mourning with him, for the maiden belonged to a consular family. Apollonius, then witnessing their grief, said, "Put down the bier, for I will stay the tears that you are shedding for this maiden." And withal he asked what was her name. The crowd accordingly thought that he was about to deliver such an oration as is commonly delivered as much to grace the funeral as to stir up lamentation. But he did nothing of the kind, but merely touching her and whispering in secret some spell over her, at once woke up the maiden from her seeming death, and the girl spoke out loud and returned to her father's house, just as Alcestis did when she was brought back to life by Hercules. And the relations of the maiden wanted to present him with the sum of 150,000 sesterces, but he said that he would freely present the money to the young lady by way of a dowry. Now, whether he detected some spark of life in her, which those who were nursing her had not noticed, for it is said that, although it was raining at the time, a vapor went up from her face, or whether life was really extinct and he restored it by the warmth of his touch, is a mysterious problem which neither I myself nor those who were present could decide. About this time Musonius lay confined in the dungeons of Nero, a man who they say was unsurpassed in philosophic ability by any one. Now they did not openly converse with one another, because Musonius declined to do so, in order that both their lives might not be endangered. But they carried on a correspondence through Menippus and Damis, who went to and fro the prison. Such of their letters as did not handle great themes I will take no notice of, and only set before my reader the more important ones, in which we get glimpses of lofty topics. Apollonius to Musonius the philosopher, greeting. I would fain come unto you to share your conversation and your lodgings, in the hope of being some use to you, unless indeed you are disinclined to believe that Hercules once released Theseus from hell. Write what you would like me to do. Farewell. Musonius to Apollonius the philosopher sends greeting. For your solicitude in my behalf, I shall never do anything but commend you. But he who has waited patiently to defend himself, and has proved that he has done no wrong, is a true man. Farewell. Apollonius to Musonius the philosopher sends greeting. Socrates of Athens, because he refused to be released by his own friends, went before the tribunal and was put to death. Farewell. Musonius to Apollonius the philosopher sends greeting. Socrates was put to death because he would not take the trouble to defend himself, but I shall defend myself. Farewell. When Nero took his departure for Greece, after issuing a proclamation that no one should teach philosophy in public at Rome, Apollonius turned his steps to the western regions of the earth, which they say are bounded by the Pillars, because he wished to visit and behold the ebb and flow of the ocean and the city of Gadara. For he had heard something of the love of wisdom entertained by the inhabitants of that country, and of how great an advance they had made in religion, and he was accompanied by all his pupils, who approved no less of the expedition than they did of the sage. End of Volume 1, Book 4, Chapters 35 to 46. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapters 1 to 12 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapters 1 to 12. 1. Now, in regard to the pillars, which they say Hercules fixed in the ground as limits of the earth, I shall omit mere fables, and confine myself to recording what is worthy of our hearing and of our narrating. The extremes of Europe and Libya border on a strait 60 stadia wide, through which the ocean is admitted into the inner seas. The extremity of Libya, which bears the name Abina, furnishes a haunt to lions, who hunt their prey along the brows of the mountains which are to be seen rising inland, and it marches with the Getuli and Tinge, both of them wild Libyan tribes, and it extends as you sail into the ocean as far as the mouth of the river Salix, some 900 stadia, and beyond that point a further distance which no one can compute, because when you have passed this river, Libya is a desert which no longer supports a population. But the promontory of Europe, known as Colpis, stretches along the inlet of the ocean on the right-hand side a distance of 600 stadia, and terminates in the ancient city of Gadara. 2. Now, I myself have seen among the Celts the ocean tides just as they are described, and after making various conjectures about why so vast a bulk of waters recedes and advances, I have come to the conclusion that Apollonius discerned the real truth. For, in one of his letters to the Indians, he says that the ocean is driven by submarine influences, or spirits, out of several chasms which the earth affords, both underneath and around it, to advance outwards and to recede again whenever the influence or spirit, like the breath of our bodies, gives way and recedes. And this theory is confirmed by the course run by diseases in Gadara. For, at the time of high water, the souls of the dying do not quit their bodies, and this would hardly happen, he says, unless the influence or spirit I have spoken of was advancing towards the land. They also tell you of certain phenomena of the ocean in connection with the phases of the moon, according as it is born and reaches fullness and wanes. These phenomena I verified, for the ocean exactly keeps pace with the size of the moon, decreasing and increasing with her. 3. And whereas the day succeeds the night, and night succeeds the day, in the land of the Celts, by a very slow diminution of the darkness and of the light respectively, as in this country, in the neighbourhood of Gadara, on the contrary, and of the pillars, it is said that the change bursts upon the eyes all at once, like a flash of lightning. And they also say that the islands of the blessed are bounded by the limits of Libya, and emerge towards the uninhabited promontory. 4. Now, the city of Gadara is situated at the extreme end of Europe, and its inhabitants are excessively given to religion, so much so that they have set up an altar to old age, and unlike any other race, they sing hymns in honor of death, and altars are found there set up to poverty, and to art, and to Hercules of Egypt, and there are others in honor of Hercules the Theban, for they say that the latter penetrated as far as the neighboring city of Erythea, on which occasion he took captive Geryon and his cows. And they say that, in his devotion to wisdom, he traversed the whole earth up to its limits. They say, moreover, that there is a Hellenic culture at Gadara, and that they educate themselves in our own fashion. Anyhow, that they are fonder of the Athenians than of any other Hellenes, and they offer sacrifice to Menestheus the Athenian, and from admiration of Themistocles the naval commander, and to honor him for his wisdom and bravery, they have set up a brazen statue of him in a lifelike attitude, and, as it were, pondering an oracle. 5. They say also that they saw trees here such as are not found elsewhere upon the earth, and that these were called trees of Geryon. There were 2 of them, and they grew upon the mound raised over Geryon. They were a cross between the pitch tree and the pine, and formed a 3rd species, and blood dripped from their bark, just as gold does from the Heliad poplar. Now the islands on which the shrine is built is of exactly the same size as the temple, and there is not a rough stone to be found in it, for the whole of it has been given the form of a polished platform. In the shrine they say there is maintained a cult both of one and the other Hercules, though there are no images of them. Altars, however, there are, namely, to the Egyptian Hercules, 2 of bronze and perfectly plain; to the Theban, 1 of stone. On the latter, they say, are engraved in relief hydras and the mares of Diomede and the 12 labors of Hercules. And as to the golden olive of Pygmalion, it too is preserved in the temple of Hercules, and it excited their admiration by the clever way in which the branch work was imitated. And they were still more astonished at its fruit, for this teemed with emeralds. And they say that the girdle of Teucer of Telamon was also exhibited there, of gold, but how he ever sailed as far as the ocean, or why he did so, neither Damis by his own admission could understand, nor ascertain from the people of the place. But he says that the pillars in the temple were made of gold and silver smelted together so as to be of one color, and they were over a cubit high, of square form, resembling anvils, and their capitals were inscribed with letters which were neither Egyptian nor Indian, nor of any kind which he could decipher. But Apollonius, since the priests would tell him nothing, remarked: "Hercules of Egypt does not permit me not to tell all I know. These pillars are ties between earth and ocean, and they were inscribed by Hercules in the house of the Fates, to prevent any discord arising between the elements, and to save their mutual affection for one another from violation." 6. They tell also of how they sailed up the river Betis, which throws no little light upon the nature of the ocean. For, whenever it is high tide, the river in its course remounts towards its sources, because apparently a current of air drives it away from the sea. And the mainland of Baetica, after which this river is called, is the best by their account of any continent, for it is well furnished with cities and pastures, and the river in its course visits all the towns, and it is very highly cultivated with all sorts of crops, and it enjoys a climate similar to that of Attica in the autumn season, when the mysteries are celebrated. 7. The conversations with Apollonius held about things which met his eyes were, according to Damis, many in number, but the following, he said, deserve to be recorded. On one occasion they were sitting in the temple of Hercules, and Menippus gave a laugh, for it happened that Nero had just come into his mind. "And what," he said, "are we to think of this splendid fellow? In which of the contests has he won breaths of late? Don't you think that self-respecting Hellenes must shake with laughter when they are on their way to the festivals?" And Apollonius replied: "As I have heard from Telesinus, the worthy Nero is afraid of the whips of the Eleans. For when his flatterers urged him to win at Olympia and to proclaim Rome as the victor, he answered, 'Yes, if the Eleans will only not depreciate me, for they are said to use whips and to look down upon me.' And many worse bits of nonsense than this forecast fell from his lips. I, however, admit that Nero will conquer at Olympia, for who is bold enough to enter the lists against him? But I deny that he will win at the Olympic festival, because they are not keeping it at the right season. For custom requires that this should have been held last year, but Nero has ordered the Eleans to put it off until his own visit, in order that they may sacrifice to him rather than to Zeus. And it is said that he has announced a tragedy and a performance on the harp for people who have neither a theatre nor a stage for such entertainments, but only the stadium which nature has provided, and races which are all run by athletes stripped off their clothes. He, however, is going to take the prize for performances which he ought to have hidden in the dark, for he has thrown off the robes of Augustus and Julius, and has dressed himself up in the garb of an Amebius and a Terpnus. What can you say of such a record? And then he betrays such a meticulous care in playing the part of Creon and Oedipus, that he is afraid of falling into some error, of coming in by the wrong door, or of wearing the wrong dress, of using the wrong scepter, but he has so entirely forgotten his own dignity and that of the Romans, that instead of carrying on the work of making laws, he has taken to singing, and strolls like a player outside the gates within which the emperor ought to take his seat on his throne, deciding the fate of land and sea. There are, O Menippus, several troops in which Nero has inscribed himself as an actor. What next? supposing any of these actors quitted the theatre after playing Enomaus or Cresfontes, so full of his part as to want to rule others, and imagine himself to be a tyrant, what would you say of him? Surely you would recommend a dose of hellebore and the taking of drugs of a kind to clear the intellect. Well, here is the man himself who wields absolute power, throwing in his lot with actors and artists, cultivating a soft voice, and trembling before the people of Elis or of Delphi. Or if he does not tremble, yes, misrepresenting his art so thoroughly as not to anticipate he will be whipped by the people over whom he has been set to rule. What will you say of the unhappy people who have to live under such a scum? And in what light do you think the Hellenes regard him? Is it as a Xerxes burning their houses down, or as a Nero singing songs? Think of the supplies they have to collect for his songs, and how they are thrust out of their houses and forbidden to own a decent bit of furniture or a slave. Think of how Nero picks out of every other house women and children to gratify his infamous desires, and of the horrors they will suffer over them, of the crop of prosecutions which will be brought, and without dwelling upon the rest, just fix your attention upon those which will arise out of his theatrical and singing ambitions. This is what you hear. You did not come to listen to Nero, or you were present, but you listened to him without enthusiasm. You laughed, or you did not clap your hands, or you have not offered a sacrifice in behalf of his voice, nor prayed that it may be more splendid than ever at the Pythian festival. You can imagine that the Greeks will endure whole Iliads of woe at these spectacles. For I have long ago learned by the revelation of heaven that the isthmus will be cut through or will not be cut through, and just now, they say, it is being cut. Here Damis took him up and said, As for myself, O Apollonius, I think this scheme of cutting through the isthmus excels all other undertakings of Nero, for you yourself see how magnificent a project it is. I admit, he said, that it is, O Damis, but it will go against him that he never could complete it, that just as he never finished his songs, so he never finished his digging. When I review the career of Xerxes, I am disposed to praise him, not because he bridged the Hellespont, but because he got across it. But as for Nero, I perceive that he will neither sail his ships through the isthmus, nor even come to an end of his digging. And I believe, unless truth was wholly departed from among men, that he will retire from Hellas in a fit of panic. 8. At this time a swift runner arrived at Gadara, and ordered them to offer sacrifices for the good tidings, and to sing hymns in honor of Nero, who had thrice won the prize at Olympia. In the city of Gadara, indeed, they understood the meaning of the victory, and that there had been some famous contests in Arcadia. For, as I said before, the people of Gadara affect Hellenic civilization. But the cities in the neighborhood of Gadara neither knew what the Olympic festival was, nor what a contest nor an arena meant. Nor did they understand what they were sacrificing for, but they indulged in the most ridiculous suppositions, and imagined that it was a victory in war that Nero had won, and that he had taken captive some men called Olympians, for they had never been spectators either of a tragedy or of a harp-playing performance. 9. Damis indeed speaks of the singular effect which a tragic actor produced upon the minds of the inhabitants of Ipola, which is a city of Baetica, and I think the story is worthy of being reproduced by me. The cities were multiplying their sacrifices in honor of the emperor's victories, for those at the Pythian festival were already announced, when an actor of tragedy, who was one of those that had not ventured to contend for the prize against Nero, was on a strolling tour round the cities of the West, and by his histrionic talent he had won no small fame among the less barbarous of the populations, for two reasons. Firstly, because he found himself among people who had never before heard a tragedy, and secondly, because he pretended exactly to reproduce the melodies of Nero. But when he appeared at Ipola, they showed some fear of him, before he ever opened his lips upon the stage, and they shrank in dismay at his appearance when they saw him striding across the stage with his mouth all agape, mounted on buskins extra high, and clad in the most wonderful garments. But when he lifted up his voice and bellowed out loud, most of them took to their heels, as if they had a demon yelling at them. Such and so old-fashioned are the manners of the barbarians of that country. 10. The governor of Baetica was very anxious to have a conversation with Apollonius, and though the latter said that his conversation must seem tedious to any but philosophers, the other insisted in his demand. And as he was said to be a worthy person and to detest the mimes of Nero, Apollonius wrote to him a letter asking him to come to Gadara, and he, divesting himself of all the pomp of authority, came with a few of his most intimate friends. They greeted one another, and no one knows what they said to one another in an interview from which they excluded the rest of the company. But Damis hazards the opinion that they formed a plot together against Nero. For, after 3 days spent in private conversations, the governor went away, after embracing Apollonius, while the latter said, "Farewell, and do not forget Vindex." Now, what was the meaning of this? When Nero was singing in Achaia, Vindex is said to have stirred up against him the nations of the West, and he was a man quite capable of cutting out the strings which Nero so ignorantly twanged. For he addressed a speech inspired by the loftiest sentiments which a man can feel against a tyrant to the troops which he commanded, and he declared in it that Nero was anything rather than a harpist, and a harpist rather than a sovereign. And he taxed him with madness and avarice and cruelty and wantonness of every kind, though he omitted to tax him with the cruelest of his crimes, for he said that he had quite rightly put to death his mother because she had borne such a monster. Apollonius, forecasting how all this must end, had accordingly brought into line with Vindex the governor of a neighboring province, and so all but took up arms himself in behalf of Rome. 11. But as matters in the West were in such an inflamed condition, Apollonius and his friends returned thence towards Libya and the Tyrrhenian land, and, partly on foot and partly by sea, they made their way to Sicily, where they stopped at Lilybaeum. Then they coasted along to Messina and to the Straits, where the junction of the Tyrrhenian Sea with the Adriatic gives rise to the dangers of Charybdis. Here they say they heard that Nero had taken to flight, though Vindex was dead, and that various claimants were snatching at the throne, some from Rome itself and others from various countries. Now, when his companions asked him what would be the issue of these events, and who would get possession in the end of the throne, he answered, "Many Thebans will have it." For he compared the pretenders, namely Vitellius and Galba and Otho, in view of the short lease of power which they enjoyed, to Thebans, for it was only during a very short time that they held dominion over the Hellenic world. 12. That he was enabled to make such forecasts by some divine impulse, and that it is no sound inference to infer, as some people do, that our hero was a wizard, is clear from what I have already said. But let us consider these facts. Wizards, whom for my part I reckon to be the most unfortunate of mankind, claim to alter the course of destiny by having recourse either to the torture of lost spirits, or to barbaric sacrifices, or to certain incantations or anointings, and many of them, when accused of such practices, have admitted that they were adepts in such practices. But Apollonius submitted himself to the decrees of the fates, and only foretold that things must come to pass, and his foreknowledge was gained not by wizardry, but from what the gods revealed to him. And when among the Indians he beheld their tripods and their dumb waiters and other automata, which I described as entering the room of their own accord, he did not ask how they were contrived, nor did he ask to be informed. He only praised them, but did not aspire to imitate them. End of Volume 1, Book 5, Chapters 1 to 12.
Volume 1, Book 5, Chapters 13 to 24 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare, Volume 1, Book 5, Chapters 13 to 24. Chapter 13. Now when they reached Syracuse, a woman of a leading family was brought to bed of such a monster as never any woman has delivered of before. For her child had 3 heads, and each head had a neck of its own, but below them there was a single body. Of the vulgar and stupid interpretations of this prodigy, one was that it signified the impending ruin of Sicily, for it has 3 headlands, unless the inhabitants composed their feuds and could live together in peace. For, as a matter of fact, several of the cities were at variance both with themselves and with one another, and such a thing as orderly life was unknown in the island. Another explanation was that Typho, a many-headed monster, was threatening Sicily with his violence. But Apollonius said, "Go, O Damis, and look if the child is really made up as they say." For the thing was exposed to public view for the miracle mongers to exercise their ingenuity upon it. When Damis reported that it was a 3-headed creature and of the male sex, Apollonius got together his companions and said, "It signifies 3 emperors of Rome, whom yesterday I called Thebans, and not one of them shall enjoy complete dominion, but 2 of them shall perish after holding sway in Rome itself, and the 3rd after doing so in the countries bordering upon Rome. And they shall shuffle off their masks more quickly than if they were tragic actors playing the part of tyrant." And the truth of his statement was almost immediately revealed, for Galba died in Rome itself, just after he grasped the crown, and Vitellius died after only dreaming of the crown, and Otho died in western Galatia, and was not even accorded a public funeral, but lies buried like any private person, and the whole episode was past and over within a single year. Chapter 14. Next they came to Catana, where is Mount Etna, and they say that they heard from the inhabitants of the city a story about Typho being bound on the spot, and about fire rising from him, and this fire sends up the smoke of Etna. But they themselves came to more plausible conclusions, and more in keeping with philosophy, and they say that Apollonius began the discussion by asking his companions, "Is there such a thing as mythology?" "Yes, by Zeus," said Menipus, "and I mean by it that which furnishes poets with their themes. What then do you think of Aesop?" "He is a mythologist and writer of fables, and no more." "And which set of myths show any talent?" "Those of the poets," he answered, "because they are represented in the poems as having taken place." "And what then do you think of the stories of Aesop?" "Frogs," he answered, "and donkeys, and nonsense only fit to be swallowed by old women and children." "And yet for my part," said Apollonius, "I find them more conducive to wisdom than the others. For those others of which all poetry is so fond, and which deal with heroes, positively destroy the souls of their hearers, because the poet relates stories of outlandish passion and of incestuous marriages, and repeats calumnies against the gods, of how they ate their own children, and committed crimes of meanness, and quarreled with one another. And the affectation and the pretense of reality leads passionate and jealous people, and miser-like and ambitious persons, to imitate the stories. Aesop, on the other hand, had in the first place the wisdom never to identify himself with those who put such stories into verse, but took a line of his own. And in the second, like those who can dine well off the plainest dishes, he made use of humble incidents to teach great truths. And after telling a story he adds to it the advice to do a thing or not to do it. Then, too, he was really more attached to truth than the poets are, for the latter do violence to their own stories in order to make them probable, but he, by announcing a story which every one knows not to be true, told the truth by the very fact that he did not claim to be relating real events. And the poet, after telling his story, leaves a healthy-minded reader cudgeling his brains to know whether it really happened, whereas one who, like Aesop, tells a story which is false and does not pretend to be anything else, merely investing it with a good moral, shows that he has made use of the falsehood merely for its utility to his audience. And there is another charm about him, namely, that he puts animals in a pleasing light and makes them interesting to mankind. For after being brought up from childhood with these stories, and after being as it were nursed by them from babyhood, we acquire certain opinions of the several animals, and think of some of them as royal animals, or others as silly, or others as witty, or others as innocent. And whereas the poet, after telling us that there are many forms of heavenly visitation, or something of the kind, dismisses his chorus and departs, Aesop adds an oracle to his story, and dismisses his hearers just as they reach the conclusion he wished to lead them to. Chapter 15. And as for myself, O Menipus, my mother taught me a story about the wisdom of Aesop when I was a mere child, and told me that he was once a shepherd and was tending his flocks hard by a temple of Hermes, and that he was a passionate lover of wisdom, and prayed to Hermes that he might receive it. Many other people, she said, also resorted to the temple of Hermes, asking for the same gift, and one of them would hang on the altar gold, another silver, another a herald's wand of ivory, and others other rich presents of the kind. Now Aesop, she said, was not in a position to own any of these things, but he saved up what he had, and poured a libation of as much milk as a sheep would give at one milking in honor of Hermes, and brought a honeycomb and laid it on the altar, big enough to fill the hand, and he thought of regaling the god with myrtle berries, or perhaps by laying just a few roses or violets at the altar. For, said he, would you, O Hermes, have me weave crowns for you and neglect my sheep? Now when on the appointed day they arrived for the distribution of the gifts of wisdom, Hermes, as the god of wisdom and eloquence, and also of rewards, said to him who, as you may well suppose, had made the biggest offering, "Here is philosophy for you." And to him who had made the next handsomest present, he said, "Do you take your place among the orators." And to others he said, "You shall have the gift of astronomy, or you shall be a musician, or you shall be an epic poet and write in heroic meter, or you shall be a writer of iambics." Now although he was a most wise and accomplished god, he exhausted, not meaning to do so, all the various departments of wisdom, and then found that he had quite forgotten Aesop. Thereupon he remembered the Hours, by whom he himself had been nurtured on the peaks of Olympus, and bethought him of how once when he was still in swaddling clothes they had told him a story about the cow, which had a conversation with the man about herself and about the earth, and so set him aflame about the cows of Apollo. Accordingly he forthwith bestowed upon Aesop the art of fable, called mythology, for that was all that was left in the house of wisdom, and said, "Do you keep what was the first thing I learnt myself." Aesop then acquired the various forms of his art from that source, and the issue was such as we see in the matter of mythology. Chapter 16. "Perhaps I have done a foolish thing," went on Apollonius, "for it was my intention to recall you to more scientific and truer explanations than the poetical myths given by the vulgar of Etna, and I have let myself be drawn into a eulogy of myths. However, the digression has not been without a charm of its own, for the myth which we repudiate is not one of Aesop's stories, but belongs to the class of dramatic stories which fill the mouths of our poets. For they say that a certain Typho, or Enceladus, lies bound under the mountain, and in his death agony breathes out this fire that we see. Now I admit that giants have existed, and that gigantic bodies are revealed all over earth when tombs are broken open. Nevertheless, I deny that they ever come into conflict with the gods. At the most they violated their temples and statues, and to suppose that they scaled the heaven and chased away the gods therefrom, this it is madness to relate and madness to believe. Nor can I any more respect that other story, though it is more reverent in its tone, to the effect that Hephaestus attends to his forge in Etna, and that there is there an anvil on which he smites with his hammer. For there are many other mountains all over the earth that are on fire, and yet we should never be so rash as to assign to them giants and gods like Hephaestus. Chapter 17. What then is the explanation of such mountains? It is this. The earth, by affording a mixture of asphalt and pitch, begins to smoke of its own nature, but it does not yet belch out fire. If, however, it be cavernous and hollow, and there be a spirit or force circulating underneath it, it at once sends up into the air as it were a torch. This flame gathers force and gets hold of all around, and then like water it streams off the mountains and flows out into the plains, and the mass of fire reaches the sea, forming mouths, out of which it issues like the mouths of rivers. And as for the place of the pious ones, around whom the fire flowed, we will allow that such exists even here. But at the same time let us not forget that the whole earth affords secure ground for the doers of holiness, and that the sea is safely traversed not only by people in ships, but even by people attempting to swim. For in this way he continually ended up his discourses with useful and pious exhortation. Chapter 18. He stayed in Sicily and taught philosophy there as long as he had sufficient interest in doing so, and then repaired to Greece about the rising of Arcturus. After a pleasant sail he arrived at Lucus, where he said, "Let us get out of this ship, for it is better not to continue in it our voyage to Achaia." No one took any notice of the utterance, except those who knew the sage well. But he himself, together with those who desired to make the voyage with him, embarked on a Leucadian ship, and reached the port of Lechaeum. Meanwhile the Syracusan ship sank as it entered the Chrysaean Gulf. Chapter 19. At Athens he was initiated, and by the same Hierophant of whom he had delivered a prophecy to his predecessor. Here he met Demetrius the philosopher, for after the episode of Nero's bath and of his speech about it, Demetrius continued to live at Athens with such noble courage that he did not quit Greece even during the period when Nero was outraging Greece over the games. Demetrius said that he had fallen in with Musonius at the Isthmus, where he was fettered and under orders to dig. He consoled him as best he could, with better hopes for the future. But Musonius took his spade and stoutly dug it into the earth, and then looking up said, "You are distressed, Demetrius, to see me digging through the Isthmus for Greece. But if you saw me playing the harp like Nero, what would you feel then? But I must pass over the fortunes of Musonius, though they were many and remarkable, else I shall seem impertinent, like one who has carelessly repeated them." Chapter 20. Apollonius spent the winter in various Hellenic temples, and towards spring he embarked on the road for Egypt, after administering many rebukes indeed, yet giving much good counsel to the cities, many of which won his approval, for he never refused praise when anything was done in a right and sensible way. When he descended to the Piraeus, he found a ship riding there with its sail set, just about to start for Ionia. But the owner would not allow him to embark, for he wished to go on a private cruise. Apollonius asked him what his freight consisted of. "Of gods," he replied, "whose images I am exporting to Ionia, some made of gold and stone, and others of ivory and gold." "And are you going to dedicate them, or what?" "I am going to sell them," he replied, "to those who desire to dedicate them." "Then you are afraid, my most excellent man, lest we should steal your images on board the ship?" "I am not afraid of that," he answered, "but I do not think it proper that they should have to share the voyage with so many people, and be defiled by such bad company as you get on board ship." "And may I remind you, most worthy man," answered Apollonius, "for you appear to me to be an Athenian, that on ships which your countrymen employed against the barbarians, although they were full of a disorderly naval crowd, the gods embarked along with them, yet had no suspicion of being polluted thereby. You, however, in your gross ignorance, drive men who are lovers of wisdom out of your ship, in whose company, as in that of none others, the gods delight. And this, although you are trafficking in the gods. But the image makers of old behaved not in this way, nor did they go round the cities selling their gods. All they did was to export their own hands and their tools for working stone and ivory, and they provided the raw materials and plied their handicraft in the temples themselves. But you are leading the gods into harbors and market places, just as if they were wares of the Hyrcanians or the Scythians. Far be it from me to name these. And do you think you are doing no impiety? It is true there are babbling buffoons who hang upon their persons images of Demeter and Dionysus, and pretend that they are nurtured by the gods they carry. But as for feeding on the gods themselves, as you do, without ever being surfeited on this diet, that is a horrible commerce, and one, I should say, savoring of unmanliness, even if you have no misgivings of your own about the consequences. Having administered this rebuke, he took his passage on another ship. Chapter 21. And when he had sailed as far as Chios, without even setting foot on the shore, he leapt across into another ship hard by, which was advertised to go to Rhodes, and without a word his companions jumped after him, for it was an essential part of their philosophic discipline to imitate his every word and action. With a favorable wind he made the passage, and held the following conversation in Rhodes. As he approached the image of the Colossus, Damis asked him if he thought anything could be greater than that, and he replied, "Yes, a man who loves wisdom and a sound and innocent spirit." At that time Canus was living in Rhodes, who was esteemed to be the best of all flute players of his age. He therefore called him and said, "What is the business of a flute player?" "To do," replied the other, "everything which his audience wants him to." "Well, but many," replied Apollonius, "many in the audience want to be rich rather than to hear a flute played. I gather, then, that when you find them desiring this, namely to be rich, you turn them into rich men." "Not at all," replied the other, "although I would like to do so." "Well, then, perhaps you make the young people in your audience good looking, for all who are still enjoying youth wish to be handsome." "Nor that either," replied the other, "although I can play many an air of Aphrodite on my instrument." "What then is it," said Apollonius, "which you think your audience want?" "Why, what else," replied Canus, "except that the mourner may have his sorrow lulled to sleep by the flute, and that they that rejoice may have their cheerfulness enhanced, and the lover may wax warmer in his passion, and the lover of sacrifice may become more inspired and full of sacred song?" "This, then," he said, "O Canus, would you allow to be the effect of the flute itself, because it is constructed of gold or brass, and of the shin of a stag, or perhaps the shin of a donkey, or is it something else which has these effects?" "It is something else," he replied, "O Apollonius, for the music and the airs and the blending of strains and the easy variations of the flute and the characters of the harmonies, it is all this that composes the souls of listeners and brings them to such a state of contentment as they want." "I understand," he replied, "O Canus, what it is that your art performs, for you cultivate and exhibit to those who come to hear you the changefulness of your music and the variety of its modes. But as for myself, I think that your flute wants other resources in addition to those you have mentioned, namely plenty of breath, and a right use of the lips, and manual skill on the part of the player; and facility of breath consists in its being clear and distinct, unmarred by any husky click in the throat, for that would rob the sound of its musical character; and facility with the lips consists in their taking in the reed of the flute and playing without blowing out the cheeks. And manual skill I consider very important, for the wrist must not weary from being bent, nor must the fingers be slow in fluttering over the notes, and manual skill is especially shown in the swift transition from mode to mode. If then you have all these facilities, you may play with confidence, O Canus, for the muse Euterpe will be with you." Chapter 22. It happened also that a young man was building a house in Rhodes who was a nouveau riche without any education, and he collected in his house rare pictures and gems from different countries. Apollonius then asked him how much money he had spent upon teachers and on education. "Not a farthing," he replied. "And how much upon your house?" "12 talents," he replied, "and I mean to spend as much again upon it." "And what," said the other, "is the good of your house to you?" "Why, as a residence, it is splendidly suited to my bodily needs, for there are colonnades in it and groves, and I shall seldom need to walk out into the market-place, but people will come in and talk to me with all the more pleasure, just as they were visiting a temple." "And," said Apollonius, "are men to be valued more for themselves or for their belongings?" "For their wealth," said the other, "for wealth has the most influence." "And," said Apollonius, "my good youth, which is the best able to keep his money, an educated person or an uneducated?" And as the other made no answer, he added, "My good boy, it seems to me that it is not you that owns the house, but the house that owns you. As for myself, I would far rather enter a temple, no matter how small, and behold in it a statue of ivory and gold, than behold one of pottery and bad workmanship in a vastly larger one." Chapter 23. And meeting a young man who was young and fat, and who prided himself upon eating more than anybody else, and on drinking more wine than others, he remarked, "Then you, it seems, are the glutton." "Yes, and I sacrifice to the gods out of gratitude for the same." "And what pleasure," said Apollonius, "do you get by gorging yourself in this way?" "Why, everyone admires me and stares at me, for you have probably heard of Hercules, how people took as much pains to celebrate what he ate as what labors he performed." "Yes, for he was Hercules," said Apollonius. "But as for you, you scum, what good points are there about you? There's nothing left for you but to burst, if you want to be stared at." Chapter 24. Such were his experiences in Rhodes, and others ensued in Alexandria so soon as his voyage ended there. Even before he arrived, Alexandria was in love with him, and its inhabitants longed to see Apollonius as one friend longs for another. And as the people of Upper Egypt are intensely religious, they too prayed him to visit their several societies. For owing to the fact that so many come hither and mix with us from Egypt, while an equal number pass hence to visit Egypt, Apollonius was already celebrated among them, and the ears of the Egyptians were literally pricked up to hear him. It is no exaggeration to say that as he advanced from the ship into the city, they gazed upon him as if he was a god, and made way for him in the alleys, as they would for priests carrying the sacraments. As he was being thus escorted with more pomp than if he had been a governor of the country, he met 12 men who were being led to execution on the charge of being bandits. He looked at them and said, "They are not all guilty, for this one," and he gave his name, "has been falsely accused, or he would not be going with you." And to the executioners, by whom they were being led, he said, "I order you to relax your pace and bring them to the ditch a little more leisurely, and to put this one to death last of all, for he is guiltless of the charge. But you would anyhow act with more piety if you spared them for a brief portion of the day, since it were better not to slay them at all." And withal he dwelt upon this theme at what was for him unusual length, and the reason for his doing so was immediately shown. For when 8 of them had had their heads cut off, a man on horseback rode up to the ditch and shouted, "Spare Pierian, for," he added, "he is no robber, but he gave false witness against himself from fear of being racked, and others of them in their examination under torture have acknowledged that he is guiltless." I need not describe the exultation of Egypt, nor how the people who were anyhow ready to admire him applauded him for this action. End of chapters 13 to 24. of Volume 1, Book 5, The Life of Apollonius of Tyana, read by Mary Schneider. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapters 25 to 34 of The Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapters 25 to 34. Chapter 25. And when he had gone into the temple, he was struck by the orderliness of its arrangements, and thought the reason given for everything thoroughly religious and wisely framed. But as for the blood of bulls and the sacrifices of geese and other animals, he disapproved of them, nor would he consider that they constituted repasts of the gods. And when a priest asked him what induced him not to sacrifice like the rest, "Nay, you," he replied, "should rather answer me what induces you to sacrifice in this way." The priest replied, "And who is so clever that he can make corrections in the affairs of the Egyptians?" "Any one," he answered, "with a little wisdom, if only he comes from India." "And," he added, "I will roast a bull to ashes this very day, and you shall hold communion with us in the smoke it makes, for you cannot complain if you only get the same portion which is thought enough of a repast for the gods." And as his image was being melted in the fire, he said, "Look at the sacrifice." "What sacrifice?" said the Egyptian, "for I do not see anything there." And Apollonius said, "The Lamidae, and the Taliadae, and the Clytiadae, and the oracle of the black-footed ones, have talked a lot of nonsense, most excellent priest, when they went on at such length about fire, and pretended to gather so many oracles from it. For as to the fire from pine wood and from cedar, do you think it is really fraught with prophecy and capable of revealing anything, and yet not esteem a fire lit from the richest and purest gum to be much preferable? If then you had really any acquaintance with the lore of fire worship, you would see that many things are revealed in the disk of the sun at the moment of its rising." Chapter 26. With these words he rebuked and silenced the Egyptian, showing that he was ignorant of religion. But because the Alexandrians are devoted to horses, and flock into the race course to see the spectacle, and murder one another in their partisanship, he therefore administered a grave rebuke to them over these matters, and entering the temple, he said, "How long will you persist in meeting your deaths, not in behalf of your families or of your shrines, but because you are determined to pollute the sacred precincts by entering them reeking with gore, and to slaughter one another within the walls?" And Troy, it seems, was ravaged and destroyed by a single horse, which the Achaeans of that day had contrived. But your chariots and horses are yoked to your own despite, and leave you no chance of living in submission to the reins of law. You are being destroyed, therefore, not by the sons of Atreus, nor by the sons of Ajax, but by one another, a thing that the Trojans would not have done even when they were drunk. At Olympia, however, where there are prizes for wrestling and boxing and for the mixed athletic contests, no one is slain in behalf of the athletes, though it were quite excusable if one should show an excess of zeal in the rivalry of human beings like himself. But here I see you rushing at one another with drawn swords and ready to hurl stones, all over a horse race. I would like to call down fire upon such a city as this, where amidst the groans and insulting shouts of the destroyers and the destroyed, the earth runs with blood. Can you not feel reverence for the Nile, the common mixing bowl of Egypt? But why mention the Nile to men whose gauges measure a rising tide of blood rather than of water? And many other rebukes of the same kind he addressed to them, as Damas informs us. Chapter 27. Vespasian was harboring thoughts of seizing the absolute power, and was at this time in the countries bordering upon Egypt. And when he advanced as far as Egypt, people like Dion and Euphrates, of whom I shall have something to say lower down, urged that a welcome should be given to him. For the first aristocrat, by whom the Roman state was organized, was succeeded for the space of 50 years by tyrants so harsh and cruel that not even Claudius, who reigned 13 years in the interval between them, could be regarded as a good ruler; and that, although he was 50 years of age when he succeeded to the throne, an age when a man's judgment is most likely to be sane, and though he had the reputation of being fond of culture of all kinds, nevertheless he too, in spite of his advanced age, committed many youthful follies, and gave up the empire to be devoured, as sheep devour a pasture, by silly women, who murdered him because he was so indolent that, though he knew beforehand what was in store for him, he would not be on his guard even against what he foresaw. Apollonius, no less than Euphrates and Dion, rejoiced in the new turn of events. But he did not make vice of them as a theme of his public utterances, because he considered such an argument too much in the style of a rhetor. When the autocrat approached the city, the priests met him before the gates, together with the magistrates of Egypt and the representatives of the different provinces into which Egypt is divided. The philosophers also were present, and all their schools. Apollonius, however, did not put himself forward in this way, but remained conversing in the temple. The autocrat delivered himself of noble and gentle sentiments, and after making a short speech, said, "Is the man of Tyana living here?" "Yes," they replied, "and he has much improved us thereby." "Can he then be induced to give us an interview?" said the emperor, "for I am very much in want of him." "He will meet you," said Dion, "in the temple, for he admitted as much to me when I was on my way here." "Let us go on," said the king, "at once, to offer our prayers to the gods, and to meet so noble a man." This is how the story grew up, that it was during his conduct of the siege of Jerusalem that the idea of making himself emperor suggested itself to him, and that he sent for Apollonius to ask his advice on the point, but that the latter declined to enter a country which its inhabitants polluted both by what they did and by what they suffered, which was the reason why Vespasian came in person to Egypt, as well because he now had possession of the throne as in order to hold with our sage the conversations which I shall relate. Chapter 28. For after he had sacrificed, and before he gave official audiences to the cities, he addressed himself to Apollonius, and as if making prayer, he said to him, "Do you make me king?" And he answered, "I have done so already, for I have already offered a prayer for a king who should be just and noble and temperate, endowed with the wisdom of gray hairs, and the father of legitimate sons. And surely in my prayer I was asking from the gods for none other but thyself." The emperor was delighted with this answer, for the crowd too in the temple shouted their agreement with it. "What then?" said the emperor. "Did you think of the reign of Nero?" And Apollonius answered, "Nero perhaps understood how to tune a lyre, but he disgraced the empire both by letting the strings go too slack and by drawing them too tight." "Then," said the other, "you would like a ruler to observe the mean?" "Not I," said Apollonius, "but God himself, who has deigned equality as consisting in the mean. And these gentlemen here, they too are good advisers in this matter," he added, pointing to Dion and Euphrates, for the latter had not yet quarreled with him. Thereupon the king held up his hand and said, "O Zeus, may I hold sway over wise men, and wise men hold sway over me." And turning himself round towards the Egyptians, he said, "You shall draw as liberally upon me as you do upon the Nile." Chapter 29. The result, then, was that the Egyptians regained their prosperity, for they were already exhausted by the oppressions they suffered. But as he went down from the temple he grasped the hand of Apollonius, and taking him with him into the palace, said, "Perhaps some will think me young and foolish because I assume the reins of kingship. in the 60th year of my life. I will then communicate to you my reasons for doing so, in order that you may justify my actions to others, for I was never the slave of wealth that I know of, even in my youth. And in the matter of the magistracies and the honors and the gift of the Roman sovereign, I bore myself with so much soberness and moderation as to avoid being thought either overbearing or, on the other hand, craven and cowardly. Nor did I cherish any but loyal feelings towards Nero, but inasmuch as he had received the crown, if not in strict accordance with the law, at any rate from the autocrat, I submitted to him for the sake of Claudius, who made me consul and sharer of his counsels. And by Athene I never saw Nero demeaning himself without shedding tears, when I thought of Claudius and contrasted with him the wretch who had inherited the greatest of his possessions. And now when I see that even the disappearance of the scene of Nero has brought no change for the better in the fortunes of humanity, and that the throne has fallen to such dishonor as to be assigned to Vitellius, I boldly advance to take it myself. Firstly, because I wish to endear myself to men and win their esteem, and secondly, because the man I have to contend with is a mere drunkard. For Vitellius uses more ointment in his bath than I do water, and I believe that if you ran a sword into him more ointment would issue from the wound than blood, and his continuous bouts of drinking have made him mad, and one who, were he dying, would be full of apprehension lest the pieces should play him false, is yet hazarding the empire in play. And though he is the slave of mistresses, he nevertheless insults married women, and says that he likes to spice his amours with a little danger. His worst excesses I will not mention, for I would rather not allude to such matters in your presence. May I then never submit tamely while the Romans are ruled by such a man as he. Let me rather ask the gods to guide me so that I may be true to myself. And this, Apollonius, is why I, as it were, make fast my cable to yourself, for they say that you have the amplest insight into the will of the gods, and why I ask you to share with me in my anxieties and aid me in plans on which rest the safety of sea and land, to the end that, supposing the good will of heaven show itself on my side, I may fulfill my task. But if heaven opposes and favors neither myself nor the Romans, that I may not trouble the gods against their wills. Chapter 30. Apollonius clinched his words with an appeal to heaven. "O Zeus," said he, "of the Capitol, for thou art he whom I know to be the arbiter or the present of issue, do thou preserve thyself for this man, and this man for thyself. For this man who stands before thee is destined to raise afresh unto thee the temple which only yesterday the hands of malefactors set on fire." And on the emperor expressing astonishment at his words, "The facts themselves," he said, "you will reveal. So do thou ask nothing of me, but continue and complete that which thou hast so rightly purposed." Now it happened just then, as a matter of fact, that in Rome Diomitian, the son of Vespasian, was matched with Vitellius in the struggle to gain the empire for his father, and was besieged in the Capitol, with the result that although he escaped the fury of the besiegers, the temple was burnt down. And all this was revealed to Apollonius more quickly than if it had taken place in Egypt. When they had held their conversation, he left the emperor's presence, saying that it was not permitted him by the religion of the Indians to proceed at midday in any way other than the Indians do themselves. At the same time the emperor brightened up, and with fresh enthusiasm, instead of allowing matters to slip through his hands, persevered in his policy, convinced by Apollonius's words that his future was stable and assured to him by heaven. Chapter 31. Next day at dawn Apollonius came to the palace, and asked the guards what the emperor was doing, from whom learning that he had long risen and was engaged in his correspondence, he went off and remarked to Damis, "This man shall be sovereign." About sunrise he returned, to find Dion and Euphrates already at the door, in return to whose eager inquiries concerning the interview he repeated the defense of his policy which he had heard from the emperor. though at the same time he let no word escape him of his own opinions. But on being summoned to enter in advance of them, he said, "O king, Euphrates and Dion, long your acquaintances, are at your door, being highly anxious for your welfare. I pray you call them in also to join in our conversation, for they are both of them wise men." "I throw my doors open," he replied, "to wise men, but to you I purpose to open my breast as well." Chapter 32. When they had been called in, he continued, "In defense of my plans, I said, gentlemen, what I had to say yesterday to Apollonius, our esteemed friend." "We have heard that defense," said Dion, "and it was most reasonable." "Well, today," he went on, "my dear Dion, let us concert some wise conclusions in support of the counsels adopted by me, of a kind to ensure my general policy being both honorable and salutary to mankind. For I cannot forget how Tiberius was the first to degrade the government into an inhuman and cruel system; of how he was followed by Gaius, who, filled with Bacchic frenzy, dressed in Lydian fashion, won sham fights, and by his disgraceful revels violated all Roman institutions. There followed the worthy Claudius, and I remember that he was so much the thrall of women as to lose all sense of sovereignty, nay, even of self-preservation, for they say he was murdered by them. Nero I hardly need assail, for Apollonius, in brief and terse remarks, has exposed the faults of overindulgence and undue severity, by which he disgraced his reign. Nor did I dwell on the system of Galba, who was slain in the middle of the forum in the act of adopting those strumpet sons of his Otho and Piso. As for Vitellius, we had rather Nero should come to life again than betray the empire to him, the most dissolute of all. Perceiving then, my friends, that the throne has fallen into hatred and contempt, by reason of the tyrants I have enumerated, I would fain have you advise me how best I can restore it, so that it should not remain what it has become, namely, a stumbling block to mankind." Apollonius replied as follows: "There was a first-rate flute player, it is said, who used to send his pupils to much worse artists than himself, that they might learn how not to pipe. As then you, my sovereign, have learned from these your good-for-nothing predecessors how not to rule, let us then now turn our attention to the problem, how a sovereign ought to rule." Chapter 33. While Apollonius spoke, Euphrates concealed the jealousy he already felt of one whose utterances clearly interested the emperor hardly less than those of an oracular shrine interest those who repair to it for guidance. But now at last his feelings overcame him. Raising his voice above its usual pitch, he cried, "We must not flatter men's impulses, nor allow ourselves to be carried away against our better judgment by men of unbridled ambition; but we should rather, if we are enamored of wisdom, recall them to the rhythm of life. Here is a policy about the very expediency of which we should first calmly deliberate, and yet you would have us prescribe a way of executing it before you know if the measures under discussion are desirable. For myself, I quite approve of the deposition of Vitellius, whom I know to be a ruffian drunk with every sort of profligacy. Nevertheless, although I know you to be a worthy man and of preeminent nobility of character, I deny that you ought to undertake the correction of Vitellius without first establishing an ideal for yourself. I need not instruct you in the excesses chargeable to monarchy as such, for you have yourself described them. But this I would have you recognize, that whereas youth leaping into the tyrant's saddle does but obey its own instincts, for playing the tyrant comes as natural to young men as wine or women, and we cannot reproach a young man merely for making himself a tyrant, unless in pursuit of his rôle he shows himself a murderer, a ruffian, and a debauchee. On the other hand, when an old man makes himself a tyrant, the first thing we blame in him is that he ever nursed such an ambition. It is no use his showing himself an example of humanity and moderation. For of these qualities we shall give the credit not to himself, but to his age and mature training. And men will believe that he nursed the ambition long before, when he was still a stripling, only that he failed to realize it, and such failures are attributed partly to ill luck, partly to pusillanimity. I mean that he will be thought to have renounced his dream of becoming a tyrant because he distrusted his own star, or that he stood aside and made way for another who entertained the same ambition and whose superior courage he dreaded. As for the count of ill luck, I may dismiss it, but as for that of cowardice, how could you avoid it? How escape the reproach of having been afraid of Nero, the most cowardly and supine of rulers? Look at the revolt against him planned by Vindex. You surely were the man of the hour, its natural leader, and not he. For you had an army at your back, and the forces you were leading against the Jews, would they not have been more suitably employed in chastising Nero? For the Jews have long been in revolt, not only against the Romans, but against humanity, and a race that has made its own a life apart and irreconcilable, that cannot share with the rest of mankind in the pleasures of the table, nor join in their libations or prayers or sacrifices, are separated from ourselves by a greater gulf than divides us from Susa or Bactra or the most distant Indies. What sense then or reason was there in chastising them for revolting from us, whom we had better have never annexed? As for Nero, who would not have prayed with his own hand to slay a man well nigh drunk with human blood, singing as he sat amidst the hecatombs of his victims? I confess that I ever pricked up my ears when any messenger from yonder brought tidings of yourself, and told us how in one battle you had slain 30,000 Jews, and in the next 50,000. In such cases I would take the courier aside and quietly ask him, "But what of the great man? Will he not rise to higher things than this?" Since then you have discovered in Vitellius an image and ape of Nero, and are turning your arms against him. Persist in the policy you have embraced, for it too is a noble one, only let its sequel be noble too. You know how dear to Romans are popular institutions, and how nearly all their conquests were won under a free polity. Put then an end to monarchy, of which you have repeated to us so evil a record, and bestow upon Romans a popular government, and on yourself the glory of inaugurating for them a reign of liberty. Chapter 34. Throughout Euphrates' long speech, Apollonius noticed that Dion shared his sentiments, for he manifested his approval both by gestures and the applause with which he hailed his words. So he asked him if he could not add some remarks of his own to what he had just heard. "By heaven I can," answered Dion, "and I should agree in part and in part disagree with his remarks. For I think I have myself told you that he would have been much better employed deposing Nero than setting Jewry to right. But your contention appears to be that he ought never to have been deposed, on the ground that anyone who composed the disorder of his affairs merely strengthened the fellow against all the victims of his power. I approve, however, of the campaign against Vitellius, for I consider it a great achievement to prevent a tyranny from ever growing up than to put an end to it when it is established. And while I welcome the idea of a democracy, for though this form of polity is inferior to aristocracy, nevertheless moderate men will prefer it to tyrannies and oligarchies. I fear lest the servility to which these successive tyrannies have reduced the Romans will render any change difficult to effect. I doubt if they are able to comport themselves as free men, or even to lift their eyes to a democracy, any more than people who have been kept in the dark are able to look on sudden blaze of light. I conclude that Vitellius ought to be driven from power, and would fain see this effected as quickly and as well as can be. I think, however, that though you should be prepared for war, yet you yourself, instead of declaring war against him, ought rather to threaten him with condign punishment, in case he refuses to abdicate. And in case you capture him, as I believe you will easily do, then I would fain see you give the people of Rome the right to choose their own polity, and if they choose a democracy, allow it them. For this will bring you greater glory than many tyrannies and many victories at Olympia. Your name will be inscribed all over the city, and brazen statues will be erected everywhere, and you will furnish us with a theme for harangues in which neither Harmodius nor Aristogeiton will bear comparison with you. If, however, they accept monarchy, to whom can they all possibly decree the throne except yourself? For what you already possess and are about to resign into the hands of the public, they will surely rather confer on yourself than on another. This is the end of chapters 25 through 34 of Volume 1, Book 5 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana, read by Mary Schneider.
Volume 1, Book 5, Chapters 35 through 43 of The Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 1, Book 5. Chapter 35. There followed a spell of silence, during which the emperor's countenance betrayed contending emotions. For though he was an absolute ruler both in title and in fact, it looked as if they were trying to divert him from his resolution to remain such, and accordingly Apollonius remarked, "It seems to me you are mistaken in trying to cancel a monarchical policy when it is already a foregone conclusion, and that you indulge a garrulity as childish as it is in such a crisis idle. Were it I that had stepped into such a position of influence as he has, and were I, when taking counsel about what good I could do to the world, treated to such advice as you now give, your arguments would carry some force, for philosophic aphorisms might amend the philosophically minded of your listeners. But as it is a consul and a man accustomed to rule, whom you pretend to advise, one moreover, over whom ruin impends, if he fall from power, need we carp, if instead of rejecting the gifts of fortune, he welcomes them when they come, and only deliberates how to make a discreet use of what is his own? Let us take a similar case. Suppose we saw an athlete, well endowed with courage and stature, and by his well-knit frame marked out as a winner in the Olympic contest. Suppose we approached him when he was already on his way thither through Arcadia, and while encouraging him to face his rivals, yet insisted that, in the event of his winning the prize, he must not allow himself to be proclaimed the victor, nor consent to wear the wreath of wild olive. Should we not be set down as imbeciles mocking at one another's labors? Similarly, when we regard the eminent man before us, and think of the enormous army at his disposal, of the glint of their brazen arms, of his clouds of cavalry, of his own personal qualities, of his generosity, self-restraint, of his fitness to attain his objects, ought we not to send him forward on the path that leads to his goal, with favoring encouragement and with more auspicious pledges for his future than these you have recorded? For there is another thing that you have forgotten, that he is the father of 2 sons, who are already in command of armies, and whose deepest enmity he will incur if he does not bequeath the empire to them. Is he not confronted by the alternative of embroiling himself in hostilities with his own family? If, however, he accepts the throne, he will have the devoted service of his own children. They will lean on him and he on them, using them as his bodyguard, and by his use, as a bodyguard not hired by money, nor levied by force, nor feigning loyalty with their faces only, but attached to him by bonds of natural instinct and true affection. For myself, I care little about constitutions, seeing that my life is governed by the gods, but I do not like to see the human flock perish for want of a shepherd at once just and moderate. For just a single man preeminent in virtue transforms a democracy into the guise of a government of a single man who is the best. So the government of one man, if it provides all around for the welfare of the community, is popular government. You did not, we are told, help to depose Nero. And did you, Euphrates, or you, Dion? Did I myself? However, no one finds fault with us for that, nor regards us as cowardly because, after philosophers have destroyed 1,000 tyrannies, we have missed the glory of striking a blow for liberty. Not but that, as regards myself, I did take the field against Nero, and in response to several malignant accusations, assailed his cutthroat Tigellinus to his face. And the aid I rendered to Vindex in the western half of the empire was, I hardly need say, in the nature of a redoubt raised against Nero. But I should not on that account claim for myself the honor of having pulled down that tyrant, any more than I should regard yourselves as falling short of the philosopher's ideal of courage and constancy, because you did nothing of the sort. For a man, then, of philosophic habit, it is enough that he should say what he really thinks. But he will, I imagine, take care not to talk like a fool or a madman. For a council, on the other hand, who designs to depose a tyrant, the first requisite is plenty of deliberation, with a view to conceal his plans till they are ripe for action. And the second is a suitable pretense, to save him from the reproach of breaking his oath. For before he dreams of resorting to arms against the man who appointed him general, and whose welfare he swore to safeguard in the council chamber and on the field, he must surely, in self-defense, furnish heaven with proof that he perjures himself in the cause of religion. He will also need many friends, if he is not to approach the enterprise unfenced and unfortified, and also all the money he can get, so as to be able to win over the men in power, the more so as he attacks a man who commands the resources of the entire earth. All this demands no end of care, no end of time, and you may take all this as you like, for we are not called upon to sit in judgment on ambitions which he may possibly have entertained, but in which fortune refused to second him, even when he came to fight for them. What answer, however, will you make to the following proposition? Here is one who yesterday assumed the throne, who accepted the crown offered by the cities here in the temples around us, whose rescripts are as brilliant as they are ungrudging. Do you bid him issue a proclamation today to the effect that for the future he retires into private life, and only assumed the reins of government in an access of madness? As, if he carries through the policy on which he is resolved, he will confirm the loyalty of the guards relying on whom he first entertained it, so, if he falters and departs from it, he will find an enemy in everyone whom from that moment he must mistrust. Chapter 36. The emperor listened gladly to the above, and remarked, "If you were the tenant of my breast, you could not more accurately report my inmost thoughts. 'Tis yourself, then, I will follow, for every word which falls from your lips I regard as inspired. Therefore instruct me, I pray, in all the duties of a good king." Apollonius answered, "You ask of me a lore which cannot be imparted by any teacher, for kingship is at once the greatest of human attainments, and not to be taught. However, I will mention you all the things which, if you do them, you will, in my opinion, do wisely. Look not on that which is laid by as wealth, for how is it better than so much sand drifted no matter from whence, nor on what flows into your coffers from populations racked by the tax-gatherer, for gold lacks lustre and is mere dross if it be wrung from men's tears. If you make better use of your wealth than your sovereign did, if you employ it in succouring the poor, at the same time that you render your wealth secure for the rich, tremble before the very absoluteness of your prerogative, for so you will exercise it with the greater moderation. Mow not down the loftier stocks which overtop the rest, for this maxim of Aristotle's is unjust. but try rather to pluck dissatisfaction out of men's hearts, as you would tares out of the cornfields, and inspire awe of yourself in revolutionists less by actual punishment than by showing them that they will not go unpunished. Let the law govern you as well as them, O king, for you will be all the wiser as a legislator for so holding the laws in respect. Reverence the gods more than ever before, for you have received great blessings at their hands, and have still great ones to pray for. In what appertains to your prerogative, act as a sovereign; in what to your own person, as a private citizen. About dice and drink and dissipation, and the necessity of abhorring these vices, why need I tender you any advice, who, they say, never approved of them even in youth? You have, my sovereign, 2 sons, both, they say, of generous disposition. Let them before all obey your authority, for your faults will be charged to your account. Let your disciplining of them even proceed to the length of threatening not to bequeath them your throne, unless they remain good men and honest. Otherwise, they will be prone to regard it not as a reward of excellence so much as a mere heritage. As for the pleasures which have made of Rome their home and residence, and they are many, I would advise you, my sovereign, to use much discretion in suppressing them. For it is not easy to convert an entire people on a sudden to a wisdom and temperance. But you must feel your way, and instill order and rhythm in their characters, step by step, partly by open, partly by secret correction. Let us put an end to pride and luxury on the part of the freedmen and slaves, whom your high position assigns to you, by accustoming them to think all the more humbly of themselves, because their master is so powerful. There remains only one topic to address you on. It concerns the governors sent out to rule the provinces. Of those you will yourself select, I need say nothing, for I am sure you will assign commands by merit. I only refer to those who will acquire them by lot. In their case, too, I maintain, those only should be sent out to the various provinces so obtained who are in sympathy, so far as the symptom of appointing by lot allows of it, with the populations they will rule. I mean that over Hellenes should be set men who can speak Greek, and Romans over those who can speak that language or dialects allied to it. I will tell you what made me think of this. During the period in which I lived in the Peloponnese Hellas, was governed by a man who knew as little of the Hellenists and their affairs as they understood of his. What was the result? He was in his mistakes as much sinned against as sinner, for his assessors, and those who shared with him judicial authority, trafficked in justice, and abused his authority, as if he had been not their governor, but their slave. This, my sovereign, is all that occurs to me today. But if anything else should come into my mind, we can hold another interview. So now, apply yourself to the duties of your throne, lest your subjects accuse you of indolence. Chapter 37. Euphrates declared his assent to all these conclusions. For, said he, what can I gain by continuing to oppose such teaching? But, O my sovereign, I have only one thing left to say, and that is that while you approve and countenance that philosophy which accords with nature, you should have nothing to do with that which affects a secret intercourse with the gods. For we are easily puffed up by the many absurdities this lying philosophy falsely ascribes to Providence. The above remark was aimed at Apollonius, who, however, without paying any attention to it, departed with his companions as soon as he had ended his discourse. And Euphrates would have taken further liberties with his character, only the emperor noticed it, and put him aside by saying, "Call in those who have business with the government, and let my council resume its usual form." Thus, Euphrates failed to see that he only prejudiced himself, and gained with the emperor the reputation of being a jealous and insolent fellow, who aired these sentiments in favor of democracy, not because he really entertained them, but only by way of contradicting the opinions of Apollonius held in regard to the empire. Notwithstanding, the emperor did not cast him off, or show any resentment at his opinions. As for Dion, he did not cease to be fond of him, though he regarded his seconding the opinions of Euphrates. For Dion was a delightful conversationalist, and always declined to quarrel. He, moreover, imparted to his discourses that sort of charm which exhales from the perfumes at a sacrifice, and he had also, better than any living man, the talent to extempore oratory. Apollonius the emperor not merely loved for his own sake, but was ever ready to listen to his accounts of antiquity, to his descriptions of the Indian Phraortes, and to his graphic stories of the rivers of India and of the animals that inhabit it; above all, to the forecasts and revelations imparted to him by the gods concerning the future of the empire. On quitting Egypt, after settling and rejuvenating the country, he invited Apollonius to share his voyage, but after the latter declined, on the ground that he had not yet seen the whole extent of Egypt, and had not yet visited or conversed with the naked sages of that land, whose wisdom he was very anxious to compare with that of India. Nor, he added, have I drunk of the sources of the Nile. The emperor understood that he was about to set out for Ethiopia, and said, "Will you not bear me in mind?" "I will indeed," replied the sage, "if you continue to be a good sovereign and mindful of yourself." Chapter 38. Thereafter the emperor offered his sacrifices in the temple, and publicly promised him presents. But Apollonius, as if he had a favor to ask, said, "And what presents, O king, will you give me?" He replied, 10 now, and when you have come to Rome, everything I have. And Apollonius answered, "Then I must husband your riches, as if they were my own, and not squander in the present what is hereafter to be reserved to me in its entirety. But I pray you, O king, to attend rather to these gentlemen here, for they look as if they wanted something." And suiting his words, he pointed to Euphrates and his friends. The emperor accordingly pressed them to ask boldly what they desired, whereupon Dion with a blush said, "Reconcile me, O king, with Apollonius my teacher, for that I lately ventured to oppose him in argument, for never till now have I ventured to contradict him." The emperor, approving, said, "As long ago as yesterday I asked for this favor, and it is already granted. But do you ask for some gift." "Lasthenes," replied Dion, "of Apamia, a Bithynian city, who was my companion in philosophy, fell in love with a uniform, and took to a soldier's life. Now, he says, he longs afresh to wear the sage's cloak, so would you let him off for the service, for that is the extent of his own request, and you will confer on me the privilege of turning him into a saint, and on him the liberty of living as he wishes to." "Let him be released," said the emperor, "but I confer on him the rights of a veteran, since he is equally fond of wisdom and of yourself." Next, the emperor turned to Euphrates, who had drawn up a letter embodying his requests, and held it out in expectation that his sovereign would peruse it in private. But the latter was determined to expose him to criticism, so he read it out loud before everyone. It was found to contain various petitions, some for himself, some for others, and of the presents asked, some consisted of cash down, and others of credit notes. Whereupon Apollonius with a laugh remarked, "Then your intention of asking a monarch for all this did not prevent you from giving him that good advice in favor of democracy?" Chapter 39. Such, I find, was the occasion of the quarrel between Apollonius and Euphrates. And after the emperor had departed, they openly attacked one another, Euphrates in his anger resorting to coarse insults, which his antagonist met in a philosophical spirit, only refuting him. His accusations, I may remark, of Euphrates to the effect that his conduct violated the decencies of the philosophical life, can be learned from the epistles Apollonius addressed to him, for they are not a few. For myself, I herewith dismiss this gentleman, for it is no part of my scheme to say ill of him, but only to furnish with a life of Apollonius those who are as yet ignorant. As to the tale of the stick, which he is said to have brandished against Apollonius when he was discoursing, though without applying it, most people attribute his having so refrained from the commanding dignity of the man he was about to strike. But I prefer to set it down to the good sense of the would-be striker, and to think that it was that which enabled him to overcome an angry impulse which had all but overmastered him. Chapter 40. Dion's philosophy struck Apollonius as being too rhetorical, and overmuch adapted to please and flatter, and that is why he addressed to him by way of correction the words, "You should use a pipe and a lyre if you want to tickle men's senses, and not speech." And in many passages of his letters to Dion, he censures his use of words to captivate the crowd. Chapter 41. I must also explain how it came about that he never approached the emperor again, nor visited him after their encounter in Egypt, although the latter invited him and wrote often to him in that sense. The fact is, Nero restored the liberties of Hellas with a wisdom and moderation quite alien to his character, and the cities regained their Doric and Attic characteristics, and a general rejuvenescence accompanied the institution among them of a peace and harmony such as not even ancient Hellas ever enjoyed. Vespasian, however, on his arrival in the country, took away her liberty, alleging their factiousness, and other pretexts hardly justifying such extreme severity. This policy seemed not only to those who suffered by it, but to Apollonius as well, of a harshness quite out of keeping with a royal temper and character, and accordingly he addressed the following letters to the emperor. Apollonius to the Emperor Vespasian. Greeting. You have, they say, enslaved Hellas, and you imagine you have excelled Xerxes. You are mistaken. You have only fallen below Nero, for the latter held our liberties in his hand and respected them. Farewell. To the same. You have taken such a dislike to the Hellenists that you have enslaved them, although they were free. What then do you want with my company? Farewell. To the same. Nero freed the Hellenists in play, but you have enslaved them in all seriousness. Farewell. Such were the grounds of Apollonius taking a dislike to Vespasian. However, when he heard of the excellence of his subsequent acts of government, he made no attempt to conceal his satisfaction, but looked at it in the light of a benefaction conferred on himself. Chapter 42. The following incident also of Apollonius's stay in Egypt was thought remarkable. There was a man led a tame lion about by a string, as if it had been a dog, and the animal not only fawned upon him, but on anyone who approached it. It went collecting alms all round the towns, and was admitted even in the temples, being a pure animal, for it never licked up the blood of the victims, nor pounced upon them when they were being flayed and cut up, but lived upon honey cakes and bread, and dried fruits and cooked meats. And you also came on it drinking wine without changing its character. One day it came up to Apollonius when he was sitting in the temples, and whined and fawned at his knees, and begged of him more earnestly than it had ever done of anybody. The bystanders imagined it wanted some solid reward, but Apollonius exclaimed, This lion is begging me to make you understand that a human soul is within him, the soul, namely, of Amasis, the king of Egypt in the province of Sais. And when the lion heard that, he gave a piteous and plaintive roar, and crouching down, began to lament, shedding tears. Thereupon Apollonius stroked him, and said, I think the lion ought to be sent to Leontopolis, and dedicated to the temple there. For I consider it wrong that a king who has been changed into the most kingly of beasts should go about begging like any human mendicant. In consequence, the priests met and offered sacrifice to Amasis, and having decorated the animal with a collar and ribbons, they conveyed him up country into Egypt with pipings, hymns, and songs composed in his honor. Chapter 43. Having had enough of Alexandria, the sage set out for Egypt and Ethiopia to visit the naked sages. Menippus, then, as he was by now a qualified disputant and remarkably outspoken, he left behind to watch Euphrates, and perceiving that Dioscorides had not a strong enough constitution for foreign travel, he dissuaded him from undertaking the journey. The rest of the company he mustered, for though some had left him in Aricia, many others had subsequently joined him, and he explained to them about his impending journey, and began as follows. I must needs preface in Olympic wise my address to you, my brave friends, and the following is an Olympic exordium. When the Olympic games are coming on, the people of Els train the athletes for 30 days in their own country. Likewise, when the Pythian games approach, the natives of Delphi. And when the Isthmian, the Corinthians assemble and say, Go now into the arena, and prove yourselves men worthy of victory. The Eleans, however, on their way to Olympia, address the athletes thus: If you have labored so hard as to be entitled to go to Olympia, and have banished all sloth and cowardice from your lives, then march boldly on. But as for those who have not so trained themselves, let them depart whithersoever they like. The companions of the sage understood his meaning, and about 20 of them remained with Menippus. But the rest, 10 in number, I believe, offered prayer to the gods, and having sacrificed such an offering as men offer when they embark for a voyage, they departed straight for the pyramids, mounted on camels, and keeping the Nile on their right hand. In several places they took boats across the river in order to visit every site on it, for there was not a city, fane, or sacred site in Egypt that they passed by without discussion. For at each they either learned or taught some holy story, so that any ship on which Apollonius embarked resembled the sacred galley of a religious legation. End of Book 5, chapters 35 through 43. End of Volume 1. Volume 2, Book 6, chapters 1 through 10 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 6. Chapter 1. Ethiopia covers the western ring of the entire earth under the sun, just as India does the eastern wing, and at Menro it adjoins Egypt, and after skirting a part of Libya incognita, it ends at the sea, which the poets call by the name of the ocean, that being the name they applied to the mass of water which surrounds the earth. This country supplies Egypt with the river Nile, which takes its rise at the cataracts, and brings down from Ethiopia all Egypt, the soil of which in flood time it inundates. Now in size, this country is not worthy of comparison with India, nor for that matter is any other one of the continents that are famous among men. And even if you put together all Egypt with Ethiopia, and we may regard the river as so combining the two, we could not compare the two together with India, so vast is the standard of comparison. However, their respective rivers, the Indus and the Nile, resemble one another, if we consider their natures. For they both spread their moisture over the land in the summer season, when the earth most wants it, and unlike all other rivers, they produce the crocodile and the river horse, and the religious rites celebrated over them correspond with one another, for many of the religious invocations of the Indians are repeated in the case of the Nile. We have a proof of the similarity of the two countries in the spices which are found in them, also in the fact that the lion and the elephant are captured and confined in both the one and the other. They are also the haunts of animals not found elsewhere, and of black men, a feature not found in other continents, and we meet in them with races of pygmies and of people who bark in various ways instead of talking, and other wonders of the kind. And the griffins of the Indians, and the ants of the Ethiopians, though they are dissimilar in form, yet, from what we hear, play similar parts, for in each country they are, according to the tales of poets, the guardians of gold, and devoted to the gold reefs of the two countries. But we will not pursue this subject, for we must resume the course of our history and follow in the sage's footsteps. Chapter 2. For when he arrived at the confines of Ethiopia and Egypt, and the name of the place is Sycaminus, he came across a quantity of uncoined gold, and linen, and an elephant, and various roots, and myrrh, and spices, which were all lying without any one to watch them at the crossways. I will explain the meaning of this, for the same custom still survives among ourselves. It was a marketplace to which the Ethiopians bring all the products of their country, and the Egyptians, in their turn, take them all away, and bring to the same spot their own wares of equal value, so bartering what they have got for what they have not. Now the inhabitants of the marches are not yet fully black, but are half-breeds in matter of color, for they are partly not so black as the Ethiopians, yet partly more so than the Egyptians. Apollonius, accordingly, when he realized the character of the market, remarked, "Contrast our good Hellenes. They pretend they cannot live unless one penny begets another, and unless they can force up the price of their goods by chaffering or holding back. And one pretends that he has got a daughter whom it is time to marry, and another that he has got a son who has just reached manhood, and a third that he has to pay his subscription to his club, and a fourth that he is having a house built for him, and a fifth that he would be ashamed of being a worse man of business than his father was before him. What a splendid thing it would be if wealth were held in less honor, and equality flourished a little more, and if the black iron were left to rust in the ground, for then all men would agree with one another, and the whole earth would be like one brotherhood." Chapter 3. With such conversations, the occasions providing as usual the topics he talked about, he turned his steps towards Memnon. An Egyptian boy showed them the way, of whom Damis gives the following account. Timasion was the name of this stripling, who was just emerging from boyhood, and was now in the prime of life and strength. He had a stepmother who had fallen in love with him, and when he rejected her overtures, she set upon him, and by way of spiting him, had poisoned his father's mind against him, condescending to a lower intrigue than ever Phaedra had done, for she accused him of being effeminate, and of finding his pleasure in favorites rather than in women. He had accordingly abandoned Naucratis, for it was there that all this happened, and was living in the neighborhood of Memphis, and he had acquired and manned a boat of his own, and was plying as a waterman on the Nile. He then was going down the river when he saw Apollonius sailing up it, and he concluded that the crew consisted of wise men, because he judged them by the cloaks they wore and the books they were hard at work studying. So he asked them whether they would allow one who was so passionately fond of wisdom as himself to share their voyage. And Apollonius said, "This youth is wise, my friends, so let him be granted his request." And he further related the story about the stepmother to those of his companions who were nearest to him, in a low tone while the stripling was still sailing towards them. But when the ships were alongside of one another, Timasion stepped out of his boat, and after addressing a word or two to his pilot about the cargo in his own boat, he greeted the company. Apollonius then ordered him to sit down under his eyes, and said, "You, stripling of Egypt," for you seem to be one of the natives, "tell me what you have done of evil or what of good, for in the one case you shall be forgiven by me, in consideration of your youth, but in the other you shall reap my condemnation, and become a fellow student of philosophy with me and with these gentlemen." Then, noticing that Timasion blushed and checked his impulse to speak, and hesitated whether to say or not what he had been going to say, he pressed his question and repeated it, just as if he had no foreknowledge of the youth at his command. Then Timasion plucked up courage and said, "O heavens, how shall I describe myself? For I am not a bad boy, and yet I do not know whether I ought to be considered a good one, for there is no particular merit in having abstained from wrong." But Apollonius cried, "Bravo, my boy! You answer me just as if you were a sage from India." For this was just the sentiment of the divine Iarchus. "But tell me how you came to form these opinions, and how long ago? For it strikes me that you have been on your guard against some sin." The youth then began to tell them of his stepmother's infatuation for himself, and of how he had rejected her advances. And when he did so, there was a shout in recognition of the divine inspiration under which Apollonius had foretold these details. Timasion, however, caught them up and said, "Most excellent people, what is the matter with you? For my story is one which calls as little for your admiration, I think, as for your ridicule." But Damis said, "It was not that we were admiring, but something else which you don't know about yet. As for you, my boy, we praise you because you do not think you did anything very remarkable." And Apollonius asked, "Do you sacrifice to Aphrodite, my boy?" And Timasion answered, "Yes, by Zeus, every day, for I consider that this goddess has great influence in human and divine affairs." Therefore Apollonius was delighted beyond measure, and cried, "Let us, gentlemen, vote a crown to him for his continence, rather than to Hippolytus, the son of Theseus, for the latter insulted Aphrodite, and that perhaps is why he never fell a victim to the tender passion, and why love never ran riot in his soul. But he was allotted an austere and unbending nature. But our friend here admits that he is devoted to the goddess, and yet did not respond to his stepmother's guilty overtures, but went away in terror of the goddess herself, in case he were not on his guard against another's evil passions. And the mere aversion to any one of the gods, such as Hippolytus, entertained in regard to Aphrodite, I do not class as a form of sobriety. For it is a much greater proof of wisdom and sobriety to speak well of all the gods, especially at Athens, where altars are set up in honor even of unknown gods. So great was the interest which he took in Timasion. Nevertheless, he called him Hippolytus, for the eyes with which he looked at his stepmother. It seemed also that he was a young man who was particular about his person, and enhanced its charms by attention to athletic exercises. Chapter 4. Under his guidance, they say, they went on to the sacred enclosure of Memnon, of whom Damis gives the following account. He says that he was the son of the dawn, and that he did not meet his death in Troy, where indeed he never went, but that he died in Ethiopia after ruling the land for 5 generations. But his countrymen, being the longest lived of men, still mourn him as a mere youth, and deplore his untimely death. But the place in which his statue is set up resembles, they tell us, an ancient marketplace, such as remain in cities that were long ago inhabited, and where we come on the remains of columns delicately worked, and find traces of walls, and of seats, and of the jambs of doors, and images of Hermes, some destroyed by the hand of men, others by that of time. Now this statue, says Damis, was turned towards the sunrise, and was that of a youth, still unbearded, and it was made of a black stone, and the 2 feet were joined together after the style in which statues were made in the time of Daedalus, and the hands were thrust down, supporting the body upright upon its seat. For though the figure was still sitting up, it was represented in the very act and impulse of rising up. We hear much of this attitude of the statue, and of the expression of its eyes, and of how the lips seem about to speak, but they say that they had no opportunity of admiring these effects until they saw them realized. For when the sun's rays fell upon the statue, and this happened exactly at dawn, they could not restrain their admiration, for the lips spoke immediately, the sun's rays touched them, and the eyes seemed to stand out and gleam against the light, as do those of men who love to bask in the sun. Then they say they understood that the figure was of one in the act of rising, and making obeisance to the sun, in the way those do who worship the powers above, standing erect. They accordingly offered a sacrifice to the sun of Ethiopia, and to Memnon of the dawn. For this the priests recommended them to do, explaining that the one name was derived from the words signifying to burn and be warm, and the other from his mother. Having done this, they set out upon camels for the home of the naked philosophers. Chapter 5. On the way they met a man wearing the garb of the inhabitants of Memphis, but who was wandering about, rather than wending his steps to a fixed point. So Damis asked him who he was, and why he was roving about like that. But Timasion said, "You had better ask me, and not him, for he will never tell you what is the matter with him, because he is ashamed of the plight in which he finds himself. But as for me, I know the poor man, and pity him, and I will tell you all about him. For he has slain unwittingly a certain inhabitant of Memphis, and the laws of Memphis prescribe that a person exiled for an involuntary offense of this kind, and the penalty is exile, should remain with the naked philosophers until he has washed away the guilt of bloodshed, and then he may return home as soon as he is pure, though he must first go to the tomb of the slain man and sacrifice there some trifling victim. Until now he has been received by the naked philosophers, so long he must roam about these marches, until they take pity upon him as if he were a suppliant." Apollonius therefore put the question to Timasion, "What do the naked philosophers think of this particular exile?" And he answered, "I do not know anything more than that this is the 7th month that he has remained here as a suppliant, and that he has not yet obtained redemption." Said Apollonius, "You don't call men wise who refused to purify him, and they are not aware that Philostratus, whom he slew, was a descendant of Thamos, the Egyptian, who long ago laid waste the country of these naked philosophers." Thereat Timasion said in surprise, "What do you mean?" "I mean," said the other, "my good youth, that was actually the fact. For this Thamos, once on a time, was intriguing against the inhabitants of Memphis, and these philosophers detected his plot and prevented him. And he, having failed in his enterprise, retaliated by laying waste all the land upon which they live, for by his brigandage he tyrannized the country round Memphis. I perceive that Philiscus, whom this man slew, was the 13th in descent from this Thamus, and was obviously an object of execration to those whose country the latter so thoroughly ravaged at the time in question. Where then is their wisdom? Here is a man that they ought to crown, even if he had slain the other intentionally, and yet they refuse to purge him of a murder which he committed involuntarily on their behalf. The youth then was astounded, and said, Stranger, who are you? And Apollonius replied, He whom you shall find among these naked philosophers. But as it is not allowed me by my religion to address one so stained with blood, I would ask you, my good boy, to encourage him, to tell him that he will at once be purged of guilt, if he will come to the place where I am lodging. And when the man in question came, Apollonius went through the rites over him, which Empedocles and Pythagoras prescribe for the purification of such offences, and told him to return home, for that he was now pure of guilt. Chapter 6. Thence they rode out at sunrise, and arrived before midday at the academy of the naked sages, who dwell, they relate, upon a moderate-sized hill a little way from the bank of the Nile. And in point of wisdom they fall short of the Indians rather more than they excel the Egyptians. And they wear next to no clothes in the same way as people do at Athens in the heat of summer. And in their district there are few trees, and a certain grove of no great size to which they resort when they meet for the transaction of common affairs. But they do not build their shrines in one and the same place, as Indian shrines are built, but one is in one part of the hill, and another in another, all worthy of observation, according to the accounts of the Egyptians. The Nile is the chief object of their worship, for they regard this river as land and water at once. They have no need, however, of hut or dwelling, because they live in the open air, directly under the heaven itself. But they have built a hospice to accommodate strangers, and it is a portico of no great size, about equal in length to those of Elis, beneath which the athletes await the sound of a midday trumpet. Chapter 7. At this place Damis records an action of Euphrates, which, if we do not regard it as juvenile, was anyhow unworthy of the dignity of a philosopher. Euphrates had heard Apollonius often say that he wished to compare the wisdom of India with that of Egypt, so he sent up to the naked sages one Thrasybulus, a native of Nancratis, to take away our sage's character. Thrasybulus, at the same time that he pretended to have come there in order to enjoy their society, told them that the sage of Tyana also would presently arrive, and that they would have no little trouble with him, because he esteemed himself more highly than the sages of India did themselves, though he extolled the latter whenever he opened his mouth. And he added that Apollonius had contrived 1,000 pitfalls for them, and that he would not allow any sort of influence either to the sun, or to the sky, or to the earth, but pretended to move and juggle and rearrange these forces for whatever end he chose. Chapter 8. Having concocted these stories, the man of Naucratis went away, and they, imagining they were true, did not indeed decline to meet Apollonius when he arrived, but pretended that they were occupied with important business, and were so intent upon it that they could only arrange an interview with him if they had time, and if they were informed first of what he wanted and of what attracted him thither. And a messenger from them bade them stay and lodge in the portico. But Apollonius remarked, "We do not want to hear about a house for ourselves, for the climate here is such that anyone can live naked." An unkind reference this to them, as it implied that they went without clothes, not to show their endurance, but because it was too hot to wear any. And he added, "I am not surprised, indeed, at their not yet knowing what I want, and what I am come here for, though the Indians never asked me these questions. Chapter 9. Accordingly, Apollonius lay down under one of the trees, and let his companions who were there with him ask whatever question they pleased. But Damis took Timasion apart, and asked him the question in private. About these naked sages, my good fellow, as you have lived with them, and in all probability know, tell me what their wisdom comes to. It is, answered the other, manifold and profound. And yet, said Damis, their demeanor towards us does not evince any wisdom, my fine fellow. For when they refuse to converse about wisdom with so great a man as our master, and assume all sorts of errors against him, what can I say of them, except they are too vain and proud? Pride and vanity, said the other. I have already come among them twice, and I never saw any such thing about them, for they were always very modest and courteous towards those who came to visit them. At any rate, a little time ago, perhaps a matter of 50 days, one Thrasybulus was staying here, who achieved nothing remarkable in philosophy, and they received him with open arms, merely because he said he was a disciple of Euphrates. Then Damis cried, What's that you say, my boy? Then you saw Thrasybulus of Naucratis in this academy of theirs. Yes, and what's more, answered the other, I conveyed him hence, when he went down the river in my own boat. Now I have it by Athena, cried Damis in a loud tone of indignation. I warrant he has played some dirty trick. Timasion then replied, Your master, when I asked him yesterday who he was, would not answer me at once, but kept his name a secret. But do you, unless this is a mystery, tell me who he is? For then I could probably help you to find what you seek. And when he heard from Damis that it was the sage of Tyana, he said, You have put the matter in a nutshell. For Thrasybulus, as he descended the Nile with me, in answer to my question, that he had gone up therefore, explained to me that his love of wisdom was not genuine, and said that he had filled these naked sages here with suspicion of Apollonius, to the end that, whenever he came here, they might flout him. And what his quarrel is with him, I know not. But anyhow, it is, I think, worthy of a woman or of a vulgar person to backbite him as he has done. But I will address myself to these people, and ascertain their real disposition, for they are friendly to me. And about eventide, Timasion returned, though without telling Apollonius any more than that he had interchanged words with them. However, he told Damis in private that they meant to come the next morning, primed with all that they had learned from Thrasybulus. Chapter 10. They spent that evening conversing about trifles which are not worth recording, and then they lay down to sleep on the spot where they had supped. But at daybreak Apollonius, after adoring the sun according to his custom, had set himself to meditate upon some problem, when Nilus, who was the youngest of the naked philosophers, running up to him, exclaimed, We are coming to you. Apollonius said, Quite right, for to get to you I have made this long journey from the sea all the way here. And with these words he followed Nilus. So, after exchanging greetings with the sages, and they met him close to the portico, Apollonius said, Where shall we hold the interview? Here, said Thespesione, pointing to the grove. Now Thespesione was the eldest of the sect, and presided over them all, and they followed him with an orderly and leisurely step, just as the jury of the athletic sports at Olympia follow the eldest of their number. And when they had sat down, which they did anyhow, and without observing their previous order, they all fixed their eyes on Thespesione as the one who should regale them with a discourse, which he proceeded to do as follows. They say, Apollonius, that you have visited the Pythian and Olympic festivals, for this was reported of you here by Stratocles of Pharos, who says that he met you there. Now those who come to the Pythian festival are, they say, escorted with sound of pipe and song and lyre, and are honored with shows of comedies and tragedies. And then, last of all, they are presented with an exhibition of games and races run by naked athletes. At the Olympic festival, however, these superfluities are omitted as inappropriate and unworthy of the place, and those who go to the festival are only provided with a show of naked athletes originally instituted by Heracles. You may see the same contrast between the wisdom of the Indians and our own. For they, like those who invite others to the Pythian festival, appeal to the crowd with all sorts of charms and wizardry. But we, like the athletes of Olympia, go naked. Here the earth strews for us no couches, nor does it yield us milk or wine as if we were Bacchants, nor does the air uplift us and sustain us aloft. But the earth beneath us is our only couch, and we live by partaking of its natural fruits, which we would have it yield to us gladly and without being tortured against its will. But you shall see that we are not unable to work tricks if we like. Hey, you tree, yonder, he cried, pointing to an elm tree, the third in the row from that under which they were talking. Just salute the wise Apollonius, will you? And forthwith the tree saluted him, as it was bidden to do, in accents which were articulate and like those of a woman. Now he wrought this sign to discredit the Indians, and in the belief that by doing so he would wean Apollonius of his excessive estimate of their powers, for he was always recounting to everybody what the Indians said and did. Then the Egyptian added these precepts. He said that it is sufficient for the sage to abstain from eating all flesh of living animals, and from the roving desires which mount up into the soul through the eyes, and from envy which ends by teaching injustice to hand and will, and that truth stands not in need of miracle-mongering and sinister arts. He said, For look at Apollo of Delphi, who keeps the center of Hellas for the utterance of his oracles. There, then, as you probably know yourself, a person who desires a response puts his questions briefly, and Apollo tells what he knows without any miraculous display. And yet it would be just as easy for him to convulse the whole mountain of Parnassus, and to alter the springs of the Castilian fountain so that it should run with wine, and to check the river Cephisus and stay its stream. But he reveals the bare truth without any of this show or ostentation. Nor must we suppose that it is by his will that so much gold and showy offering enter his treasury, nor that he would care for his temple even if it were made twice as large as it already is. For once on a time this god Apollo dwelt in quite a humble habitation, and a little hut was constructed for him, to which the bees are said to have contributed their honeycomb and wax, and the birds their feathers. For simplicity is the teacher of wisdom, and the teacher of truth, and you must embrace it if you would have men think you really wise, and forget all your legendary tales that you acquired among the Indians. For what need is there to beat the drum over such simple matters as, do this, or do not do it, or I know it, or I do not know it, or it is this and not that? What do you want with thunder? Nay, I would say, what do you want to be thunderstruck for? You have seen in picture books the representation of Hercules by Prodicus. In it, Hercules is represented as a youth who has not yet chosen the life he will lead. And vice and virtue stand on each side of him, plucking his garments and trying to draw him to themselves. Vice is adorned with gold and necklaces and with purple raiment, and her cheeks are painted, and her hair delicately plaited, and her eyes underlined with henna. And she also wears golden slippers, for she is pictured strutting about in these. But virtue in the picture resembles a woman worn out with toil, with a pinched look, and she has chosen for her adornment rough squalor, and she goes without shoes and in the plainest of raiment. And she would have appeared naked if she had not too much regard for feminine decency. Now figure yourself, Apollonius, as standing between Indian wisdom on one side and our own humble wisdom on the other. Imagine that you hear the one telling you how she will strew flowers under you when you lie down to sleep. Yes, by heaven, how she will regale you upon milk and nourish you on honeycomb, and how she will supply you with nectar and wings whenever you want them, and how she will wheel in tripods whenever you drink, and golden thrones. And you shall have no hard work to do, but everything will be flung unsought into your lap. But the other discipline insists that you must lie on the bare ground in squalor, and be seen to toil naked like ourselves, and that you must not find dear or sweet anything which you have not won by hard work, and that you must not be boastful, nor hunt after vanities and pursue pride, and that you must be on your guard against all dreams and visions which lift you off the earth. If then you really make the choice of Hercules, and steel your will resolutely neither to dishonor truth, nor to decline the simplicity of nature, then you may say that you have overcome many lions, and have cut off the heads of many hydras and monsters like Geryon and Nessus, and have accomplished all his other labors. But if you embrace the life of a strolling juggler, you will flatter men's eyes and ears, but they will thank you no wiser than anybody else, and you will become the vanquished of any naked philosopher of Egypt. End of Volume 2, Book 6, Chapters 1 through 10. Volume 2, Book 6, Chapters 11 through 20 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus. Translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 6. Chapter 11. When he ended, all turned their eyes upon Apollonius, his own followers knowing well that he would reply, while Vespasian's friends wondered what he could say in answer. But he, after praising the fluency and vigor of the Egyptian, merely said, "Have you anything more to say?" Said the other, "No, by Zeus, for I have said all I have to say." Then he said afresh, "And has not any one of the rest of the Egyptians anything to say?" Answered his antagonist, "I am their spokesman, and you have heard them all." Apollonius accordingly paused for a minute, and then, fixing his eyes, as it were, on the discourse he had heard, he spoke as follows. "You have very well described, and in a sound philosophic spirit, the choice which Prodicus declares Hercules to have made as a young man. But, ye wise men of the Egyptians, it does not apply in the least to myself. For I am not come here to ask your advice how to live, insomuch as I long ago made choice of the life which seemed best to myself, and as I am older than any of you, except Vespasian, I myself am better qualified, now I have got here, to advise you how to choose wisdom, if I did not find that you had already made the choice. Being, however, as old as I am, and so far advanced in wisdom as I am, I shall not hesitate, as it were, to make you the auditors of my life and motives, and teach you that I rightly chose this life of mine, than which no better one has ever suggested itself to me. For I discerned a certain sublimity in the discipline of Pythagoras, and how a certain secret wisdom enabled him to know, not only who he was himself, but also who he had been. And I saw that he approached the altars in purity, and suffered not his belly to be polluted by partaking of the flesh of animals, and that he kept his body pure of all garments woven of dead animal refuse, and that he was the first of mankind to restrain his tongue, inventing a discipline of silence described in the proverbial phrase, "An ox sits upon it." I also saw that his philosophical system was in other respects oracular and true. So I ran to embrace his teachings, not choosing one form of wisdom rather than another of two presented me, as you, my excellent Vespasian, advise me to do. For philosophy marshalled before me her various points of view, investing them with the adornment proper to each, and she commanded me to look upon them and make a sound choice. Now they were all possessed of an august and divine beauty, and some of them were of such dazzling brightness that you might well have closed your eyes. However, I fixed my eyes firmly upon all of them, for they themselves encouraged me to do so by moving towards me and telling me beforehand how much they would give me. Well, one of them professed that she would shower upon me a swarm of pleasures without any toil on my part, and another that she would give me rest after toil, and a third that she would mingle mirth and merriment in my toil. And everywhere I had glimpses of pleasures and of unrestrained indulgence in the pleasures of the table, and it seemed that I had only to stretch out my hand to be rich, and that I needed not to set any bridle upon my eyes, but love and loose desire and such like feelings were freely allowed me. One of them, however, boasted that she would restrain me from such things, but she was bold and abusive, and in an unabashed manner elbowed all others aside. And I beheld the ineffable form of wisdom, which long ago conquered the soul of Pythagoras, and she stood, I may tell you, not among the many, but kept herself apart and in silence. And when she saw that I ranged not myself with the rest, though as yet I knew not what were her wares, she said, "Young man, I am unpleasing and a lady full of sorrows. For if anyone betakes himself to my abode, he must of his own choice put away all dishes which contain the flesh of living animals, and he must forget wine, nor make muddy therewith the cup of wisdom which is set in the souls of those that drink no wine. Nor shall blanket keep him warm, nor wool shorn from a living animal. But I allow him shoes of bark, and he must sleep anywhere and anyhow. And if I find my votaries yielding to sensual pleasures, I have precipices to which justice that waits upon wisdom carries them and pushes them over, and I am so harsh to those who make choice of my discipline that I have bits ready to restrain their tongues. But learn from me what rewards you shall reap by enduring all this, temperance and justice unsought and at once, and the faculty to regard no man with envy, and to be dreaded by tyrants rather than cringe at them, and to have your humble offerings appear sweeter to the gods than the offerings of those who pour out before them the blood of bulls. And when you are pure, I will grant you the faculty and foreknowledge, and I will so fill your eyes with light that you shall distinguish a god and recognize a hero, and detect and put to shame the shadowy phantoms which disguise themselves in the form of men. This was the life I chose, ye wise of the Egyptians. It was a sound choice, and in the spirit of Pythagoras. And in making it, I neither deceived myself nor was deceived. For I have become all that a philosopher should become, and all that she promised to bestow upon the philosopher, that is mine. For I have studied profoundly the problem of the rise of the art, and whence it draws its first principles, and I have realized that it belongs to men of transcendent religious gifts, who have thoroughly investigated the nature of the soul, the well-springs of whose existence lie back in the immortal and in the unbegotten. Now I agree that this doctrine was wholly alien to the Athenians, for when Plato in their city lifted up his voice and discoursed upon the soul, full of inspiration and wisdom, they cavilled against him and adopted opinions of the soul opposed thereto and altogether false. And one may well ask whether there is any city or any race of men where not one more and another less, but wherein men of all ages alike will enunciate the same doctrine of the soul. And I myself, because my youth and inexperience so inclined me, began by looking up to yourselves, because you had the reputation of an extraordinary knowledge of most things. But when I explained my views to my own teacher, he interrupted me and said as follows: Supposing you were in a passionate mood, and being of an impressionable age, were inclined to form a friendship. And suppose you met a handsome youth and admired his looks, and you asked whose son he was. And suppose he were the son of a knight or a general, and that his grandparents had been furnishers of a chorus. If, then, you dubbed him the child of some skipper or policeman, do you suppose that you would thereby be the more likely to captivate his affections, and that you would not rather make yourself odious to him by refusing to call him by his father's name, and giving him instead that of some ignoble and spurious parent? If, then, you were enamored of the wisdom which the Indians discovered, would you call it not by the name which its natural parents bore, but by the name of its adoptive sires, and so confer upon the Egyptians a greater boon than if that were to happen over again which their own poets relate, namely, if the Nile, on reaching its full, were found to be with honey blent? It was this which turned my steps to the Indians rather than to yourselves. For I reflected that they were more subtle in their understanding, because such men as they live in contact with a purer daylight, and entertain truer opinions of nature and of the gods, because they are near unto the latter, and live on the edge and confines of that thermal essence which quickens all unto life. And when I came among them, their message made the same impression upon me as the talent of Aeschylus is said to have made upon the Athenians. For he was a poet of tragedy, and finding the art to be rude and inchoate, and as yet not in the least elaborated, he went to work, and curtailed the prolixity of the chorus, and invented dialogues for the actors, discarding the long monodies of the earlier time, and he hit upon a plan of killing people behind the stage, instead of their being slain before the eyes of the audience. Well, if we cannot deny his talent in making all these improvements, we must nevertheless admit that they might have suggested themselves equally well to an inferior dramatist. But his talent was twofold. On the one hand, as a poet, he set himself to make his diction worthy of tragedy. On the other hand, as a manager, to adapt his stage to sublime rather than to humble and groveling themes. Accordingly, he devised masks which represented the forms of the heroes, and he mounted his actors on buskins so that their gait might correspond to the characters they played. And he was the first to devise stage dresses which might convey an adequate impression to the audience of the heroes and heroines they saw. For all these reasons, the Athenians accounted him to be the father of tragedy, and even after his death they continued to invite him to represent his plays at the Dionysiac festival, for, in accordance with public decree, the plays of Aeschylus continue to be put upon the stage and win the prize anew. And yet the gratification of a well-staged tragedy is insignificant, for its pleasures last a brief day, as brief as is the season of the Dionysiac festival. But the gratification of a philosophic system, devised to meet the requirements of a Pythagoras, and also breathing the inspiration in which Pythagoras was anticipated by the Indians, lasts not for a brief time, but for an endless and incalculable period. It is then not unreasonable on my part, I think, to have devoted myself to a philosophy so highly elaborated, and to one which, to use a metaphor from the stage, the Indians mount, as it deserves to be mounted, upon a lofty and divine mechanism, and then wheel it forth upon the stage. And that I was right to admire them, and that I am right in considering them to be wise and blessed, it is now time to convince you. I beheld men dwelling upon the earth, and yet not upon it. I beheld them fortified without fortifications. I beheld them possessed of nothing, and yet possessed of all things. You will say that I have taken to riddles, but the wisdom of Pythagoras allows of this, for he taught us to speak in riddles, when he discovered that the word is the teacher of silence. And there was a time when you yourselves took counsel with Pythagoras, and were advocates of this same wisdom. That was in the time when you could say nothing too good of the Indian philosophy, for to begin with and of old, you were Indians. Subsequently, because your soil was wrath with you, you came hither, and then, ashamed of the reasons owing to which you quitted it, you tried to get men to regard you as anything rather than Ethiopians who had come from India hither, and you took every pains to efface your past. This is why you stripped yourselves of the apparel in which you came thence, as if you were anxious to doff along with it your Ethiopian nationality. This is why you have resolved to worship the gods in the Egyptian rather than in your own fashion, and why you have set yourselves to disseminate unflattering stories of the Indians, as if in maligning them you did not foul your own nest. And in this respect you have not yet altered your tone for the better, for only today you have given here an exhibition of your propensities for abuse and satire, pretending that the Indians are no better employed than in startling people and in pandering to their eyes and ears. And because as yet you are ignorant of my wisdom, you show yourselves indifferent to the fame which crowns it. Well, in defense of myself, I do not mean to say anything, for I am content to be what the Indians think me, but I will not allow them to be attacked. And if you are so sound and sane as to possess any tincture of the wisdom of the man of Hymera, who composed, in honor of Helen, a poem which contradicted a former one, and called it a palinode, it is high time for you also to use the words he used, and say, "This discourse of ours is not true," so changing your opinion and adopting one better than you at present entertain about these people. But if you have not the wit to recant, you must at least spare men to whom the gods vouchsafe, as worthy of them, their own prerogatives, and whose possessions they do not disdain for themselves. You have also, Thespesione, made some remarks about the simplicity and freedom from pomp which characterizes the Pythian oracle, and by way of example you instanced the temple composed of wax and feathers. But I do not myself find that even this devoid of pomp, For we have the line, O birds, bring hither your wings, and bees your wax. Such language betokens a carefully prepared home and the form of house. And the god, I believe, regarded even this as too humble and below the dignity of his wisdom, and therefore desired to have another and yet another temple, big ones these, and 100 feet in breadth. And from one of them it is said that golden figures of wryneck were hung up, which possessed in a manner the charm of the sirens. And the god collected the most precious of the offerings into the Pythian temple for ornament. Nor did he reject works of statuary, when their authors brought him to his temple colossal figures both of gods and men, and also of horses, oxen, and other animals. Nor did he refuse the gift which Glaucus brought thither of a stand for a goblet, nor the picture of the taking of the citadel of Ilium which Polygnotus painted there. For I imagine he did not consider that the gold of Lydia really beautified the Pythian fane, but he admitted it on behalf of the Hellenes themselves, by way of pointing out to them, I believe, the immense riches of the barbarians, and inducing them to covet that, rather than continue to ravage one another's lands. And he accordingly adopted the Greek fashion of art which suited his peculiar wisdom, and adorned his shrine therewith. And I believe that it was by way of adornment that he also puts his oracles into metrical form. For if he did not wish to make a show in this matter, he would surely make his responses in such forms as the following: Do this, or do not do that, and go, or do not go, or choose allies, or do not choose them. For here are short formulas, or, as you call it, naked ones. But in order to display his mastery of the grand style, and in order to please those who came to consult his oracle, he adopted the poetical form, and he does not allow that anything exists which he does not know, but claims to have counted the sands of the sea, and to know their number, and also to have fathomed the depths of the sea. But I suppose you will call it miracle-mongering that Apollo dictates his oracles with such proud dignity and elation of spirit. But if you will not be annoyed, Thespesione, at what I say, there are certain old women who go about with sieves in their hands to shepherds, sometimes to cowherds, pretending to heal their flocks when they are sick, by divination, as they call it. And they claim to be called wise women, yea, wiser than those who are unfeignedly prophets. It seems to me that you are in the same case, when I contrast your wisdom with that of the Indians, for they are divine, and have trimmed and adorned their science after the manner of the Pythian oracle. But you, however, I will say no more, for modesty in speech is as dear to me as it is dear to the Indians, and I would be glad to have it at once to attend upon and to guide my tongue, seeking to compass what is in my power when I am praising those to whom I am so devoted, but leaving alone what is too high for me to attain unto, without bespattering it with petty disapproval. But you no doubt delight in the story which you have read in Homer about the Cyclops, how their land, all unsown and unploughed, nourished the most fearless and most lawless of beings. And if it is some Edoni or Lydians who are conducting their Bacchic revels, you are quite ready to believe that the earth will supply them with fountains of milk and wine, and give them to drink thereof. But you would deny to these Indians, lovers of all wisdom as enthusiastic as ever Bacchants were, the unsought bounties which earth offers them. Moreover, tripods, gifted with wills of their own, attend the banquets of the gods also. And Ares, ignorant and hostile as he was to Hephaestus, yet never accused him merely for making them. Nor is it conceivable that the gods ever listened to such an indictment as this: "You commit an injustice, O Hephaestus, in adorning the banquet of the gods and encompassing it with miracles." Nor was Hephaestus ever sued for constructing handmaids of gold, nor accused of debasing the metals because he made the gold to breathe. For every art is interested to adorn, and the very existence of the arts was a discovery made in behalf of adornment. Moreover, a man who goes without shoes and wears a philosopher's cloak and hangs a wallet on his back is a creature of adornment. Nay, more even the nakedness which you affect, in spite of its rough and plain appearance, has for its object adornment and decoration, though here too there is not absent a certain element of what they call empty pride. We must judge by the same standard the religion of the sun and the national rites of the Indians, and any cult in which the god delights. For the subterranean gods will always prefer deep trenches and ceremonies conducted in the hollows of the earth. But the air is the chariot of the sun, and those who would sing his praise in a fitting manner must rise from the earth and soar aloft with the god. And this everyone would like to do, but the Indians alone are able to do it. Chapter 12. Damis says that he breathed afresh when he heard this address, for that the Egyptians were so impressed by Apollonius's words, that Thesprosion, in spite of the blackness of his complexion, visibly blushed, while the rest of them seemed in some way stunned by the vigorous and fluent discourse which they listened to. But the youngest of them, whose name was Nilus, leapt up from the ground, he says, in admiration, and passing over to Apollonius, shook hands with him, and besought him to tell him about the interviews which he had had with the Indians. And Apollonius, he says, replied, "I should not grudge you anything, for you are ready to listen, as I see, and are ready to welcome wisdom of every kind. But I should not care to pour out the teachings I gathered there upon Thesprosion, or on anyone else who regards the lore of the Indians as so much nonsense." Whereupon Thesprosion said, "But if you were a merchant or a seafarer, and you brought to us some cargo or other from over there, would you claim, merely because it came from India, to dispose of it untested and unexamined, refusing us either the liberty of looking at it or tasting it?" But Apollonius replied as follows: "I should furnish it to those who asked for it, but if the moment my ship had reached the harbor, someone came down to the beach and began to run down my cargo and abuse myself, and say that I came from a country which produces nothing worth having, and if he reproached me for sailing with a cargo of shoddy goods, and tried to persuade the rest to think like himself, do you suppose that one would, after entering such a harbor, cast anchor or make his cables fast, and not rather hoist his sails and put out to sea afresh, entrusting his goods more gladly to the winds than to such undiscerning and inhospitable people?" Nilus said, "Well, I anyhow laid hold on your cables, and entreat you, my skipper, to let me share your goods that you bring hither, and I would gladly embark with you on your ship as a supercargo and a clerk to check your merchandise." Chapter 13. Thesprosion, however, was anxious to put a stop to such propositions, so he said, "I am glad, Apollonius, that you are annoyed at what we said to you, for you can the more readily condone our annoyance at the misrepresentation you made of our local custom, long before you had gained any experience of its quality." Apollonius was for a moment astonished at these words, for he had heard nothing as yet of the intrigues of Thrasybulus and Euphrates, but as was his wont, he guessed the truth, and said, "The Indians, O Thesprosion, would never have behaved as you have, nor have given ear to these insinuations dropped by Euphrates, for they have a gift of prescience. Now I never had any quarrel of my own with Euphrates. I only tried to warn him of his passion for money, and cure his propensity to value everything by what he could make out of it. But I found that my advice was not congenial to him, nor in his case practical. Nay, he merely takes it as a tacit reproach, and never loses any opportunity of intriguing against me. But since you have found his attacks upon my character so plausible, I may as well tell you that it is you rather than myself that he has calumniated. For though, as is clear to me, the victims of calumny incur considerable dangers, since they are, I suppose, sure to be disliked without having done any wrong, yet neither are those who incline to listen to the calumnies free from danger. For in the first place they will be convicted of paying respect to lies, and giving them as much attention as they would to the truth. And secondly, they are convicted of levity and credulity, faults which it is disgraceful even for a stripling to fall into. And they will be thought envious, because they allow envy to teach them to listen to unjust tittle-tattle, and they expose themselves all the more to calumny, because they think it true of others. For man is by nature inclined to commit a fault which he does not discredit when he hears it related of others. Heaven forbid that a man of these inclinations should become a tyrant or even president of a popular state. For in his hands even a democracy would become a tyranny, nor let him be made a judge, for surely he will not ever discern the truth. Nor let him be captain of a ship, for the crew would mutiny, nor general of an army, for that would bring luck to the adversary. Nor let one of his disposition attempt philosophy, for he would not consider the truth in forming his opinions. But Euphrates has deprived you of even the quality of wisdom. For how can those on whom he has imposed with his falsehoods claim wisdom for themselves? Have they not deserted from it to take sides with one who has persuaded them of improbabilities? Here Thespion tried to calm him and remarked, "Enough of Euphrates and of his small-minded affairs, for we are quite ready even to reconcile you with him, since we consider it the proper work of a sage to be umpire in the disputes of other sages." "But," said Apollonius, "who shall reconcile me with you? For the victim of lies must surely be driven into hostility by the falsehood." "Be it so," said Apollonius, "and let us hold a conversation, for that will be the best way of reconciling us." Chapter 14. And Nilus, as he was passionately anxious to listen to Apollonius, said, "And what's more, it behooves you to begin the conversation, to tell us all about the journey you made to the people of India, and about the conversations which you held there, I have no doubt, on the most brilliant topics." "And I too," said Thespesión, "long to hear about the wisdom of Phraortes. For you are said to have brought from India some examples of his arguments." Apollonius accordingly began by telling them about the events which occurred in Babylon, and told them everything, and they gladly listened to him, spellbound by his words. But when it was midday, they broke off the conversation, for at this time of the day the naked sages, like others, attend to the ceremonies of religion. Chapter 15. Apollonius and his comrades were about to dine, when Nilus presented himself with vegetables and bread and dried fruits, some of which he carried himself, while his friends carried the rest. And very politely he said, "The sages send these gifts of hospitality, not only to yourselves, but to me. For I mean to share in your repast, not uninvited, as they say, but inviting myself." "It is a delightful gift of hospitality," said Apollonius, "which you bring to us, O youth, in the shape of yourself and of your disposition. For you are evidently a philosopher without guile, and an enthusiastic lover of the doctrines of the Indians and of Pythagoras. So lie down here and eat with us." "I will do so," said the other, "but your dishes will not be ample enough to satisfy me." "It seems to me," said the other, "that you are a gourmand and an appalling eater." "None like me," said the other, "for although you have set before me so ample and so brilliant a repast, I am not sated, and after a little time I am come back again to eat afresh. What then can you call me but an insatiable cormorant?" "Eat your fill," said Apollonius, "and as for topics of conversation, some you must yourself supply, and I will give you others." Chapter 16. So when they had dined, Nilus said, "I until now have been camping together with the naked sages, and joined my forces with them, as with certain light-armed troops or slingers. But now I intend to put on my heavy armor, and it is your shield that shall adorn me." "But," said Apollonius, "I think, my good Egyptian, that you will incur the censure of Vespasian and his society for 2 reasons. Firstly, that after no further examination and testing of yourselves, you have left them; and secondly, that you give the preference to our manners, and discipline with more precipitancy than is admissible where a man is making choice of how he shall live." "I agree with you," said the young man, "but if I am to blame for making this choice, I might also be to blame if I did not make it. And anyhow, they will be most open to rebuke if they make the same choice as myself. For it will be more justly reprehensible in them, as they are both older and wiser than myself, not to have made the choice long ago, which I make now. For with all their advantages they will have failed to choose what in practice would so much rebound to their advantage." "A very generous sentiment indeed, my good youth, is this which you have expressed," said Apollonius. "But beware, lest the mere fact of their being so wise and aged should give them an appearance, at any rate, of being right in choosing as they have done, and of having good reason for rejecting my doctrine, and lest you should seem to take up a very bold position in setting them to rights rather than in following them." But the Egyptian turned short round upon Apollonius, and countering his opinion, said, "So far as it was right for a young man to agree with his elders, I have been careful to do so. For so long as I thought that these gentlemen were possessed of a wisdom which belonged to no other set of men, I attached myself to them, and the motive which actuated me to do so was the following. My father once made a voyage on his own initiative to the Red Sea, for he was, I may tell you, captain of the ship which the Egyptians send to the Indies. And after he had had intercourse with the Indians of the seaboard, he brought home stories of the wise men of that region, closely similar to those which you have told us. And his account which I heard was somewhat as follows, namely, that the Indians are the wisest of mankind, but that the Egyptians are colonists sent from India, who follow their forefathers in matters of wisdom, and fix their eyes on the institutions of their home. Well, I, having reached my teens, surrendered my patrimony to those who wanted it more than myself, and frequented the society of these naked sages, naked myself as they, in the hope of picking up the teaching of the Indians, or at any rate teaching allied to theirs. And they certainly appeared to me to be wise, though not after the manner of India. But when I asked them point blank why they did not teach the philosophy of India, they plunged into abuse of the natives of that country, very much as you have heard them do in their speeches this very day. Now I was still young, as you see, so they made me a member of their society, because I imagine they were afraid I might hastily quit them and undertake a voyage to the Red Sea, as my father did before me. And I should certainly have done so. Yes, by heaven, I would have pushed on until I reached the hill of the sages, unless some one of the gods had sent you hither to help me, and enabled me, without either making any voyage over the sea, or adventuring to the inhabitants of the Gulf, to taste the wisdom of India. It is not today, therefore, for the first time, that I shall make my choice. But I made it long ago, though I did not obtain what I hoped to obtain. For what is there to wonder at if a man who has missed what he was searching for returns to the search? And if I should convert my friends yonder to this point of view, and persuade them to accept the convictions which I have adopted myself, should I, tell me, be guilty of any hardihood? For you must not reject the claim that youth makes, that in some way it assimilates an idea more easily than old age, and anyone who counsels another to adopt the wisdom and teaching which he himself has chosen, anyhow escapes the imputation of trying to persuade others of things he does not believe himself. And anyone who takes the blessings bestowed upon him by fortune into a corner, and there enjoys them by himself, violates their character as blessings, for he prevents their sweetness from being enjoyed by as many as possible. Chapter 17. When Nilus had finished these arguments, and juvenile enough they were, Apollonius took him up and said, "If you are in love with my wisdom, had you not better, before I begin, discuss with me the question of my reward?" "Let us discuss it," answered Nilus, "and do you ask whatever you like." "I ask you," he said, "to be content with the choice you have made, and not to annoy the naked sages by giving them advice which they will not take." "I consent," he said, "and let this be agreed upon as your reward." This, then, was the substance of their conversation. And when Nilus at its close asked him how long a time he would stay among the naked sages, he replied, "So long as the quality of their wisdom justifies anyone in remaining in their company. And after that I shall take my way to the cataracts, in order to see the springs of the Nile, for it will be delightful not only to behold the sources of the Nile, but also to listen to the roar of its waterfalls." Chapter 18. After they had held this discussion, and listened to some recollections of India, they lay down to sleep upon the grass. But at daybreak, having offered their accustomed prayers, they followed Nilus, who led them into the presence of Thespesión. They accordingly greeted one another, and sitting down together in the grove, they began a conversation in which Apollonius led as follows. "How important it is," said he, "not to conceal wisdom, is proved by our conversation of yesterday. For because the Indians taught me as much of their wisdom as I thought it proper for me to know, I not only remember my teachers, but I go about instilling into others what I heard from them. And you too will be richly rewarded by me, if you send me away with a knowledge of your wisdom as well, for I shall not cease to go about and repeat your teachings to the Greeks, while to the Indians I shall write them." Chapter 19. "Ask," they said, "for you know question comes first, and argument follows on it." And Apollonius said, "It is about the gods that I would like to ask you a question first, namely, what induced you to impart, as your tradition, to the people of this country forms of the gods that are absurd and grotesque in all but a few cases? In a few cases, do I say? I would rather say that in a very few are the gods' images fashioned in a wise and godlike manner, for the mass of your shrines seem to have been erected in honor rather of irrational and ignoble animals than of gods." Thespesión, resenting these remarks, said, "And your own images in Greece, how are they fashioned?" "In the way," he replied, "in which it is best and most reverent to construct images of the gods." "I suppose you allude," said the other, "to the statue of Zeus in Olympia, and to the image of Athena, and to that of the Cnidian goddess, and to that of the Argive goddess, and to the other images equally beautiful and full of charm." "Not only to these," replied Apollonius, "but without exception I maintain that whereas in other lands statuary has scrupulously observed decency and fitness, you rather make ridicule of the gods than really believe in them. Your artists, then, like Phidias, said the other, and like Praxiteles, went up, I suppose, to heaven, and took a copy of the forms of the gods, and then reproduced these by their art. Or was there any other influence which presided over and guided their moulding? There was, said Apollonius, and an influence pregnant with wisdom and genius. What was that? Said the other. For I do not think you can adduce any except imitation. Apollonius said, Imagination wrought these works, a wiser and subtler artist by far than imitation. For imitation can only create as its handiwork what it has seen, but imagination equally what it has not seen, for it will conceive of its ideal with reference to the reality, and imitation is often baffled by terror, but imagination by nothing, for it marches undismayed to the goal which it has itself laid down. When you entertain a notion of Zeus, you must, I suppose, envisage him along with heaven and seasons and stars, as Phidias in his day endeavored to do. And if you would fashion an image of Athena, you must image in your mind armies and cunning and handicrafts, and how she leapt out of Zeus himself. But if you make a hawk, or an owl, or a wolf, or a dog, and put it in your temples instead of Hermes, or Athena, or Apollo, your animals and your birds may be esteemed and of much price as likeness, but the gods will be very much lowered in their dignity. I think, said the other, that you criticize our religion very superficially. For if the Egyptians had any wisdom, they show it by their deep respect and reverence in the representation of the gods, and by the circumstance that they fashion their forms as symbols of a profound inner meaning, so as to enhance their solemnity and august character. Apollonius thereupon merely laughed and said, My good friends, you have indeed greatly profited by the wisdom of Egypt and Ethiopia, if your dog and your ibis and your goat seem particularly august and godlike. For this is what I learned from Thespesian the sage. But what is there that is august or awe-inspiring in these images? It is not likely that perjurers and temple thieves and all the rabble of low jesters will despise such holy objects rather than dread them. And if they are to be held august for the hidden meanings which they convey, surely the gods in Egypt would have met with much greater reverence, if no images of them had ever been set up at all, and if you had planned your theology along other lines wiser and more mysterious. For I imagine you might have built temples for them, and have fixed the altars, and laid down rules about what to sacrifice and what not, and when and on what scale, and with what liturgies and rites, without introducing any image at all, but leaving it to those who frequented the temples to imagine the images of the gods. For the mind can more or less delineate and figure them to itself better than can any artist. But you have denied the gods the privilege of beauty both of the outer eye and of inner suggestion. Thespesian replied and said, There was a certain Athenian called Socrates, a foolish old man like ourselves, who thought that the dog and the goose and the plane tree were gods, and used to swear by them. He was not foolish, said Apollonius, but a divine and unfeignedly wise man, for he did not swear by these objects on the understanding that they were gods, but to save himself from swearing by the gods. Chapter 20. Thereupon Thespesian, as if anxious to drop this subject, put some questions to Apollonius about the scourging in Sparta, and asked if the Lacedaemonians were smitten with rods in public. Yes, answered the other, as hard, O Thespesian, as men can smite them, and it is especially men of noble and distinguished birth among them that are so treated. Then what did they do to the menials, he asked, when they do wrong? They do not kill them nowadays, said Apollonius, as Lycurgus formerly allowed, but the same whip is used to them too. And what judgment does Hellas pass upon the matter? They flock, he answered, to see the spectacle with pleasure and utmost enthusiasm, as if to the festival of Hyacinthus, or to that of the naked boys. Then these excellent Hellenes are not ashamed, either to behold those publicly whipped who erewhile governed them, or to reflect that they were governed by men who are whipped before the eyes of all? And how is it that you did not reform this abuse? For they say that you are interested yourself in the affairs of the Lacedaemonians, as of other people. So far as anything could be reformed, I gave them my advice, and they readily adopted it, for they are the freest of the Hellenes. But at the same time, they will only listen to one who gives them good advice. Now the custom of scourging is a ceremony in honor of the Scythian Artemis, so they say, as was prescribed by oracles, and to oppose the regulations of the gods is in my opinion utter madness. "'Tis a poor wisdom, Apollonius," he replied, "which you attribute to the gods of the Hellenes, if they countenance scourging as a part of the discipline of freedom. It's not the scourging," he said, "but the sprinkling of the altar with human blood that is important. For the Scythians, too, held the altar to be worthy thereof. But the Lacedaemonians modified the ceremony of sacrifice because of its implacable cruelty, and turned it into a contest of endurance, undergone without any loss of life, and yet securing to the goddess as first fruits an offering of their own blood. Why then, said the other, do they not sacrifice strangers right out to Artemis, as the Scythians formerly considered it right to do? Because, he answered, it is not congenial to any of the Greeks to adopt in their full rigor the manners and customs of barbarians. And yet, said the other, it seems to me that it would be more humane to sacrifice one or two of them than to enforce as they do a policy of exclusion against all foreigners. Let us not assail, said the other, O Thespesion, the lawgiver Lycurgus, but we must understand him, and then we shall see that his prohibition to strangers to settle in Sparta and live there was not inspired on his part by mere boorish exclusiveness, but by a desire to keep the institutions of Sparta in their original purity, by preventing outsiders from mingling in her life. Well, said the other, I should allow the men of Sparta to be what they claim to be, if they had ever lived with strangers, and yet had faithfully adhered to their home principles. For it was not by keeping true to themselves in the absence of strangers, but by doing so in spite of their presence, that they needed to show their superiority. But they, although they enforced this policy of excluding strangers, corrupted their institutions, and were found doing exactly the same as did those of the Greeks whom they most detested. Anyhow, their subsequent naval program and policy of imposing tribute was modeled entirely upon that of Athens, and they themselves ended by committing acts which they had themselves regarded as a just casus belli against the Athenians, whom they had no sooner beaten in the field than they humbly adopted, as if they were the beaten party, their pet institution. And the very fact that the goddess was introduced from Taurus and Scythia was the action of men who embraced alien customs. But if an oracle prescribed this, what want was there of a scourge? What need to feign an endurance only fit for slaves? Had they wanted to prove the disdain that Lacedaemonians felt for death, they had, I think, done better to sacrifice a youth of Sparta with his own consent upon the altar. For this would have been a real proof of the superior courage of the Spartans, and would have disciplined Hellas from ranging herself in the opposite camp to them. But you will say that they had to save their young men for the battlefield. Well, in that case, the law which prevails among the Scythians, and sentences all men of 60 years of age to death, would have been more suitably introduced and followed among the Lacedaemonians than among the Scythians, supposing that they embrace death in its grim reality and not as a mere parade. These remarks of mine are directed not so much against the Lacedaemonians as against yourself, O Apollonius. For if ancient institutions, whose hoary age defies our understanding of their origins, are to be examined in an unsympathetic spirit, and the reason why they are pleasing to heaven subjected to cold criticism, such a line of speculation will produce a crop of odd conclusions. For we could attack the mystery rite of Eleusis in the same way, and ask why it is this and not that. And the same with the rites of the Samothracians, for in their ritual they avoid one thing and insist on another. And the same with the Dionysiac ceremonies, and their phallic symbol, and the figure erected in Selene. And before we know where we are, we shall be picking holes in everything. Let us choose, therefore, any other topic you like, but respect the sentiment of Pythagoras, which is also our own. For it is better, if we can't hold our tongue about everything, at any rate to preserve silence about such matters as these. Apollonius replied and said, If, O Thespesión, you had wished to discuss the topic seriously, you would have found that the Lacedaemonians have many excellent arguments to advance in favor of their institutions, proving that they are sound and superior to those of other Hellenes. But since you are so averse to continue the discussion, and even regard it as impious to talk about such things, let us proceed to another subject, of great importance, as I am convinced, for it is about justice that I shall now put a question. End of chapters 11 through 20. Volume 2, Book 6, chapters 21 through 30 of The Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus. Translated by F. C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 6, Chapter 21. Let us, said Thespesión, tackle the subject, for it is one very suitable to men, whether they are wise or not. But lest we should drag in the opinions of Indians, and so confuse our discussion, and go off without having formed any conclusions, do you first impart to us the views held by the Indians concerning justice, for you probably examined their views on the spot. And if their opinion is proved to be correct, we will adopt it. But if we have something wiser to put in its place, you must adopt our view, for that too is plain justice. Said Apollonius, Your plan is excellent and most satisfactory to me. So do you listen to the conversation which I held there. For I related to them how I had once been the captain of a large ship, in the period when my soul was in command of another body, and I thought myself extremely just, because, when robbers offered me a reward, if I would betray my ship by running it into roads where they were going to lie in wait for it, in order to seize the cargo, I agreed and made the promise just to save them from attacking us, but intending to slip by them and get beyond the place agreed upon. Thespesión said, And did the Indians agree that this was justice? No, they laughed at the idea, he replied, for they said that justice was something more than not being unjust. It was very sensible, said the other, of the Indians to reject such a view, for good sense is something more than not entertaining nonsense, just as courage is something more than not running away from the ranks. And so temperance is something more than the avoidance of adultery, and no one reserves his praise for a man who has simply shown himself to be not bad. For because a thing, no matter what, is equidistant between praise and punishment, it is not on that account to be reckoned offhand to be virtue. How then, O Thespesión, said Apollonius, are we to crown the just man, and for what actions? Could you have discussed justice more completely and more opportunely, said the other, than when the sovereign of so large and so flourishing a country intervened in your philosophic discussion of the art of kingship, a thing intimately connected with justice? If it had been Phraortes, said Apollonius, who turned up on that occasion, you might rightly blame me for not gravely discussing the subject of justice in his presence. But you know from the account which I gave of him yesterday that the man is a drunkard and an enemy of all philosophy. What need, therefore, was there to inflict on him the trouble? Why should we try to win credit for ourselves in the presence of a Sybarite who thinks of nothing but his own pleasures? But inasmuch as it is incumbent upon wise men like ourselves to explore and trace out justice, more so than on kings and generals, let us proceed to examine the absolutely just man. For though I thought myself just in the affair of the ship, and thought others just too, because they did not practice injustice, you deny that this in itself constitutes them just or worthy of honor. And rightly so, said the other, for who ever heard of a decree being drafted by Athenians or Lacedaemonians in favor of crowning so-and-so, because he is not a libertine, or of granting the freedom of a city to so-and-so, because the temples have not been robbed by him? Who then is the just man, and what are his actions? For neither did I hear of anyone being crowned merely for his justice, nor of a decree being proposed over a just man to the effect that so-and-so shall be crowned, because such and such actions of his show him to be just. For anyone who considers the fate of Palamedes in Troy, or of Socrates in Athens, will discover that even justice is not sure of success among men, for assuredly these men suffered most unjustly, being themselves most just. Still, they at least were put to death on the score of acts of injustice imputed to them, and the verdict was a distortion of the truth, whereas in the case of Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, it was very justice that was the undoing of him, for he, in spite of his integrity, was banished merely because of his reputation for this very virtue. And I am sure that justice will appear in a very ridiculous light, for having been appointed by Zeus and by the fates to prevent men from being unjust to one another, she has never been able to defend herself against injustice. And the history of Aristides is sufficient to me to show the difference between one who is not unjust and one who is really just. For tell me, is not this the same Aristides of whom your Hellenic compatriots, when they come here, tell us that he undertook a voyage to the islands to fix the tribute of the allies, and after settling it on a fair basis, returned again to his country, still wearing the same cloak in which he left it? It is he, answered Apollonius, who made the love of poverty once to flourish. Now, said the other, let us suppose that there were at Athens 2 public orators passing an encomium upon Aristides, just after he had returned from the allies. One of them proposes that he shall be crowned, because he has come back again without enriching himself or amassing any fortune. But the poorest of the Athenians, poorer than he was before. And the other orator, we will suppose, drafts his motion somewhat as follows. Whereas Aristides has fixed the tribute of the allies according to their ability to pay, and not in excess of the resources of their respective countries, and whereas he has endeavored to keep them loyal to the Athenians, and to see that they shall feel it no grievance to pay upon this scale, it is hereby resolved to crown him for justice. Do you not suppose that Aristides would himself have opposed the first of these resolutions as an indignity to his entire life, seeing that it only honored him for not doing injustice, whereas he might perhaps have supported the other resolution as a fair attempt to express his intentions and policy. For I imagine it was with an eye to the interest of Athenians and subject states alike that he took care to fix the tribute on a fair and moderate basis, and in fact his wisdom in this matter was conclusively proved after his death. For when the Athenians exceeded his valuations and imposed heavier tributes upon the islands, their naval supremacy at once went to pieces, though it, more than anything else, had made them formidable. On the other hand, the prowess of the Lacedaemonians passed on to the sea itself, and nothing was left of Athenian supremacy, for the whole of the subject states rushed into revolution and made good their escape. It follows then, O Apollonius, that, rightly judged, it is not the man who abstains from injustice that is just, but the man who himself does what is just, and also influences others not to be unjust. And from such justice as his there will spring up a crop of other virtues, especially those of the law court and of the legislative chamber. For such a man as he will make a much fairer judge than people who take their oaths upon the dissected parts of victims, and his legislation will be similar to that of Solon and of Lycurgus. For assuredly these great legislators were inspired by justice to undertake their work. Chapter 22. Such, according to Damis, was the discussion held by them with regard to the just man. And Apollonius, he says, assented to their argument, for he always agreed with what was reasonably put. They also had a philosophic talk about the soul, proving its immortality, and about nature, along much the same lines which Plato follows in his Timaeus. And after some further remarks and discussions of the laws of the Hellenes, Apollonius said, "For myself, I have come all this way to see yourselves, and visit the springs of the Nile. For a person who only comes as far as Egypt may be excused if he ignores the latter, but if he advances as far as Ethiopia, as I have done, he will be rightly reproached if he neglects to visit them, and to draw, as it were, from their well-springs some arguments of his own." "Farewell, then," said the other, "and pray to the springs for whatever you desire, for they are divine. But I imagine you will take as your guide Timasion, who formerly lived at Neuratus, but is now at Memphis. For he is well acquainted with the springs of the Nile, and he is not so impure as to stand in need of further lustrations. But as for you, O Nilus, we would like to have a talk to you by ourselves." The meaning of this sally was clear enough to Apollonius, for he well understood their annoyance at Nilus's preference for himself, but to give them an opportunity of speaking to him apart, he left them to prepare and pack up for his journey, for he meant to start at daybreak. And after a little time Nilus returned, but did not tell them anything of what they had said to him, though he laughed a good deal to himself. And no one asked him what he was laughing about, but they respected his secret. Chapter 23. They then took their supper, and after a discussion of certain trifles, they laid them down to sleep where they were. But at daybreak they said goodbye to the naked sages, and started off along the road which leads to the mountains, keeping the Nile on their right side. And they saw the following spectacles deserving of notice. The Catadupi are mountains formed of good soil, about the same size as the hill of the Lydians called Tmolus, and from them the Nile flows rapidly down, washing with it the soil of which it creates Egypt. But the roar of the stream as it breaks down in a cataract from the mountains and hurls itself noisily into the Nile is terrible and intolerable to the ears, and many of those who have approached it too close have returned with the loss of their hearing. Chapter 24. Apollonius, however, and his party pushed on till they saw some round-shaped hills covered with trees, and leaves and bark and gum, of which the Ethiopians regard as of great value. And they also saw lions close to the path, and leopards, and other such wild animals. But they were not attacked by any of them, for they fled from them in haste, as if they were scared at the sight of men. And they also saw stags and gazelles, and ostriches and asses, the latter in great numbers, and also many wild bulls and ox-goats, so called, the former of these two animals being a mixture of the stag and the ox, that latter of the creatures from which its name is taken. They found, moreover, on the road the bones and half-eaten carcasses of these, for the lions, when they have gorged themselves with fresh prey, care little of what is left over of it, because, I think, they feel sure of eating fresh quarry whenever they want it. Chapter 25. It is here that the nomad Ethiopians live in a sort of colony upon wagons, and not far from them the elephant hunters, who cut up these animals and sell the flesh, and are accordingly called by a name which signifies the selling of elephants. And the Nasamones, and the man-eaters, and the pygmies, and the shadow-footed people are also tribes of Ethiopia, and they extend as far as the Ethiopian Ocean, which no mariners ever enter except castaways who do so against their will. Chapter 26. As our company were discussing these animals and talking learnedly about the food which nature supplies in their different cases, they heard a sound as of thunder, not a crashing sound, but of thunder as it is when it is still hollow and concealed in the cloud. And Timasion said, "A cataract is at hand, gentlemen, the last for those who are descending the river, but the first to meet you on your way up." And after they had advanced about 10 stades, he says that they saw a river discharging itself from the hillside, quite as big as the Marsyas and the Maeander at their first confluence. And he says that after they had put up a prayer to the Nile, they went on till they no longer saw any animals at all, for the latter are naturally afraid of noise, and therefore live by calm waters rather than by those which rush headlong with a noise. And after 15 stades they heard another cataract, which this time was horrible and unbearable to the senses, for it was twice as loud as the first one, and it fell from much higher mountains. And Damis relates that his own ears and those of one of his companions were so stunned by the noise that he himself turned back and besought Apollonius not to go any further. However, he, along with Timasion and Nilus, boldly pressed on to the third cataract, of which he made the following report on his return. Peaks there overhang the Nile, at the most 8 stades in height, but the eminence faces the mountains, namely a beetling brow of rocks mysteriously cut away, as if in a quarry, and the fountains of the Nile cling to the edge of the mountain, till they overbalance and fall on to the rocky eminence, from which they pour into the Nile as an expanse of whitening billows. But the effect produced upon the senses by this cataract, which is many times greater than the earlier ones, and the echo which leaps up therefrom against the mountains, render it impossible to hear what your companions tell you about the river. But the further road which leads up to the first springs of the river was impracticable, they tell us, and impossible to think of, for they tell many stories of the demons which haunt it, stories similar to those which Pindar in his wisdom puts into verse about the demon whom he sets over these springs to preserve the due proportions of the Nile. Chapter 27. After passing the cataracts, they halted in a village of the Ethiopians of no great size, and they were dining towards the evening, mingling in their conversation the grave with the gay, when all on a sudden they heard the women of the village screaming and calling to one another to join in the pursuit and catch the thing, and they also summoned their husbands to help them in the matter. And the latter caught up sticks and stones, and anything which came handy, and called upon one another to avenge the insult to their wives. and it appears that for 10 months the ghost of a satyr had been haunting the village, who was mad after the woman, and was said to have killed 2 of them, to whom he was supposed to be specially attached. The companions, then, of Apollonius were frightened out of their wits, till Apollonius said, "You need not be afraid, for it is only a satyr that is running amuck here." "Yes, by Zeus," said Nilus, "it's the one that we naked sages have found insulting us for a long time past, and we could never stop his jumps and leaps." "But," said Apollonius, "I have a remedy against these hell-hounds, which Midas is said once to have employed, for Midas himself had some of the blood of the satyrs in his veins, as was clear from the shape of his ears. And a satyr once, trespassing on his kinship with Midas, made merry at the expense of his ears, not only singing about them, but piping about them. Well, Midas, I understand, had heard from his mother that when satyr is overcome by wine, he falls asleep, and at such times comes to his senses, and will make friends with you. So he mixed wine which he had in his palace in a fountain, and let the satyr get at it, and the latter drank it up, and was overcome. And to show that the story is true, let us go to the headman of the village, and if the villagers have any wine, we will mix it with water, for the satyr and he will share the fate of Midas's satyr." They thought it a good plan, so he poured 4 Egyptian jars of wine into the trough out of which the village cattle drank, and then called the satyr by means of some secret rebuke or threat, and though as yet the latter was not visible, the wine sensibly diminished as if it was being drunk up. And when it was quite finished, Apollonius said, "Let us drink the satyr's health, for he is fast asleep." And with these words he led the villagers to the cave of the nymphs, which was not quite a furlong away from the village, and he showed them the satyr lying fast asleep in it, but told them not to hit him or abuse him. He said, "For his nonsense is stopped forever." Such was this exploit of Apollonius, and by heavens, we may call it not an incidental work in passing, but a masterwork of his passing by. And if you read the sage's epistle, in which he wrote to an insolent young man that he had sobered even a satyr demon in Ethiopia, you will perforce call to mind the above story. But we must not disbelieve that satyrs both exist and are susceptible to the passion of love. For I knew a youth of my own age in Lemnos, whose mother was said to be visited by a satyr, as he well might to judge by this story. For he was represented as wearing on his back a fawn skin that exactly fitted him, the front paws of which were drawn around his neck and fastened over his chest. But I must not go further into this subject, but anyhow, credit is due as much to experience of facts as it is to myself. Chapter 28. When he had come down from Ethiopia, the breach with Euphrates grew wider and wider, especially on account of daily disputes and discussions, though he left them to Menipus and Nilus to conduct, and seldom himself attacked Euphrates, being much too busy with the training of Nilus. Chapter 29. After Titus had taken Jerusalem, and when the country all round was filled with corpses, the neighboring races offered him a crown, but he disclaimed any such honor to himself, saying that it was not he himself that had accomplished this exploit, but that he had merely lent his arms to God, who had so manifested his wrath. And Apollonius praised his action, for therein he displayed a great deal of judgment and understanding of things human and divine, and it showed great moderation on his part that he refused to be crowned because he had shed blood. Accordingly, Apollonius indited to him a letter, which he sent by the hand of Damis, and of which the text was as follows: Apollonius sends greeting to Titus, the Roman general. Whereas you have refused to be proclaimed for success in war, and for shedding the blood of your enemies, I myself assign to you the crown of temperance and moderation, because you thoroughly understand what deeds really merit the crown. Farewell. Now Titus was overjoyed with this epistle, and replied, In my own behalf I thank you, no less than in behalf of my father, and I will not forget your kindness, for although I have captured Jerusalem, you have captured me. Chapter 30. And after Titus had been proclaimed autocrat in Rome, and rewarded with the meed of his valor, he went away to become the colleague in empire of his father. But he did not forget Apollonius, and thinking that even a short interview with him would be precious to himself, he besought him to come to Tarsus. And when he arrived, he embraced him, saying, My father has told me by letter everything in respect of which he consulted you, and lo, here is his letter, in which you are described as his benefactor, and the being to whom we owe all that we are. Now, though I am only just 30 years of age, I am held worthy of the same privileges to which my father only attained at the age of 60. I am called to the throne and to rule, perhaps before I have learnt myself to obey, and I therefore dread lest I am undertaking a task beyond my powers. Thereupon Apollonius, after stroking his neck, for he had as stout a neck as any athlete in training, said, And who will you force so sturdy a bull neck as yours under the yoke? He that from my youth up reared me as a calf, answered Titus, meaning his own father, and implying that he could only be controlled by the latter, who had accustomed him from childhood to obey himself. I am delighted then, said Apollonius, in the first place, to see you prepared to subordinate yourself to your father, whom, without being his natural children, so many are delighted to obey, and next to see you rendering to his court an homage in which others will associate yourself. When youth and age are paired in authority, is there any lyre or any flute that will produce so sweet a harmony and so nicely blended? For the qualities of old age will be associated with those of youth, with the result that old age will gain in strength, and youth in discipline. End of Volume 2, Book 6, Chapters 21 through 30. Volume 2, Book 6, Chapters 31 through 43 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 6. Chapter 31. And for myself, O man of Tyana, answered Titus, can you give me any precepts as to how to rule and exercise the authority of a sovereign? Only such rules, replied the other, as you have laid upon yourself, for in so submitting yourself to your father's will, it is, I think, certain that you will grow like him. And I would like to repeat to you on this occasion a saying of Archytas, which is a noble one and worth committing to memory. Archytas was a man of Tarentum, who was learned in the lore of Pythagoras, and he wrote a treatise on the education of children, in which he says, Let the father be an example of virtue to his children, for fathers also will the more resolutely walk in the path of virtue, because their children are coming to resemble them. But for myself, I propose to associate with you my own companion Demetrius, who will attend you as much as you like, and instruct you in the whole duty of a good leader. And what sort of wisdom, O Apollonius, does this person possess? Courage, he replied, to speak the truth, unabashed by anyone, for he possesses the constancy and strength of character of a cynic. And as Titus did not seem very pleased to hear the name of a dog, he continued, and yet in Homer, Telemachus, when he was young, required, it appears, 2 dogs, and the poet sends these to accompany the youth to the marketplace of Ithaca, in spite of their being irrational animals. But you will have a dog to accompany you, who will bark in your behalf, not only at other people, but at yourself, in case you go wrong, and he will bark withal wisely, and never irrationally. Well, said the other, give me your dog to accompany me, and I will even let him bite me, in case he feels I am committing injustice. I will write to him a letter, for he teaches philosophy in Rome. Pray do so, said Titus, and I wish I could get someone to write to you in my behalf, and induce you to share with me my journey to Rome. I will come there, said the other, whenever it is best for both of us. Chapter 32. Then Titus dismissed the company, and said, Now that we are alone, O man of Tyana, you will allow me, perhaps, to ask you a question upon matters of grave importance to myself. Pray, do so, said the other, and do so all the more readily, because the matter is so important. It is about my own life, said the other, and I would fain know whom I ought most to be on my guard against. That is my question, and I hope you will not think me cowardly for already being anxious about it. Nay, you are only cautious, said the other, and circumspect, for a man ought to be more careful about this than about anything else. And glancing at the sun, he swore by that God that he had himself intended to address Titus about this matter, even if he had not asked him. For, he said, the gods have told me to warn you, so long as your father is alive, to be on your guard against his bitterest enemies, but after his death against your own kith and kin. And, said Titus, in what way am I to die? In the same way, said the other, as Odysseus is said to have died, for they say that he too met with his death by the sea. Damis interprets the above utterance as follows, namely, that he was to be on his guard against the cusp of the fish called the trigon, with which they say Odysseus was wounded. Anyhow, after he had occupied the throne for 2 years, in succession to his father, he died through eating the fish called the sea hare. And this fish, according to Damis, causes secret humours in the body worse and more fatal than anything else, either in the sea or on land. And Nero, he says, introduced this sea hare in his dishes to poison his worst enemies. And so did Domitian, in order to remove his brother Titus, not because he objected to sharing his throne with his brother, but to sharing it with one who was both gentle and good. Such was their conversation in private, after which they embraced one another in public. And as Titus departed, Apollonius greeted him with these last words, Pray you, my king, overcome your enemies by your arms, but your father by your virtues. Chapter 33. But the letter to Demetrius ran as follows. Apollonius, the philosopher, sends greetings to Demetrius, the cynic. I have made a present of you to the Emperor Titus, that you may instruct him how to behave as a sovereign, and take care that you confirm the truth of my words to him, and make yourself, anger apart, everything to him. Farewell. Chapter 34. Now the inhabitants of Tarsus had previously detested Apollonius, because of the violent reproaches which he addressed to them, owing to the fact that through their languid indifference and sensual indolence they could not put up with the vigor of his remarks. But on this occasion they became such devoted admirers of our hero as to regard him as their second founder and the mainstay of their city. For on one occasion the emperor was offering a sacrifice in public, when the whole body of citizens met and presented a petition to him, asking for certain great favors. And he replied that he would mention the matter to his father, and be himself their ambassador to procure them what they wanted. Whereupon Apollonius stepped forward and said, "Supposing I convicted some who are standing here of being your own and your father's enemies, and of having sent legates to Jerusalem to excite a rebellion, and of being secret allies of your most open enemies, what would happen to them?" "Why, what else," said the emperor, "than instant death?" "Then is it not disgraceful," replied Apollonius, "that you should be instant in demanding their punishment, and yet dilatory in conferring a boon, and be ready yourself to undertake the punishment, but reserve the benefaction until you can see and consult your father?" But the king, over-delighted with this remark, said, "I grant the favors they ask for my father will not be annoyed at my yielding to truth and to yourself." Chapter 35. So many were the races which they say Apollonius had visited until then, eager and zealous for others as they for him. But his subsequent journeys abroad, though they were numerous, were yet not so many as before, nor did he go to fresh districts which he was not already acquainted with. For when he came down from Ethiopia, he made a long stay on the seaboard of Egypt, and then he returned to Phoenicia and Cilicia, and to Ionia and Isatsa and Italy, never failing anywhere to show himself the same as ever. For, hard as it is to know oneself, I myself consider it still harder for the sage to remain always himself, for he cannot ever reform evil natures and improve them, unless he has first trained himself never to alter in his own person. Now about these matters I have discoursed at length in other treatises, and shown those of my readers who were careful and hard students, that a man who is really a man will never alter his nature, nor become a slave. But lest I should unduly prolong this work, by giving a minute account of the several teachings which he addressed to individuals, and lest, on the other hand, I should skip over any important chapter of a life, which I am taking so much pains to transmit to those who never knew Apollonius, I think it time to record more important incidents and matters which will repay the remembering, for we must consider that such episodes are comparable to the visits to mankind paid by the sons of Asclepius. Chapter 36. There was a youth who, without having any education of his own, undertook to educate birds, which he kept in his home, to make them clever. And he taught them to talk like human beings, and to whistle tunes like flute-players. Apollonius met him and asked, "How are you occupying yourself?" And when he replied, and told him all about his nightingales and his blackbirds, and how he trained the tongues of stone curlews, as he had himself a very uneducated accent, Apollonius said, "I think you are spoiling the accents of the birds, in the first place because you don't let them utter their own notes, which are so sweet that not even the best musical instruments could rival or imitate them, and in the second place because you yourself talk the vilest Greek dialects, and are only teaching them to stutter like yourself. And what is more, my good youth, you are also wasting your own substance. For when I look at all your hangers-on, and at your get-up, I should say that you are a delicately bred and somewhat wealthy man. But sycophants squeeze people like yourself, at the same time that they shoot out their tongues at them like so many goads. And what will be the use to you of all this bird-fancying when the time comes? For if you collected all the song-birds in the world, it would not help you to shake off these parasites that cling to you and oppress you. Nay, you are forced to shower your wealth upon them, and cast your gold before them, as you scatter titbits before dogs, and to stop their barking you must give again and again, until at last you will find yourself reduced to hunger and to poverty. What you want is some splendid diversion, which will instantly make some alteration in your character. Otherwise you will wake up one day and find that you have been plucked of your wealth as if it were plumage, and that you are a fitter subject to excite the birds to lament than to sing. The remedy you need to effect such a change is not a very great one, for there is in all these cities a class of men whose acquaintance you have never made, but who are called schoolmasters. You give them a little of your substance, with the certainty of getting it back with interest, for they will teach you the rhetoric of the forum, and it is not a difficult art to acquire. I may add that, if I had known you as a child and come across you then, I should have advised you assiduously to attend at the doors of the philosophers and sophists, so as to be able to hedge round your habitation with a wider learning. But since it is too late for you to manage that, at any rate, learn to plead for yourself. For remember, if you had acquired a more complete training and education, you would have resembled a man who is heavy-armed and therefore formidable. Yet, if you thoroughly learn this branch, you will at any rate be equipped like a light-armed soldier or a slinger, for you will be able to fling words at your sycophants as you would stones at dogs. The young man took to heart this advice, and he gave up wasting his time over birds, and betook himself to school, much to the improvement both of his judgment and of his tongue. Chapter 37. Two stories are told in Sardis. One, that the river Pactolus used to bring down gold dust to Croesus, and the other, that trees are older than earth. The former story Apollonius said he accepted because it was probable, for that there had once been a sand of gold on Mount Molus, and that the showers of rain had swept it down into the river Pactolus, although subsequently, as is generally the case in such matters, it had given out, being all washed away. But the second story he ridiculed, and said, "You pretend that trees were created before earth? Well, I have been studying philosophy all this time, yet have never heard of the stars being created before the heaven." The inference he wished to convey was that nothing could be created as long as that in which it grows does not exist. Chapter 38. The ruler of Syria had plunged Antioch into a feud, by disseminating among the citizens suspicions such that when they met in assembly they all quarrelled with one another. But a violent earthquake happened to occur. They were all cowering, and, as is usual in the case of heavenly portents, praying for one another. Apollonius accordingly stepped forward and remarked, "It is God who is clearly anxious to reconcile you to one another, and you will not revive the feuds, since you cherish the same fears." And so he implanted in them a sense of what was to happen to them, and made each faction entertain the same fears as the other. Chapter 39. Here is another incident worth recording. A certain man was sacrificing to Mother Earth, in hope of finding a treasure, and he did not hesitate to offer a prayer to Apollonius with that intent. He, perceiving what he was after, said, "I see that you are terribly fond of filthy lucre." "Nay, I am a poor devil," remarked the other, "that have nothing except a few pence, and not enough to feed my family." "You seem," said the other, "to keep a large household of idle servants, nor do you yourself appear to be wanting in wits." But the man shed a quiet tear, and answered, "I have 4 daughters who want 4 dowries, and, when my daughters have had their dowries assigned to them, my capital, which is now only 20,000 drachmas, will have vanished, and they will think that I have got all too little, while I shall perish because I shall have nothing at all." Therefore Apollonius took compassion on him, and said, "We will provide for you, myself and Mother Earth, for I hear that you are sacrificing to her." With these words he conducted the man into the suburbs, as if he were going to buy some fruit. But there he saw an estate planted with olive trees, and being delighted with the trees, for they were very good ones and well grown, and there was also a little garden in the place, in which he saw beehives and flowers, he went on into the garden, as if he had some important business to examine into, and then, having put up a prayer to Pandora, he returned to the city. Then he proceeded to the owner of the field, who had amassed a fortune in the most unrighteous manner, by informing against the estates of Phoenicians, and said, "For how much did you purchase such and such an estate? And how much labor have you spent upon it?" The other replied that he had bought the estate a year before for the sum of 15,000 drachmas, but that as yet he had spent no labor upon it. Whereupon Apollonius persuaded him to sell it to him for 20,000 drachmas, which he did, esteeming the 5,000 to be a great windfall. Now the man who wanted to find the treasure did not in the least understand the gift that was made him. Indeed, he hardly considered it a fair bargain for himself, and all the worse a bargain, because, whereas he might have kept the 20,000 drachmas that he had in hand, he now reflected that the estate which he purchased for the sum might suffer from frost and hailstorms, and from other influences ruinous to the crops. But when he found a jar almost at once in the field containing 3,000 darics, close by the beehive in the little garden, and when he got a very large yield from the olive trees, when everywhere else the crops had failed, he began to hymn the praises of the sage, and his house was crowded with suitors for the hands of his daughters, urging their suits upon him. Chapter 40. Here is another story which I came upon about Apollonius, and which deserves to be put upon record. There was a man who was in love with a nude statue of Aphrodite, which is erected in the island of Cnidus, and he was making offerings to it, and said that he would make yet others with a view to marrying the statue. But Apollonius, though on other grounds he thought his conduct absurd, yet as the islanders were not adverse to the idea, but said that the fame of the goddess would be greatly enhanced if she had a lover, determined to purge the temple of all this nonsense, and when the Cnidians asked him if he would reform their system of sacrifice or their litanies in any way, he replied, "I will reform your eyes, but let the ancestral service of your temple continue as it is." Accordingly, he called to him the languished lover, and asked him if he believed in the existence of gods, and when he replied that he believed in their existence so firmly that he was actually in love with them, and mentioned a marriage with one of them which he hoped to celebrate shortly, Apollonius replied, "The poets have turned your poor head by their talk of unions with Anchises and Peleus, and other heroes with goddesses. But I know this much about loving and being loved. Gods fall in love with gods, and human beings with human beings, and animals with animals, and in a word, like with like, and they have true issue of their own kind. But when two beings of different kinds contract a union, there is no true marriage or love. and if you only would bear in mind the fate of Ixion, you would never have dreamed of falling in love with beings so much above you. For he, you remember, is bent and stretched across the heavens like a wheel, and you, unless you get out of this shrine, will perish wherever you are upon earth. Nor will you be able to say that the gods have been unjust in their sentence upon you. Thus he put a stop to this mad freak, and the man went away who said he was in love, after sacrificing in order to gain forgiveness. Chapter 41. At one time, the cities on the left side of the Hellespont were visited by earthquakes, and Egyptians and Chaldeans went begging about through them to collect money, pretending that they wanted 10 talents with which to offer sacrifices to Earth and to Poseidon. And the cities began to contribute under the stress of fear, partly out of their common funds, and partly out of private. But the impostors refused to offer the sacrifices in behalf of their dupes, unless the money was deposited in the banks. Now the sage determined not to allow the people of the Hellespont to be imposed upon. So he visited their cities, and drove out the quacks who were making money out of the misfortunes of others. And then he divined the causes of the supernatural wrath, and by making such offerings as suited each case, averted the visitation at small cost, and the land was at rest. Chapter 42. The Emperor Domitian, about the same time, passed a law against making men eunuchs, and against planting fresh vineyards, and also in favor of cutting down vineyards already planted. Whereon Apollonius, who was visiting the Ionians, remarked, "These rescripts do not concern me, for I, alone perhaps of mankind, require neither to beget my kind nor to drink wine. But our egregious sovereign seems not aware that he is sparing mankind while he eunuchizes the earth." This witticism emboldened the Ionians to send a deputation to the emperor in behalf of their vines, and ask for a repeal of the law which ordered the earth to be laid waste and not planted. Chapter 43. Here too is a story which they tell of him in Tarsus. A mad dog had attacked a lad, and as a result of the bite, the lad behaved exactly like a dog, for he barked and howled, and went on all 4 feet, using his hands as such, and ran about in that manner. And he had been ill in this way for 30 days, when Apollonius, who had recently come to Tarsus, met him, and ordered him to look for the dog which had done the harm. But they said that the dog had not been found, because the youth had been attacked outside the wall when he was practicing with javelins. Nor could they learn from the patient what the dog was like, for he did not even know himself any more. Then Apollonius reflected for a moment, and said, "O Damis, the dog is a white, shaggy sheepdog, as big as an Amphilochian hound. And he is standing at a certain fountain trembling all over, for he is longing to drink the water, but at the same time is afraid of it. Bring him to me to the bank of the river, where there are the wrestling grounds, merely telling him that it is I who call him." So Damis dragged the dog along, and it crouched at the feet of Apollonius, crying out as a suppliant might do before an altar. But he quite tamed it by stroking it with his hand, and then he stood by the lad close by, holding him with his hand, and in order that the multitude might be cognizant of so great a mystery, he said, "The soul of Telephus of Mysia has been transferred into this boy, and the fates impose the same things upon him as upon Telephus." And with these words he bade the dog lick the wound all round where he had bitten the boy, so that the agent of the wound might in turn be its physician and healer. After that the boy returned to his father, and recognized his mother, and saluted his comrades as before, and drank of the waters of the Cydnus. Nor did the sage neglect the dog either, but after offering a prayer to the river, he sent the dog across it, and when the dog had crossed the river, he took his stand on the opposite bank, and began to bark, a thing which mad dogs rarely do, and he folded back his ears and wagged his tail, because he knew that he was all right again, for a draught of water cures a mad dog, if he has only the courage to take it. Such were the exploits of our sage in behalf of both temples and cities. Such were the discourses he delivered to the public or in behalf of different communities, and in behalf of those who were dead or who were sick. And such were the harangues he delivered to wise and unwise alike, and to the sovereigns who consulted him about moral virtue. End of Volume 2, Book 6, Chapters 31 through 43. Volume 2, Book 7, Chapters 1 through 7 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 7. Chapter 1. I am aware that the conduct of philosophers under despotism is the truest touchstone of their character, and am in favor of inquiring in what way one man displays more courage than another. And my argument also urges me to consider the point. For during the reign of Domitian, Apollonius was beset by accusations and writs of information, the several origins, sources, and counts of which I shall presently enlarge upon. And as I shall be under the necessity of specifying the language which he used, and the role which he assumed when he left the court after convicting the tyrant rather than being himself convicted, so I must first of all enumerate all the feats of wise men in the presence of tyrants which I have found worthy of commemoration, and contrast them with the conduct of Apollonius. For this, I think, is the best way of finding out the truth. Chapter 2. Zeno, then of Elea, who was the father of dialectic, was convicted of an attempt to overthrow the tyranny of Nearchus the Mysian, and being put to the rack, he refused to divulge the names of his accomplices, though he accused of disloyalty those who were loyal to the tyrant, with the result that, whereas they were put to death on the assumption that his accusations were true, he effected the liberation of the Mysians by tripping despotism up over itself. And Plato also declares that he took up the cause of the liberation of the people of Sicily, and associated himself in this enterprise with Dion. And Phaeton, when he was banished from Rhegium, fled to Dionysius, the tyrant of Sicily. But being treated with more honor than an exile might expect, he realized that the tyrant had designs also upon Rhegium, and he informed the people there of this by letter. But he was caught doing so by the tyrant, who forthwith fastened him to one of his siege engines alive, and then pushed it forward against the walls, imagining that the inhabitants of Rhegium would not shoot at the machine in order to spare Phaeton. He, however, cried out to them to shoot, for, said he, "I am the target of your liberty." And Heraclides and Phaeton, who slew Cotis the Thracian, were both of them young men, and they embraced the discipline and life of the academy, and made themselves wise, and so free men. And who does not know the story of Callisthenes of Olynthus? He, on one and the same day, delivered himself of a Panegyric and of an attack upon the Macedonians, just at the time when they were at the acme of their power, and they put him to death for exciting their displeasure. Then there were Diogenes of Sinope, and Crates of Thebes, of whom the former went direct to Chaeronea and rebuked Philip for his treatment of the Athenians, on the grounds that, though asserting himself to be a descendant of Hercules, he yet was destroying by force of arms those who had taken up arms in defence of the descendants of Hercules. The other, Crates, when Alexander had declared that he would rebuild Thebes for his sake, replied that he would never stand in need of a country or of a city which anyone could raze to the ground by mere force of arms. Many more examples of this kind could be adduced, but my treatise does not allow me to prolong them. It is indeed incumbent upon me to criticize these examples, not in order to show that they were not as remarkable as they are universally famous, but only to show that they fall short of the exploits of Apollonius, in spite of their being the best of their kind. Chapter 3. About the conduct of Zeno of Elea, then, and about the murder of Coites, there is nothing very remarkable. For it is easy to enslave Thriaeans and Getae, so it is an act of folly to liberate them. For indeed they do not appreciate freedom, because, I imagine, they do not esteem slavery to be base. I will not say that Plato somewhat lacked wisdom when he set himself to reform the affairs of Sicily rather than those of Athens, or that he was sold in all fairness when, after deceiving others, he found himself deceived, for I fear to offend my readers. But the despotic sway of Dionysius over Sicily was already tottering when Phaeton of Rhegium made his attempt against him, and in any case he would have been put to death by him, even if the people of that city had not shot their bolts at him. His achievement, then, I think, was by no means wonderful. He only preferred to die in behalf of the liberty of others rather than endure the death penalty by being himself a slave. And as for Callisthenes, even today he cannot acquit himself of baseness, for in first commending and then attacking one and the same set of people, he either attacked those whom he felt to be worthy of praise, or he praised those whom he ought to have been openly attacking. Moreover, a person who sets himself to abuse good men cannot escape the charge of being envious, while he who flatters the wicked by his very praises of them draws down upon his own head the guilt of their misdeeds, for evil men are only rendered more evil when you praise them. And Diogenes, if he had addressed Philip in the way he did before the battle of Chaeronea, instead of after it, might have preserved him from the guilt of taking up arms against Athens. But instead of doing so, he waited till the harm was done, when he could only reproach him, but not reform him. As for Crates, he must needs incur the censure of every patriot for not seconding Alexander in his design of recolonizing Thebes. But Apollonius had not to fear for any country that was endangered, nor was he in despair of his own life, nor was he reduced to silly and idle speeches, nor was he championing the cause of Mysians or Getae, nor was he face to face with one who was only sovereign in a single island or of an inconsiderable country, for he confronted one who was master both of sea and land, at a time when his tyranny was harsh and bitter, and he took his stand against the tyrant in behalf of the welfare of his subjects, with the same spirit and purpose as he had taken his stand against Nero. Chapter 4. Some may think that his attitude towards Nero was a mere bit of skirmishing, because he did not come to close quarters with him, but merely undermined his despotism by his encouragement of Vindex, and the terror with which he inspired Tigellinus. And there are certain braggarts here who foster the tale that it required no great courage to assail a man like Nero, who led the life of a female harpist or flautist. But what, I would ask, have they to say about Domitian? For he was vigorous in body, and he abjured all those pleasures of music and song which wear away and soften down ferocity. And he took pleasure in the sufferings of others, and in any lamentations they uttered. And he was in the habit of saying that distrust is the best safeguard of the people against their tyrants, and of the tyrant against the multitude. And though he thought that a sovereign ought to rest from all hard work during the night, yet he deemed it the right season to begin murdering people in. And the result was that the Senate had all its most distinguished members cut off, philosophy was reduced to cowering in a corner, to such an extent that some of its votaries disguised themselves by changing their dress, and ran away to take refuge among the western Celts, while others fled to the deserts of Libya or Scythia, and others again stooped to compose orations in which his crimes were palliated. But Apollonius, like Tiresias, who is represented by Sophocles as addressing to Oedipus the words, "For 'tis not in your slavery that I live, but in that of Loxias," chose wisdom as his mistress, and escaped scot-free from paying tribute to Domitian. Applying to himself, as if it were an oracle, the verse of Tiresias and of Sophocles, and fearing nothing for himself, but only pitying the fate of others, he set himself to rally round him all the younger men of the Senate, and husband such intelligence as he saw discerned in many of them. And he visited the provinces, and in the name of philosophy he appealed to the governors, pointing out to them that the strength of tyrants is not immortal, and that the very fact of their being dreaded exposes them to defeat. And he also reminded them of the Panathenaic festival in Attica, at which hymns are sung in honor of Harmodius and Aristogiton, and of the sally that was made from Phyle, when 30 tyrants at once were overthrown. And he also reminded them of the ancient history of the Romans, and of how they too had originally been a democracy, after driving out despotism, arms in hand. Chapter 5. And on an occasion when a tragic actor visited Ephesus, and came forward in the play called the Ino, and when the governor of Asia was one of the audience, a man who, though still young, and of distinguished rank among the consuls, was nevertheless very nervous about such matters, just as the actor finished the speech, in which Euripides describes in his iambes how tyrants, after long growth of their power, are destroyed by little causes, Apollonius leapt up and said, "But yonder coward understands neither Euripides nor myself." Chapter 6. When, moreover, the news was brought how notable a purification of the goddess Vesta of the Romans Domitian had carried out, by putting to death 3 of the Vestal virgins who had broken their vows and incurred the pollution of marriage, when it was their duty to minister in purity to the Athene of Ilium, and to the fire which was worshipped in Rome, he exclaimed, "O son, would that thou couldst be purified of the unjust murders with which the whole world is just now filled." Nor did he do all this in private, as a coward might, but proclaimed his sentiments and aspirations amidst the crowd and before all. Chapter 7. On another occasion, when after the murder of Sabinus, one of his own relations, Domitian was about to marry Julia, who was herself the wife of the murdered man, and Domitian's own niece being one of the daughters of Titus, Ephesus was about to celebrate the marriage with sacrifice. Only Apollonius interrupted the rites by exclaiming, "O thou knight of the Danaids of yore, how unique thou wast!" End of Volume 2, Book 7, Chapters 1-7. Volume 2, Book 7, Chapters 8-12 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 7. Chapter 8. The following, then, is the history of his acts in Rome. Nerva was regarded as a proper candidate for the throne which after Domitian's death he occupied with so much wisdom, and the same opinion was entertained of Orphetus and of Rufus. Domitian accused the two latter of intriguing against himself, and they were confined in islands, while Nerva was commanded to live in Tarentum. Now Apollonius had been intimate with them all the time that Titus shared the throne with his father, and also reigned after his father's death, and he was in constant correspondence with them on the subject of self-control, being anxious to enlist them on the side of the sovereigns whose excellence of character he esteemed. But he did his best to alienate them from Domitian, on account of his cruelty, and encouraged them to espouse the cause of the freedom of all. Now it occurred to him that his epistles conveying advice to them were fraught with danger to them, for many of those who were in power were betrayed by their own slaves and friends and womenkind, and there was not at the time any house that could keep a secret. Accordingly, he would take now one and now another of the discreetest of his own companions, and say to them, I have a brilliant secret to entrust to you, for you must betake yourself as my agent to Rome to so-and-so, mentioning the party, and you must hold converse with him, and do the utmost I could do to win him over. But when he heard that they were banished for having displayed a tendency to revolt against the tyrant, and yet had from timidity abandoned their plans, he delivered a discourse on the subject of the fates and of destiny in the grove of Smyrna, in which stands the statue of the river Meles. Chapter 9. And being aware that Nerva would before long become sovereign, he went on to explain in his oration that not even tyrants are able to force the hand of destiny, and directing the attention of his audience to the brazen statue of Domitian, which had been erected close to that of Meles, he said, Thou fool, how much art thou mistaken in thy views of destiny and fate! For even if thou shouldst slay the man who is fated to be despot after thyself, he shall come to life again. This saying was reported to Domitian by the malevolence of Euphrates, and though no one knew to which of his personages above mentioned this oracle applied, yet the despot, in order to allay his fears, determined to put them to death. But in order that he might seem to have an excuse for doing so, he summoned Apollonius before him to defend himself on the charge of holding secret relations against them. For he considered that, if he came, he could get a sentence pronounced against him, and so avoid the imputation of having put people to death without trial, seeing that they would have been convicted through Apollonius. Or, in the alternative case, if the latter, by some ruse, avoided an open trial, then the fate of the others would all the more certainly be sealed, because sentence would have been passed on them by their own accomplice. Chapter 10. Moved by these considerations, Domitian had already written to the governor of Asia, directing the man of Tyana to be arrested and brought to Rome, when the latter, foreseeing in his usual way through a divine instinct what was coming, told his companions that they needed to depart on a mysterious voyage. And they were reminded of the opinion enunciated by Abaris of old, and felt that he was intent upon some such scheme. Apollonius, however, without revealing his intention even to Damis, set sail in his company for Achaia, and having landed at Corinth and worshipped the sun about midday, with his usual rites, embarked in the evening for Sicily and Italy. And falling in with a favourable wind and a good current that ran in his direction, he reached Dicaercia on the 5th day. There he met Demetrius, who passed for being the boldest of the philosophers, simply because he did not live far away from Rome, and knowing that he was really to get out of the way of the tyrant, he said by way of amusing himself, I have caught you in your luxury, dwelling here in the most blessed part of happy Italy, if indeed she be happy, here where Odysseus is said to have forgotten, in the company of Calypso, the smoke of his Ithacan home. Thereupon Demetrius embraced him, and after sundry pious ejaculations, said, O ye gods! What will come upon philosophy if she risks the loss of such a man as yourself? He asked, And what risks does she run? Said the other, Those, surely, a foreknowledge of which brought you here. For if I do not know what is in your mind, then I do not know what is in my own. But let us not conduct our conversation here, but let us retire to where we can talk together alone, and let only Damis be present, whom, by Hercules, I am inclined to consider an Iolaus of your labors. Chapter 11. With these words, Demetrius led them to the villa in which Cicero lived of old, and it is close by the city. There they sat down under a plane tree where the grasshoppers were chirping to the soft music of the summer's breeze, when Demetrius, glancing up at them, remarked, O ye blessed insects, and unfeignedly wise! It would seem then that the Muses have taught you a song which is neither actionable, nor likely to be informed against, and they made you superior to all wants of the belly, and settled you far above all human envy to live in these trees, on which you sit and sing in your blessedness about your own and the Muses' prerogative of happiness. Now Apollonius understood the drift of this apostrophe, but it jarred upon him as inconsistent with the strenuous professions of his friend. He said, It seems, then, that though you only wanted to sing the praises of the grasshoppers, you could not do it openly, but come cowering hither, as if there were a public law against anyone praising the grasshoppers. He replied, I said what I did, not by way of praising them, but of signifying that, while they are left unmolested in their concert halls, we are not allowed even to mutter, for wisdom has been rendered a penal offense. And whereas the indictment of Anytus and Miletus ran, Socrates commits wrong in corrupting youth and introducing a new religion, we are indicted in such terms as these. So-and-so commits wrong by being wise and just and gifted with understanding of the gods no less than of men, and with a wide knowledge of the laws. And as for yourself, so far forth as you are cleverer and wiser than the rest of us, so much the more cleverly is the indictment against you drawn up. For Domitian intends to implicate you in the charges for which Nerva and his associates are banished. Apollonius said, But for what crime are they banished? For what is reckoned by the persecutor to be the greatest of latter-day crimes. He says that he has caught these persons in the act of trying to usurp his throne, and accuses you of instigating their attempt by mutilating, I think, a boy. What, as if it were by an eunuch, that I want his empire overthrown? He replied, It is not that of which we are falsely accused, but they declare that you sacrificed a boy to divine the secrets of futurity, which are to be learned from an inspection of youthful entrails, and in the indictment your dress and manner of life are also impugned, and the fact of your being an object of worship to some. This, then, is what I have heard from our Telesinos, no less your intimate than mine. Exclaimed Apollonius, What luck if we could meet Telesinos, for I suppose you mean the philosopher who held consular rank in the reign of Nero. He said, The same, but how are you to come across him? For despots are doubly suspicious of any man of rank should they find him holding communication with men who lie under such an accusation as you do. And Telesinos, moreover, gave way quietly before the edict which has lately been issued against philosophers of every kind, because he preferred to be an exile as a philosopher to remaining in Rome as a consul. Apollonius said, I would not have him run any risks on my account, anyhow, for the risks he runs in behalf of philosophy are serious enough. Chapter 12. But tell me this, Demetrius, What do you think I had better say or do in order to allay my own fears? Said the other, You had better not trifle nor pretend to be afraid of what you do not dread. For if you really thought these accusations dangerous, you would have been away by now and evaded the necessity of defending yourself from them. Apollonius said, And would you run away if you were placed in the same danger as myself? He replied, I would not, I swear by Athene, if there were someone to judge me. But in fact there is no fair trial, and if I did offer a defense, no one would even listen to me. Or if I were listened to, I should be slain all the more certainly because I was known to be innocent. You would not, I suppose, care to see me choose so cold-blooded and slavish a death as that, rather than one which befits a philosopher. And I imagine it behooves a philosopher to die in the attempt either to liberate his city or to protect his parents and children and brothers and other kinsfolk, or to die struggling for his friends, who in the eyes of the wise are more precious than mere kinsfolk, or for favorites that have been purchased by love. But to be put to death, not for true reasons, but for fancy ones, and to furnish the tyrant with a pretext for being considered wise, is much worse and more grievous than to be bowed and bent high in the sky on a wheel, as they say Ixion was. But it seems to me the very fact of your coming here will be the beginning of your trial. For though you may attribute your journey hither to your quiet conscience, and to the fact that you would have never ventured upon it if you were guilty, Domitian will credit you with nothing of the kind, but will merely believe that you ventured on so hardy a course because you possess some mysterious power. For think, 10 days, they say, have not elapsed since you were cited to appear, and you turn up at the court without even having heard as yet that you were to undergo a trial. Will not that be tantamount to justifying the accusation? For everyone will think that you foreknew the event, and the story about the boy will gain credit therefrom. And take care that the discourse which they say you delivered about the fates and necessity in Ionia does not come true of yourself, and that, in case destiny has some cruelty in store, you are not marching straight to meet it with your hands tied, just because you won't see that discretion is the better part of valor. And if you have not forgotten the affairs of Nero's reign, you will remember my own case, and that I showed no coward's dread of death. But then one gained some respite. For although Nero's harp was ill attuned to the dignity that befits a king, and clashed therewith, yet in other ways its music harmonized his mood not unpleasantly with ours. For he was often induced thereby to grant a truce to his victims, and stay his murderous hand. At any rate, he did not slay me, although I attracted his sword to myself as much by your discourses as by my own, which were delivered against the bath, and the reason why he did not slay me was that just then his voice improved, and he achieved, as he thought, a very brilliant melody. But where's the royal nightingale, and where the harp to which we can today make our peace offerings? For the outlook of today is unredeemed by music, and full of spleen, and this tyrant is as little likely to be charmed by himself as by other people. It is true that Pindar says, in praise of the lyre, that it charms the savage breast of Ares, and stays his hand from war. But this ruler, although he has established a musical contest in Rome, and offers a public crown for those who win therein, nevertheless slew several of the people who, so I hear, piped and sang in his last musical contest. And you should also consider our friends and their safety, for you will certainly ruin them as well as yourself, if you make a show of being brave, or use arguments which will not be listened to. But your life lies within your reach, for here are ships, you see how many there are, some about to sail for Libya, others for Egypt, others for Phoenicia and Cyprus, others direct to Sardinia, others still for places beyond Sardinia. It were be best for you to embark on one of these, and betake yourself to one or another of these provinces. For the hand of tyranny is less heavy upon distinguished men, if it perceives that they only desire to live quietly, and not put themselves forward. End of Volume 2, Book 7, Chapters 8-12. Volume 2, Book 7, Chapters 13-19 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 7. Damis was so impressed by the arguments of Demetrius that he exclaimed, "Well, you, anyhow, are a friend, and by your presence you can do a very great service to my master here. As for me, I am of little account, and if I advised him not to throw somersaults upon naked swords, nor expose himself to risks with tyrants, than whom none were ever yet deemed harsher, he would not listen to me. As a matter of fact, I should never have known, if I had not met you, what he meant by his journey hither, for I follow him more readily, more blindly, than another man would follow himself. And if you asked me where I am bound, or for what, I should merely excite your laughter by telling you that I was traversing the seas of Sicily and the bays of Etruria without knowing in the least why I took ship. And if only I were courting these dangers after I had received open warning, I could then say to those who asked me the question, that Apollonius was courting death, and that I was accompanying him on board ship because I was his rival in his passion. But as I know nothing of this matter, it's time for me to speak of what I do know, and I will say it in the interests of my master. For if I were put to death, I would not do much harm to philosophy, for I am like the esquire of some distinguished soldier, and am only entitled to consideration because I am of his suit. But if someone is going to be set on to slay him, and tyrants find it easy to contrive plots and to remove obstacles from their path, then I think a regular trophy will have been raised over the defeat of philosophy in the person of the noblest of her human representatives. And as there are many people lurking in our path, such as were Anytus and Meletus, writs of information will be scattered from all quarters at once against the companions of Apollonius. One will be accused of having laughed when his master attacked tyranny, another of having encouraged him to talk, a third of having suggested to him a topic to talk about, a fourth of having left his lecture-room with praise on his lips for what he had heard. I admit that one ought to die in the cause of philosophy in the sense of dying for one's temples, one's own walls, and one's sepulchres. For there are many famous heroes who have embraced death in order to save and protect such interests as those. But I pray that neither I myself may die in order to bring about the ruin of philosophy, and that no one else either may die for such an object who loves philosophy and loves Apollonius. Chapter 14. Apollonius answered thus: We must make allowance for the very timid remarks which Damis has made about the situation, for he is a Syrian and lives on the borders of Media, where tyrants are worshipped, and where no one entertains a lofty ideal of freedom. But as for yourself, I do not see how you can defend yourself at the bar of philosophy from the charge of trumping up fears, from which, even if there were really any reason for them, you ought to try to wean him. Instead of doing so, you try to plunge into terror a man who is only too inclined to tremble at imaginary dangers. I would indeed have a wise man sacrifice his life for the objects you have mentioned, but any man without being wise would equally die for them. For it is an obligation of law that we should die in behalf of our freedom, and an injunction of nature that we should die in behalf of our kinsfolk, or of our friends or darlings. Now all men are the slaves of nature and of law. the willing, slaves of nature, as the unwilling ones, of law. But it is the duty of the wise, in a still higher degree, to lay down their lives for tenets they have embraced. Here are interests which neither law has laid upon us, nor nature planted in us from birth, but to which we have devoted ourselves out of mere strength of character and courage. In behalf, therefore, of these, should any one try to violate them, let the wise man pass through the fire, let him bare his neck to the axe, for he will not be overcome by any such threats, nor driven to any sort of subterfuge, but he will cleave to all he knows as firmly as if it were a religion in which he had been initiated. As for myself, I am acquainted with more than other human beings, for I know all things, and what I know partly for good men, partly for wise ones, partly for myself, partly for the gods, but for tyrants nothing. But that I am not come on any fool's errand, you can see if you will, for I run no risk of my life myself, nor shall I die at the hands of a despot, however much I might wish to do so. But I am aware that I am running a risk in connection with persons of whom the tyrant may accuse me of being either the leader or the accomplice. Let me be whatever he likes, I am content. But if I were to betray them by holding back or by cowardly refusal to face the accusation, what would good men think of me? Who would not justly slay me for playing with the lives of men to whom was entrusted everything I had besought of heaven? And I would like to point out to you that I could not possibly escape the reputation of being a traitor. For there are two kinds of tyrants. The one kind put their victims to death without trial, the other after they had been brought before a court of law. The former kind resemble the more passionate and prompt of wild beasts. The other kind resemble the gentler and more lethargic ones. That both kinds are cruel is clear to everybody who takes Nero as an example of the impetuous despotism which does not trouble about legal forms; Tiberius, on the other hand, of the tardy and sluggish nature. For the former destroyed his victims before they had any suspicion of what was coming, and the other after he had tortured them with long drawn-out terror. For myself, I consider those the crueler who make a pretense of legal trial, and of getting a verdict pronounced in accordance with the law, for in reality they set them at defiance, and bring in the same verdict as they would have done without any real trial, giving the name of law to that which merely ekes out of their own spleen. The very fact of their being put to death in legal form does but deprive the wretches so condemned to death of that compassion on the part of the crowd, which should be tendered like a winding sheet to the victims of injustice. Well, I perceive that the present ruler cloaks his tyranny under legal forms. But it seems to me that he ends by condemning without trial, for he really sentences men before they enter the court, and then brings them before it as if they had not yet been tried. Now one who is formally condemned by a verdict in court can obviously say he perished owing to an illegal sentence, but how can he that evades his trial escape condemnation by his own conscience? And supposing now that the fate of such distinguished persons also rests on me, I do manage to run away from the crisis which equally impends over them and myself, what can save me no matter where I go on all the earth from the brand of infamy? For let us suppose that you have delivered yourself of all these sentiments, and that I have admitted their correctness and acted on them, and that, in consequence, our friends have been murdered. What prayers could I offer in such a case for a favorable voyage? What haven could I cast anchor in? To whom could I set out on any voyage? For methinks I should have to steer clear of any land over which the Romans rule, and should have to seek men who are my friends, and yet do not live in sight of the tyrant, and that would be Phraotes, and the Babylonian, and the divine Iarchus, and the noble Thespesian. Now supposing I set out for Ethiopia, what, my excellent friend, could I tell Thespesian? For if I concealed this episode, I should prove myself a lover of falsehood, nay, worse, a slave, while if I frankly confessed all to him, I could only use such words as these: O Thespesione, Euphrates slandered me to you, and accused me of things that are not on my conscience. For he said that I was a boaster and a miracle-monger, and one that violated wisdom, especially that of the Indians. But while I am none of these things, I am nevertheless a betrayer of my own friends, and their murderer, and utterly unreliable, and so forth. And if there is any wreath for virtue, I come to wear it, because I have ruined the greatest of the Roman houses so utterly, that henceforth they are left desolate. You blush, Demetrius, to hear such words. I see that you do so. What then, if you turn from Thespesione to Phraotes, and imagine me fleeing to India to take refuge with such a man as he? How should I look him in the face? How should I explain the motive of my flight? Should I not have to say that when I visited him before, I was a gentleman not too faint-hearted to lay down my life for my friends, but that after enjoying his society, I had, at your bidding, thrown away with scorn this divinest of human privileges? And as for Iarchus, he surely would not ask me any question at all when I arrived. But just as Aeolus once bade Odysseus quit his island with ignominy, because he had made a bad use of the gift of a good wind which he had bestowed on him, so Iarchus, I imagine, would drive me from his eminence, and tell me that I had disgraced the draught I there had from the cup of Tantalus. For they require a man who stoops and drinks of that goblet to share the dangers of his friends. I know, Demetrius, how clever you are at chopping logic, and this, I believe, is why you will tender me some further advice, such as this. But you must not resort to those you have named, but to men with whom you have never had anything to do, and then your flight will be all right, for you will find it easier to lie hidden among people who do not know you. Well, let me examine this argument too, and see whether there is anything in it. For this is how I regard it. I consider that a wise man does nothing in private, nor by himself alone. I hold that not even his inmost thoughts can be so devoid of witness that he himself at least is not present with himself. And whether the Pythian inscription was suggested by Apollo himself, or by some man who had a healthy conscience, and was therefore minded to publish it as an aphorism for all, I hold that the sage who knows himself, and has his own conscience as his perpetual companion, will never cower before things that scare the many, nor venture upon courses which others would engage upon without shame. For being the slaves of despots, they have been ready at times to betray to them even their dearest, because just as they trembled at imaginary terrors, so they felt no fear where they should have trembled. But wisdom allows none of these things. For beside the Pythian epigram, she also praises Euripides, who regarded conscience in the case of human beings as a disease which works their ruin whenever they realize that they have done wrong. For it was such conscience that brought up before Orestes, and had depicted in his imagination the shapes of the Amenides, when he had gone mad with wrath against his mother. For whereas reason decides what should be done, conscience revises the resolutions taken by reason. If then reason chooses the better part, conscience forthwith escorts a man to all the temples, into all the by-streets, into all groves of the gods, and into all haunts of mankind, applauding him and singing his praises. She will even hymn his merits as he sleeps, and will weave around him a chorus of angels from the world of dreams. But if the determination of reason trip and fall into evil courses, conscience permits not the sinner to look others in the face, nor to address them freely and boldly with his lips. And she drives him away from temples and from prayer. For she suffers him not even to uplift his hands in prayer to the images, but strikes them down as he lifts them, as the law strikes down those who rebel against it. And she drives such men from every social meeting, and terrifies them in their sleep. And while she turns into dreams and windy forms all that they see by day, and any things they think they hear or say, she lends to their empty and fantastic flutterings of heart truth and substantial reality of well-founded terror. I think, then, that I have clearly shown you, and that truth itself will convince you, that my conscience will convict me wherever I go, whether to people that know me or to people that do not, supposing I were to betray my friends. But I will not betray even myself, but I will boldly wrestle with the tyrant, hailing him with the words of the noble Homer, "Mars is as much my friend as thine." Chapter 15. Damis was so impressed by this address, he tells us, that he took fresh resolution and courage, and Demetrius no longer despaired of Apollonius, but rather praising and agreeing with his appeal, wished Godspeed to him in his perilous enterprise, and to his mistress Philosophy, for whose sake he braved so much. And he led them, Damis says, to where he was lodging, but Apollonius declined, and said, "It is now eventide, and about the time of the lighting up of the lamps, and I must set out for the port of Rome, for this is the usual hour at which these ships sail. However, we will dine together another time, when my affairs are on a better footing, for just now some charge would be trumped up against yourself of having dined with an enemy of the emperor. Nor must you come down to the harbor with us, lest you should be accused, merely for having conversed with me, of harboring criminal designs." Demetrius accordingly consented, and after embracing them he quitted them, though he often turned back to look towards them and wiped tears from his eyes. But Apollonius looked at Damis and said, "If you are firmly resolved and are as courageous as myself, let us both embark upon the ship. But if you are dispirited, it is better for you to remain here, for you can live with Demetrius during the interval, since he is as much your friend as mine." But Damis took him up and said, "What could I think of myself, if, after you have so nobly discoursed today about the duty of sharing the dangers of one's friends when they fall upon them, I let your words fall on deaf ears and abandoned you in the hour of danger, and this, although until now I have never shown cowardice where you were concerned?" Apollonius said, "You speak rightly, so let us depart. I will go as I am, but you must needs disguise yourself as a man of the people, nor must you wear your hair long as you do now, and you must exchange your philosopher's cloak for this linen garment, and you must put away the shoes you wear. But I must tell you what my intention is in this. For it were best to hold out as long as we can before the trial. Then I should not wish that you should be a sharer of my fate through being detected by your dress, which will certainly betray you and lead to your arrest. But I would rather that you followed me in the guise of one not sworn to my philosophy, but just attached to me for other reasons, and so accompanying me in all I do. This is the reason why Damis put off his Pythagorean garb, for he says he did not do it through cowardice, nor through any regret of having worn it, but merely because he approved of a device to which he accommodated himself to suit the expedients of the moment. Chapter 16. They sailed from Dicaearchia, and on the third day they put into the mouth of the Tiber, from which it is a fairly short sail up to Rome. Now the emperor's sword was, at the time, in the keeping of Aelian, a person who long ago had been attached to Apollonius, because he once met him in Egypt. And although he said nothing openly in his favor to Domitian, for that his office did not allow of his doing, for how could he have praised to his sovereign's face one who was supposed to be an object of his detestation any more than he could intercede in his behalf as for a friend of his own? Nevertheless, whatever means there were of helping him in an unobtrusive way, he resorted to in his behalf, and accordingly, at the time when, before he arrived, Apollonius was being calumniated to Domitian, he would say, "My sovereign,
Sophists are all prattle and flippancy, and their art is all for show. And they are so eager to die because they get no good out of life. And therefore they don't wait for death to come of itself, but try to anticipate and draw it on themselves by provoking those who hold the sword. This, I think, was the reason which weighed with Nero, and prevented his being drawn on by Demetrius into slaying him. For as he saw that he was anxious for death, he let him off not because he wished to pardon him, but because he disdained to put him to death. Moreover, in the case of Musonius the Tyrrhenian, who opposed his rule in many ways, he only kept him in the island called Gyara. And Hellenes are so fond of these sophists, that, at that time, they were all making voyages by ship to visit him, as they now do to visit the spring. For until Musonius went there was no water in the island, but he discovered a spring, which the Greeks celebrate as loudly as they do the horse's spring at Helicon. Chapter 17. In this way Aelian tried to put off the king until Apollonius arrived, and then he began to use more address, for he ordered Apollonius to be arrested and brought into his presence. And when the counsel for the prosecution began to abuse him as a wizard and an adept at magic, Aelian remarked, "Keep yourself and your charges against him for the royal court." But Apollonius remarked, "If I am a wizard, how is it I am brought to trial? And if I am brought to trial, how can I be a wizard? Unless indeed the power of slander is so great that even wizards cannot get the better of it." Then, when the accuser was about to say something still more foolish, Aelian cut him off and said, "Leave me the time that will elapse until his trial begins, for I intend to examine the sophist's character privately, and not before yourselves. And if he admits his guilt, then the pleadings in the court can be cut short, and you can depart in peace. But if he denies his guilt, the emperor will try him." He accordingly passed into his secret court, where the most important accusations and causes were tried in strict privacy, and said to the company, "Do you depart hence, and let no one remain to listen, for such is the will of the emperor." Chapter 18. And when they were alone, he said, "I, O Apollonius, was a stripling at the time when the father of the present sovereign came to Egypt to sacrifice to the gods, and to consult you about his own affairs. I was a tribune only then, but the emperor took me with him, because I was already versed in war, while you were so friendly with myself, that when the emperor was receiving deputations from the cities, you took me aside and told me of what country I was, and what was my name and parentage. And you foretold to me that I should hold this office which is accounted by the multitude the highest of all, and superior to all other human positions at once, although to myself it means much trouble and much unhappiness. For I am the sentinel of the harshest of tyrants, whom, if I betray, I am afraid of the wrath of heaven. But I have shown you how friendly I am towards yourself. For in reminding you how our friendship began, I have surely made it clear to you that I can never cease, as long as we can remember those beginnings. If I have said I would question you in private about the charges which your accuser has drawn up against you, it was only a good-natured pretext on my part for obtaining an interview with you, in order to assure you of my own good will, and to warn you of the emperor's designs. Now what his verdict will be in your case I do not know, but his temper is that of people who are anxious to condemn a person, but are ashamed to do so except upon some real evidence, and he wishes to make you an excuse for destroying these men of consular rank. So his wishes, you see, are criminal, but he observes a certain formality in his actions in order to preserve a semblance of justice. And I, too, in my turn, must pretend to be exasperated with you, for if he suspects me of any leniency, I do not know which of us will be the first to perish." Chapter 19. Apollonius replied, "Since we are talking without any restraint, and you have told me all that is in your heart, I in turn am bound to tell you no less. And since you also take a philosopher's view of your own position, as one might do who has most thoroughly studied philosophy in my society, and, by heaven, inasmuch as you are so kindly disposed towards us as to imagine you run a common risk with myself, I will tell you exactly what I think. It was in my power to run away from you to many parts of the earth where your authority is not recognized, and where I should have found myself among wise men, men much wiser than myself, and where I might have worshipped the gods in accordance with the principles of sound reason. I had only to go to the haunts of men who are more beloved of the gods than are the people of this city, men among whom such things as informers and writs of accusation are unknown, because, since they neither wrong one another nor are wronged, they stand in no need of law courts. But I am come to offer my defense, because I fear to be branded as a traitor. For, if I ran away instead of staying and defending myself, those who are running risks on my account would be brought to ruin. But I would have you tell me, what are the accusations against which I have to defend myself? End of Volume 2, Book 7, Chapters 13 through 19.
Volume 2, Book 7, Chapters 20 through 28 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 7. Chapter 20. The counts of indictment, replied the other, are as varied as they are numerous, for your style of dress is assailed in them, and your way of living in general, and your having been worshipped by certain people, and the fact that in Ephesus once you delivered an oracle about the famine, and also that you have uttered certain sentiments to the detriment of the sovereign, some of them openly, some of them obscurely and privately, and some of them on the pretense that you have learned them from heaven. But the charge which most appeals to the credulity of the emperor, although I cannot credit it in the least, for I know that you are opposed even to shedding the blood of victims, is the following. They say that you visited Nerva in the country, and that you cut up an Arcadian boy for him when he was consulting the auspices against the emperor, and that by such rites as these you roused his ambitions, and that all this was done by night, when the moon was already on the wane. This is the accusation, as compared with which we need not consider any other, because it far outweighs them all. For if your accuser attacks your dress and your mode of life, and your gift of foreknowledge, it is only by way, I assure you, of leading up to this charge, and it was moreover the peculiarities which prompted you to commit the crime of conspiring against the emperor, so he says, and emboldening you to offer such a sacrifice. You must then be prepared to defend yourself upon these counts, and I would only ask you in what you say to show great respect for the sovereign. And Apollonius replied, that I shall show no disrespect you may clearly gather from the fact that I am come here to justify myself, and even if my circumstances were such as to embolden me to treat a despot in a haughty manner, I should anyhow submit myself to a man like yourself, who also loves me. For though it does not so much matter if you merely fall into the bad graces of an enemy, for your enemy will hate you not for reasons which make you an object of public suspicion, but for private causes of offense, which you have given them, nothing is graver than to give a friend reason to think ill of you. This is worse than all your enemies put together can effect, for no man can avoid being disliked even by his enemies for his bad qualities. Chapter 21. These words impressed Aelian as very sensible, and he bade him be of good courage, while he himself formed the conviction that here was a man whom nothing could terrify or startle, and who would not flinch even if the head of the Gorgon were brandished over him. He accordingly summoned the jailers who had charge of such cases, and said, My orders are to detain this man until the emperor be informed of his arrival and learn from his lips all he has to say to me." And he said this with the air of a man very much enraged. And then he went into the palace and began to attend to the duties of his office. At this point, Damis records an incident which in a way resembles, and in a way is unlike, the episode related of Aristides long ago in Athens. For they were ostracizing Aristides because of his virtue, and he had no sooner passed the gates of the city than a rustic came up to him and begged him to fill up his voting shirt against Aristides. The rustic knew no more to whom he was speaking than he knew how to write. He only knew that Aristides was detested because he was so just. Now, on this occasion, a tribune who knew Apollonius perfectly well addressed him and asked him in an insolent manner what had brought him to such a pass. Apollonius replied that he did not know. Said the other, "Well, I can tell you, for it is allowing yourself to be worshipped by your fellow men that has led you to be accused of setting yourself on a level with the gods." Asked the other, "And who is it that has paid me this worship?" Said the other, "I myself, when I was still a boy in Ephesus, at a time when you stayed our epidemic." Apollonius said, "Lucky it was, both for you and for the city of Ephesus that was saved." Said the other, "Well, this is a reason why I have prepared a method of defense for you, which will rid you of the charge against you. For let us go outside the gates, and if I cut your head off with my sword, the accusation will have defeated itself, and you will go scot-free. But if you terrify me to such an extent that I drop my sword, you must needs be thought a divine being, and then it will be seen that there is a basis of truth in the charges made against you." So much coarser and ruder was this fellow than the man who wished to banish Aristides, and he uttered his words with a grimace and mocking laughter. But Apollonius affected not to have heard him, and went on with his conversation with Damis about the Delta, about which they say the Nile is divided into two branches. Chapter 22. Aelian next summoned him and ordered him into the prison, where the captives were not bound, until, he said, the emperor shall have leisure, for he desires to talk with you privately before taking any further steps. Apollonius accordingly left the law court and passed into the prison, where he said, "Let us talk, Damis, with the people here. For what else is there for us to do until the time comes when the despot will give me such audience as he desires?" Damis said, "Will they not think us babblers and bores if we interrupt them in the preparation of their defense? And moreover, it is a mistake to talk philosophy with men so broken in spirit as they." Apollonius said, "Nay, they are just the people who most want someone to talk to them and comfort them. For you may remember the verses of Homer in which he relates how Helen mingled in the bowl of wine certain drugs from Egypt, in order to drown the heartache of the heroes. Well, I think that Helen must have picked up the lore of the Egyptians, and have sung spells over the dejected heroes through their bowl of wine, so healing them by a blending of words and wine." Damis said, "And that is likely enough, seeing that she came to Egypt and consorted with Proteus, or, if we prefer Homer's account, was well acquainted with Polydamna, the daughter of Thon. However, let us dismiss these topics for the moment, for I want to ask you something." Apollonius said, "I know what you are going to ask me, for I am sure you wish me to tell you what my conversation was about with the consul, and what he said, and whether he was formidable and severe or gentle to me." And forthwith he told Damis all that had passed. Thereupon Damis prostrated himself before him and said, "Now I am ready to believe that Leucothea did really once give her veil to Odysseus, after he had fallen out of his ship, and was paddling himself over the sea with his hands. For we are reduced to just as awful and impossible a plight, when some god, as it seems to me, stretches out his hand over us, that we fall not away from all hope of salvation. But Apollonius disapproved of the way he spoke, and said, "How long will you continue to cherish these fears, as if you could never understand that wisdom amazes all that is sensible of her, but is herself not amazed by anything?" Damis said, "But we are brought here before one who is quite insensible, and who not only cannot be amazed by us, but would not allow anything in the world to amaze him." Apollonius said, "Seest thou not, O Damis, that he is maddened with pride and vanity?" Said the other, "I see it, how can I not?" Apollonius said, "Well, you have got to despise the despot just in proportion as you get to know him." Chapter 23. They were talking like this, when someone, a Sicilian I think, came up and said, "I, gentlemen, am brought to this pass by my wealth." And Apollonius replied, "If your wealth was acquired by other than holy methods, for example by piracy and administration of deadly drugs, or by disturbing the tombs of ancient kings which are full of gold and treasure, you deserve not only to be put on your trial, but also to forfeit your life. For these things are wealth, no doubt, but of an infamous and inhuman kind. But if you acquired your wealth by inheritance or by trade dealings of a fair description, and not by usury, who would be so cruel as to deprive you under colour of law of what you have acquired with its venerable sanction?" Said the other, "My property has accrued to me from several of my relations, and has centred itself in my single household, and I use it, not as if it belonged to other people, for it is my own, yet not as my own, for I share it freely with all good men. But the informers accused me of having acquired my wealth to the prejudice of the despot, for they say that if I attempted a revolution, it would supply me with resources, while if I attached myself to another as his accomplice, my wealth would weigh heavily in his favour. And there is actually an oracular air about the charges made against us, such as that all excess of wealth engenders insolence, or that more ordinary wealth makes its owner carry his head too high and rouses in him a spirit of pride, and that it prevents him from being a good subject and obeying the laws and rulers who are sent to the provinces. They say, indeed, that it is very nearly tantamount to giving them a box on the ears, because they grovel to wealthy men or connive at their crime, on account of the influence which wealth gives. Now, when I was a stripling, before I had as much as 100 talents to call my own, I used to think such apprehensions as these ridiculous, and I had small anxiety on the score of my property. But when my paternal uncle died, and in a single day I came in for a reversion of 500 talents, my mind underwent such a change as those who break horses effect, when they cure them of being unruly and intractable. And as my riches increased and flowed in to me by land and by sea, I became so much the slave of anxiety about them, that I poured out my substance, partly upon sycophants, whom I had to flatter in order to stop their mouths by being of such blackmail, and partly upon governors, whose influence I wished to enlist on my side against those who plotted against me, and partly on my kinsmen, to prevent them being jealous of my wealth, and partly on my slaves, for fear they should become worse than they were and complain of being neglected. And I also had to support a magnificent flock of friends, for the latter were full of solicitude for me, and some insisted on helping me with their own hands, and others with their warnings and advice. But although I thus fenced my wealth about, and surrounded myself so securely with fortifications, I now am imperilled by it, and I am not yet sure that I shall escape with my life." And Apollonius answered, "Take heart, for you have your wealth to go surety for your life. For if it is your wealth which has led to your being confined in bonds, it is your wealth also which, when it is dissipated, will not only release you from this prison, but from the necessity of cherishing and flattering those sycophants and slaves whose yoke it has imposed upon your neck." Chapter 24. Another man came and said that he was being prosecuted, because, at a public sacrifice in Tarentum, where he held office, he had omitted to mention in the public prayers that Domitian was the son of Athena. Said Apollonius, "You imagined that Athene could not possibly have a son because she is a virgin for ever and ever. But you forgot, methinks, that a goddess once on a time bore a dragon to the Athenians." Chapter 25. Another man was confined in the prison on the following charge. He had a property in Acarnania, near the mouth of Achelous, and he had been in the habit of sailing about the islands called the Echinades in a small boat, and he noticed that one of them was already joined to the mainland, and he planted it all over with pleasant trees and vines, producing sweet wine. So he made in it a convenient habitation for himself, for he also brought in water and sufficient quantities for the island from the mainland. In consequence, an accusation was trumped up against him, that he had a guilty conscience, and that it was because he was conscious of having committed crimes of an intolerable description, that he transported himself and quitted his own land, feeling that he polluted it, and at the same time had chosen for himself the same form of release as Alcmaeon, the son of Amphiaraus, had done, when, after his mother's murder, he went and lived on the delta of the Achelous. Even if he had not committed the same crime as Alcmaeon, he must yet, they said, have on his conscience horrible deeds, not falling far short of his. Although he denied these insinuations, and declared that he only went to live there for the sake of peace and quiet, he had nevertheless, he said, been accused and brought to justice, and for this reason he was now cast into prison. Chapter 26. Several prisoners, for there were about 50 of them in this prison, approached Apollonius inside it, and uttered such lamentations as the above. Some of them were sick, some of them had given way to dejection, some of them expected death with certainty and with resignation. Some of them bewailed and called upon their children and their parents and their wives. Whereupon Apollonius said, affected by the spectacle, "O Damis, it seems to me that these people need the drug which I alluded to when I first entered. Whether it be an Egyptian remedy, or whether it grows in every land and only needs wisdom enough to cut it from its root out of her own gardens, let us administer some of it to these poor people, lest their own feelings destroy them before Domitian can do it." Damis said, "Let us do so, for they seem in need of it." Accordingly, Apollonius called them all together and said, "Gentlemen, who are sharing with me the hospitality of this poor roof, I am wrung with pity for you, because I feel that you are undoing yourselves, before you know in the least whether the accuser will undo you. For it seems to me that you are ready to put yourselves to death, and anticipate the death sentence which you expect will be pronounced against you. And so you show actual courage where you should feel fear, and fear where you should be courageous. This should not be, but you should bear in mind the words of Archilochus of Paros, who says that the patience under adversity, which he called endurance, was a veritable discovery of the gods. For it will bear you up in misery, just as a skilful pilot carries the bow of his ship above the wash of the sea, whenever the billows are raised higher than his bark. Nor should you consider as desperate this situation into which you have been brought against your wills, but I myself of my own accord. For if you admit the charges brought against you, you ought rather to deplore the day when your judgment and impulses betrayed you into unjust and cruel courses of action. But if you, my friend yonder, deny that you took up your residence in the island of the Achelous, for the reason which your accuser alleges, and you there, that you ever raised your wealth to the peril and endangering of the sovereignty, and you again, that you of set purpose deprived the sovereign of his pretension to be called the son of Athene, if, I say, you can prove that the several reasons alleged of your being, each of you, here in such perilous plights, are unfounded, what then is the meaning of all this lamentation about things which have no existence or reality? For instead of crying after your friends and relatives, you ought rather to feel just as much courage as you now feel despair. For such, I imagine, are the rewards of the endurance I have described. But perhaps you would argue that confinement here and life in a prison are hard to bear in themselves. Or do you look upon them as the mere beginning of what you expect to suffer? Or do you think that they are punishment sufficient in themselves, even if you are exposed to nothing else in the way of penalty? Well, I understand human nature, and I will preach you a sermon which is very unlike the prescriptions of physicians, for it shall implant strength in you, and will avert death from you. We men are in a prison all that time, which we choose to call life. For this soul of ours, being bound and fettered in a perishable body, has to endure many things, and be the slave of all the affections which visit humanity. And the men who first invented a dwelling seem to me not to have known that they were only surrounding their kind in a fresh prison. For, to tell you the truth, all those who inhabit palaces and have established themselves securely in them, are, I consider, in closer bonds in them than any whom they may throw into bonds. And when I think of cities and walls, it seems to me that these are common prisons, so that the merchants are in chains no less, the members of the assembly, and the frequenters also of spectacles, as well as those who organize public processions. Then there are the Scythians who go about upon wagons. They are just as much in chains as ourselves, for rivers like the Ister and the Thermodon and the Tanais hem them in, and they are very difficult to cross, except when they are hard frozen. And they fix up their houses on their wagons, and they imagine they are driving about, when they are merely cowering in them. And if you don't think it too silly a thing to say, there are those who teach that the ocean also encompasses the earth in order to chain it in. Come, O ye poets, for this is your domain. Recite your rhapsodies to this despondent crowd, and tell them how Cronos was once put in bonds by the wiles of Zeus. And Ares, the most warlike of the gods, was first enchanted in heaven by Hephaestus, and later upon earth by the sons of Alois. When we think of these things and reflect on the many wise and blessed men who have been thrown into prison by wanton mobs, or insulted by despots, let us accept our fate with resignation, that we may not be found inferior to those who have accepted the same before us. Such were the words which he addressed to his companions in the prison, and they had such an effect upon them that most of them took their food and wiped away their tears, and walked in hope, believing that they could never come to harm as long as they were in his company. Chapter 27. On the next day he was haranguing them in a discourse of the same tenor, when a man was sent into the prison privately by Domitian to listen to what he said. In his deportment this person had a downcast air, and, as he himself admitted, looked as if he ran a great risk. He had great volubility of speech, as is usually the case with sycophants who have been chosen to draw up 8 or 10 informants. Apollonius saw through the trick, and talked about themes which could in no way serve his purpose, for he told his audience about rivers and mountains, and he described wild animals and trees to them, so that they were amused, while the informer gained nothing to his purpose. And when he tried to draw him away from these subjects and get him to abuse the tyrant, Apollonius said, "My good friend, you say what you like, for I am the last man in the world to inform against you. But if I find anything to blame in the emperor, I'll say it to his face." Chapter 28. There followed other episodes in this prison, some of them insidiously contrived, and others mere chance, and not of sufficient importance to merit any notice. But Damis, I believe, has recorded them in his anxiety to omit nothing. I only give what is to the point. It was evening, and it was already the 5th day of his imprisonment, when a certain person entered the prison, who spoke the Hellenic tongue, and said, "Where is the man of Tyana?" And taking Apollonius aside, he said, "It is tomorrow that the emperor will give you an audience." and this he appeared to have heard direct from Aelian. "I will keep your secret," said Apollonius, "for it is only Aelian, I think, who can know so much." Said the other, "Moreover, word has been given to the chief jailer to supply you with everything which you may want." Apollonius said, "You are very kind, but I lead exactly the same life here as I would outside, for I converse about casual topics, and I do not need anything." "And do you not, O Apollonius, need someone to advise you how to converse with the emperor?" He replied, "Yes, by heaven, if only he will not try to get me to flatter him." "And what if he merely advised you not to slight him nor flout him?" Apollonius said, "He could give no better advice, and it is what I have made up my mind to do." Said the other, "Well, it was about this that I am come, and I am delighted to find you so sensibly disposed, but you ought to be prepared for the way in which the emperor speaks, and also for the disagreeable quality of his face, for he talks in a deep voice, even if he is merely engaged in a gentle conversation, and his eyebrows overhang the sockets of his eyes, and his cheeks are so bloated with bile, that this distinguishes him more than anything else. We must not be frightened, O man of Tyana, by these characteristics, for they rather belong to nature than to anything else, and they always are the same." And Apollonius replied, "If Odysseus could go into the cave of Polyphemus without having been informed beforehand either of the giant's size, or what he ate, or of how he thundered his voice, and yet did not lose his presence of mind, though he was in some trepidation to begin with, and if he left his cave after acquitting himself like a man, I too shall be quite satisfied if I get off with my own life and with that of my companions, in whose behalf I incur this risk." Such were the words that passed between him and his visitor, and after reporting them to Damis, he went to sleep. End of Volume 2, Book 7, Chapters 20 through 28.